Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku had ultimate force fields and became overpowered. Here is short summary. Izuku wields impenetrable force fields, using them for offense, defense, and mobility, making him an unstoppable force in the hero world. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Midoriya-san, this is going to be difficult for you to hear, but I don't believe in dancing around the truth. Inko didn't respond. She just clenched her fists into the fabric of her skirt, fighting to keep her breathing under control. We found your son's school bag on the bridge overlooking the river. We haven't found a body, but, Midoriya-san, I'm afraid that preliminary evidence of your son's disappearance points towards suicide. Through all of the shock, the pain, and the horror of the detective's revelation, some minuscule part of Inko's brain felt grateful that he had suggested she sit down first, because the wave of dizziness that swept over her in that moment would have sent her crashing to the floor otherwise. As it was, she felt her world spin, blackness closing in around her, only coming to when she felt a pair of hands grasping hers, and a voice urgently reminding her how to breathe. Everything after that was a blur. The suicide note that sounded nothing like the bright boy she raised. The cold investigation. Hisashi's return home. The memorial service. The reception, when person after person expressed their condolences. Most of them felt strangely empty. His teachers all seemed shifty-eyed, the kids walking behind their parents seemed confused and uncomfortable, and the parents themselves even more so. There were very few people that actually shed tears with her, very few who tried to remember the sweetness and optimism that was her son, like Bakugo Masaru and Mitsuki. Katsuki was there too, but he didn't say much, if anything. He seemed to be in a perpetual state of shock, his hands shaking, his eyes wide and staring, almost feral in their wildness. Every one of them said essentially the same thing. I can't believe Izuku would do this. I can't believe that he would leave you alone. There was one man that kind of stood out to her. He was tall and gaunt, with long blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, and he walked with a slight slouch. She didn't recognize him, but there was genuine regret, even pain in his eyes when it was his turn to step forward, take her hand, and tell her how deeply sorry he was for what had happened. The way he said it, it almost seemed like he blamed himself for her son's death. She didn't have much time to think on it though, because he soon stepped away, allowing the next person to come to the front. The aftermath was the worst part, though. Even though Hisashi stayed close to her from that point on, finding a local job so that she didn't have to stay all day in an empty apartment. Life had to go on and he couldn't be with her all the time. During the long hours spent alone, sitting on the couch with the laundry basket of clean clothes and no energy to fold them, the memories of the whispers would come pouring in, no matter her attempts to keep her head above the floodwaters. Quirkless, not uncommon, incidents of bullying. Didn't notice, never found a body, didn't say anything? Never took action. She essentially killed her own. Knock knock. Inko startled out of her thoughts, staring at the front door in bewilderment. Another, slightly more timid knock sent her stumbling to her feet, her heart suddenly racing in anticipation. Could it be him? She found herself scurrying to the door, breath hitching in her throat, tears already prickling in her eyes as she seized the knob. To reveal a surly blonde boy standing on the doorstep, still in his school uniform, his head bowed and his hands curled into stiff fists at his sides. Katsuki. Inko blinked in surprise, fighting to ignore the stab of disappointment in her gut. What had she expected? Izuku was gone and she had to accept that. What are you doing here, dear? Slowly, hesitantly, the boy raised his head to meet her gaze, and the short, green-haired woman went stiff with surprise. His jaw was clenched, each breath kept forcibly even, but there were tears pouring down his cheeks, and a deeper anguish and guilt than anything she had ever seen burning in his dark red gaze. Oba-san, he whispered, choking on the words. Inko felt something like a chill settle in her heart. Katsuki hadn't called her that since he was 5 years old. All of Inko's motherly instincts came alive at once, shoving aside her own grief as she ushered him inside and sat him down on the couch, then went to the kitchen to grab him a glass of water. Unfortunately, she had yet to work up the willpower to go to the store and replenish their stock of orange juice. and a few cookies from a plate one of her other neighbors had brought over. Before long, she had bustled back and laid the plate and cookies on the coffee table, her eyebrows furrowed in concern. "Katsuki? Sweetie?" she asked softly, gently laying a hand on his still rigid arm. The boy twitched, but otherwise didn't seem to react. The tears still dripped from his cheeks unheeded, the tremor throughout his body remained unchanged, and each breath was still taut and shaky. "Katsuki, talk to me please." Owl. "What? S my foul? One more time?" "S my fault." Katsuki snapped, his hand flailing to throw her off, his voice sharp and bitter with guilt and pain and anger and something dark that she didn't dare name. "It's all my fault. Dekizuku died because of me." Sweetie, you're not making sense," Inko managed shakily, trying to reach out to him, but he shook his head vehemently, the action shaking his entire body so that she had to pull away again. "You don't get it. No one gets it. If I'd never." The tears returned in earnest now, flooding like a river as he slowly raised his gaze to hers so that she could clearly see the anguish in them. "If I'd never known him," he whispered, "and if I hadn't been so mean to him, if I hadn't baited him." "Baited him? What does he, oh gods," Inko could feel her vision tunneling again, just like it had when Detective Tsukachi sat across from her and broke the news of her son's fate. She stared without seeing, her breaths short and fast and weak and her heart beating wildly. Baited him. Katsuki had baited him. Katsuki had told him, he'd told her son too. Drowning. She was drowning, she couldn't see, couldn't breathe. Katsuki stood up. The movement was so sharp, so abrupt, that it startled her a little bit further away from the depths of panic threatening to swallow her whole. "I should go," he mumbled tautly, turning sharply towards the door and stumbling slightly as his leg hit against the edge of the couch in the process. Inko wanted to let him leave. She wanted him gone so that she could think. So that she could process and stew, and hate him. She wanted to hate him, wanted someone to blame. She wanted a reason, a way to understand why. Why had her Izuku, her precious, optimistic little boy, died? So why was her first instinct to reach out and grab Katsuki's wrist and pull him back down onto the cushions beside her? He seemed confused, too, staring at her with those bright red eyes, raw and guilty and vulnerable and shadowed by that horrible emotion that she now forced herself to face, self-loathing. Katsuki hated himself for what he'd done, for what he'd said, and in that moment she knew, deep down, why she'd pulled him back. It was because, had Izuku been here now, his first instinct, as always, would have been to save him. From pain, from grief, from his own despair, regardless of the circumstances. Just like when Katsuki had fallen off the log bridge and into the stream, when he had immediately, in spite of the bruises and burns and insults that he thought he'd kept hidden from her, rushed down and made sure that his friend was okay. If Izuku could do it, then so could she. Without a word, Inko scooted herself a little closer to the young man, then reached out and loosely wrapped her arms around his neck. Katsuki immediately stiffened, confused and tense and guilty and afraid, but he didn't pull away, not even when she slowly drew him forward so that his head was resting in the small hollow of her shoulder. His breath hitched, and with it his whole body. Inko felt the muscles in his face twitching as he swallowed hard, and instinctively she reached up to gently card her fingers through his hair. That seemed to be the last straw for Bakugo Katsuki. A muffled sob escaped his throat, and after that he simply couldn't stop. He just wept and choked and apologized over and over again as his fingers curled in the spare fabric of her sweater, and she cried with him, clutching him a little bit closer to her. It wasn't much, but Inko hoped that it might be the first step towards healing for them both. Katsuki walked with his hands shoved deeply into his pockets, making the conscious decision to ignore all of the noise and the hustle and bustle around him and just breathe. It was one of the few things his therapist had suggested that actually helped him rein in his near-constant anger and anxiety. Ironically, it helped if he tuned into the faint, actually constant ringing that followed him everywhere these days, a side effect of having explosions next to his ears from the age of 5 onward. He'd have to ask the support course for some kind of special earplugs or hearing aids when he got into UA. Before, it had been one more reason to be angry. Now the white noise helped him to tune everything else out, including his own damning thoughts. It had been almost 2 years since Izuku disappeared, and yet he still had a hard time getting his name right. Closing parenthesis. A lot had happened in that amount of time. He'd enrolled in an anger management course for youth, started drum lessons. It was a fun way to get out some of his aggression, changed schools, even made some new friends that actually kept him out of trouble, but he still refused to say it. Refused to think it. They'd never found a body, after all. He knew it was stupid, the kind of stupid that he would have to bring up with his therapist eventually, but there was still the nagging thought, the desperate hope that maybe there was some chance, no matter how slight, that the nerd was still alive. Honestly, he still wasn't certain why he insisted on believing that. He hadn't gotten along with Izuku in years. They were hardly the friends that they used to be. Was it just guilt? The horrible pain of knowing that he, indirectly, killed someone? Of knowing that he had put that dim light of despair in Inko Obasan's eyes? He allowed himself a heavy sigh, tuning those thoughts out as well. They wouldn't help him to get into UA. They wouldn't help him to live out Izuku's dream for him. It wasn't the sound, but the vibration against his hand that led him to pull his phone from his pocket, revealing the cheesily animated message box on his lock screen. Rolling his eyes, he swiped up, unlocking the screen with his thumbprint, already knowing who it was from. Katsuki shoved the phone back into his pocket and set off at a slightly more brisk pace than before. He'd never admit it to the guy's face, but Kirishima was probably the best thing that had come out of his school transfer. His hardening quirk was convenient for one, especially in the early days of his anger management therapy, and he had the energy and confidence to stand up against Katsuki's crap. If that wasn't enough, he was almost obnoxiously good-hearted, frustratingly patient, and just dense and asinine enough to see a surly, brooding boy in the corner of the cafeteria and decide they were going to be friends, no matter what Katsuki's thoughts may have been on the matter. The guy reminded him of Izuku in that sense. A flicker of anxiety clenched in his gut at the thought, but Katsuki quickly clamped down on it and forced it into submission. This wasn't like the last time. Kirishima wasn't going to end up like Izuku. He refused to let that happen again. Hey, come on little bluebird, why don't you fight back? Katsuki's head snapped up, instantly alert at the jeering sneer. Stop it, you're hurting her. His crimson eyes narrowed towards the park on his right. There was a small jungle gym covered in grade school kids giggling and shrieking as they chased one another up ladders and down slides, surrounded by wood chips and then by a neatly mown lawn. There were benches where their parents were chatting, not paying attention to any potentially disastrous situations. He couldn't see anything obviously wrong, but he knew that tone. Setting his jaw determinedly, he marched through the fence into the play area. He found them in seconds. 3 bullies forming a loose ring around 2 kids, one huddled against the brick wall that had blocked his view up to that point, and the other positioning himself defiantly in front of them, even though his knees were shaking. The whole situation felt disturbingly familiar. What do you brats think you're doing? He growled, and the 3 assailants spun towards him in surprise. The 2 on either side, a girl with black hair and a boy with shifty eyes, each took nervous steps backwards as they sized him up. Only the middle punk, a boy with bright red hair and sharp blue eyes, showed any signs of a backbone. Hey, stay out of it, weirdo, the bully huffed. You have no business meddling with heroes. Katsuki leered, bending down and thrusting his face towards the redheads. The bully flinched at the sudden proximity, the first flickers of doubt in his eyes. You knock a kid to the ground throwing out insults and you have the balls to call yourself a hero. 'Cause let me tell you, you little turd, that sounds like something a villain would do to me. The boy's eyes blew wide and furious as he spluttered out a reply. Why, you can't say that. My dad's the hero, Vermilion. I don't give a damn about who or what your father is, got it? Katsuki snarled, pulling his hand from his pocket as his temper flared so the sharp pops of flame and light crackling across his palms wouldn't set his jacket on fire. Just take a hike, punk, before you make me do something we both end up regretting. See, come on, Vass, the other boy stuttered as he reached for his boss's shoulder, not his friend. Kids like that didn't have friends, Katsuki would know, his shifty eyes finally still and fixated on Katsuki's still smoking hand. Let's just go. Yeah, this extra isn't worth it, the girl agreed, tossing her hair back as though it would hide the fear causing her voice to tremble. And anyway, this park is lame. We can hang out at my place instead. Yeah, whatever, the redhead huffed, shaking off his lackey's hand and turning on his heel with all the arrogance a brat can muster. Katsuki watched them go, glowering until they were well and truly out of sight before turning back to the other pair of kids. The boy, the one that had been standing, was on his knees, gently pulling the bully's intended victim to her feet. She didn't look any older than 7 or maybe 8, with long blue hair to her waist and equally blue eyes. "Are you okay?" the boy asked softly. The girl simply nodded, scrubbing at her wet eyes. "Thanks for helping us," he continued, looking up at Katsuki with silver eyes half hidden under shaggy, black hair. "Don't mention it," the blonde boy replied gruffly, kicking at the ground. Does that happen often?" The boy's eyes slid back to the girl's, sadness almost glowing in them. "Yeah," he sighed eventually. "Here is quirkless, so." Katsuki felt himself stiffen, and although he hoped that it didn't show, things just became way too close for comfort. "Well, being quirkless isn't, it's not a bad thing," he managed to force out, trying not to cringe at how stupid he sounded. "I know that," the boy sighed, apparently oblivious to the older boy's uncertainty, "but they don't think so, even though All Might keeps reminding everyone that quirkless people are just like everyone else." Another uncomfortable twinge gripped Katsuki's chest at the realization that this boy was also an All Might fan, just one more reminder of him. He glanced away, rubbing the back of his head. All Might's quirkless advocacy campaign had started just over a year ago, and it had certainly helped the general public's view of such individuals. Katsuki couldn't help but wonder if it was just a coincidence that All Might had started it so soon after Izuku's disappearance. "Well, he's right. Even if you're quirkless, you still have your own hopes and dreams," he said finally, "and you still have just as much a right as anyone to chase them." The girl blinked up at him with those huge, luminous blue eyes. "Why you think so?" she whispered, barely even audible. "I know so," Katsuki corrected her, maybe a little too sharply, but she didn't seem too taken aback by it. In fact, she smiled shyly, even though she also ducked her head so that her hair hid her face. Her friend grinned encouragingly at her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Katsuki felt a rueful smile twitch at the corner of his mouth as he watched the interaction. "That should have been me. Hey kid, yeah, be sure to stick close to her, got it? She'll need a friend like you." The boy blinked, clearly surprised, but then he smiled, those silver eyes of his bright and determined. "Don't worry, I will." Katsuki smirked through another twinge of regret, reached out to roughly tousle the boy's hair, pat the girl's head a little bit more gently, and turned away. He felt the vibration in his pocket a moment later and, rolling his eyes, pulled out his phone and swiped up. "Geez, I said I was coming," he grumbled. "Yeah, you said you'd be here in 5 minutes. That was almost 15 minutes ago, Bakugo. Calm down, Rocky, I just had to take care of something." "Like what kind of something?" "None of your business, that's what," Katsuki snorted, glancing back towards the two kids heading towards the opposite side of the park and then allowing his eyes to drift a little further towards their destination. A frown tugged at his mouth as he saw a person standing nearby, watching them. They looked sketchy as hell, short and swamped in gray sweats and a black hoodie, hands shoved deeply into their pockets and a notebook tucked under their arm. The only identifying feature that he could make out were the strands of dark curly hair sticking out past the fabric that almost looked green in this lighting. All at once, he felt his heart stutter, his vision tunneling. "It can't be. Bakugo, did you get into another fight? You did, didn't you? I swear one of these days you're gonna get in serious trouble." "I'm gonna be a bit later than I thought." Baku." He didn't wait for Kirishima to finish. He just hit the end call button and took off running. "Hey," he yelled as he rushed past the two kids he'd helped out earlier. For a moment, the person seemed to freeze. Then he bolted, shooting down the street with the speed of a startled doe. "Hey, hold on a sec. In hindsight, it was probably a bad idea to try opening up a conversation with the stranger by charging at him, but that didn't stop Katsuki from redoubling his pace because he had to talk to him. He had to know. The guy was quick Quick enough that Katsuki almost wondered if he had some kind of speed or agility type quirk, because if not, he was hiding a lot of muscle under those sweats. Of course, he wasn't so quick that he couldn't catch up with a few explosions, but that was a big no-no without a license, so Katsuki just gritted his teeth and forced himself to run faster. His quarry was about to turn onto a more populated street. If he didn't hurry, then Katsuki would lose him in the crowd. Damn it, why did the kid have to be so short? It was too easy for him to slip between people. But Katsuki was nothing if not tenacious. He managed to catch a flicker of gray and black ducking into an alleyway just ahead, and he all but dove after it to find nothing. There was nobody here. It was as though the guy had just vanished. But that couldn't be right. He had to be here. Katsuki had to talk to him. Damn it, Deku, Katsuki bellowed before he had time to think it through. Where the hell are you frickin' nerd? He felt the miniature explosions crackling across his palms before he clenched them and slammed one fist against the brick wall of the building next to him, partially to vent his frustration, but partially because his heart was pounding from the chase, and having a buildup of what was basically nitroglycerin on his hands was never a good idea. Then slumped against it as something cold and heavy settled in the pit of his stomach. Please, he mumbled, rubbing a hand down his face. Izuku, if you're really still out there, please, just tell me if you're still alive. Hold it right there. Katsuki's head snapped up at the cry, glancing further down the small street at the group of people sprinting towards him. He quickly pushed himself to his feet, still urgently trying to read the exact nature of the situation. There was something else, something positioned between him and the rapidly approaching group of people in gaudy outfits. Hang on, are those pro-heroes? In that case, that amorphous thing rushing towards him. Well kid, it's not ideal, but you'll do. All at once, Katsuki couldn't breathe. He could move, sorta, but it felt like he was thrashing in the middle of the ocean, 100 feet deep, wholly unable to actually break the surface, and wholly unable to actually grab onto whatever had seized hold of him and force it to let him go. He could feel it moving though, swirling around him, somehow both untouchable and yet tightening around his wrists. He had to break free, before he died of suffocation. Gritting his teeth, he imagined the heat rushing through his blood and concentrating in his hands before, with an inarticulate bellow, he unleashed his power. The resulting explosions ripped through the sludge that held him captive, causing the creature to recoil sharply, pulling away from his hands and face just long enough for him to beep in a sharp breath through his nose before it rushed back, cutting off his air supply once again, that horrible squelchy voice cackling in his ear. The grip on his arms tightening, that disgusting liquid junk seeping into his nose and prying at his mouth. Well, it looks like I got the jackpot. The villain crowed. All I was hoping for was a hostage, but that power of yours looks too good to pass up. Hey, get away from that kid, you creep. A voice shouted, rushing over. One of the heroes probably. Something changed then. Something terrifying. His quirk went off on its own, and someone screamed. Katsuki's eyes snapped open slightly and he twisted in place, frantically trying to see what had happened. One of the pros was staggering away, clutching an arm covered in blisters. No, the villain was laughing now, thrusting his and with it Katsuki's hand towards the street. Towards the cautiously gathering civilians. He could feel his quirk building against his will, and with it the panic in his chest. No, he barely managed to wrench his hand away in time, but he couldn't stop the explosion. The flames roared from his hand, slamming into the wall and blasting heat and debris from crumbling brick back into his face. The villain in his ear, in his head and in his frickin' body snarled in frustration. Katsuki could feel him trying to exert his control, forcing more explosions out of him and wrenching his arms in ways that he didn't know they could twist. He could feel his head getting foggy and his lungs burning just as brightly as the fires. Probably from the lack of oxygen, although he could still vaguely hear people screaming in the background, hear the pros shouting for everyone to stand back and let the heroes handle it. But if the heroes were gonna handle it, then why weren't they doing anything? Exclamation mark. He was gonna hurt someone. His quirk was gonna hurt someone and he could feel his consciousness fading fast and there was nothing he could do about it. But this was a fight that he couldn't lose because he had to protect them. He couldn't let anyone else get hurt. He couldn't, but it was too late and he was going to die. Heteromorphic or perhaps a transformation quirk, apparently with further emitter-like properties in body possession and forceful quirk activation. What? The initial explosion did cause him to back off temporarily, but didn't seem to cause any actual damage, so the flame aspect of explosion doesn't mean much to this guy, just the impact. I know that voice. Of course, he's wary of a direct attack now, not to mention that he has at least limited control of the victim's body and quirk, but if he can summon even limited power, maybe there's a way to attack indirectly, such as through the wind pressure. Or perhaps he has a weak point, such as his eyes. Katsuki forced his eyes open, pushing past the insistent grasp of unconsciousness, and for an instant, he could see a shadowy figure and two bright pricks of radioactive green light, looming out of the flickering shadow cast by his own flames and seeming to penetrate his very soul with just a glance. Well, it's your move now, Kachan. Kachan. He didn't really think about what he did next. Honestly, in his half-conscious state, he barely even remembered what he did. All he knew for sure was that the effort to lace his fingers together before setting off the biggest explosion he could manage was a battle won on sheer adrenaline. He roared in pain as much as the sludge villain as the impact crashed through him, but the wind pressure of the condensed blast had the effect he'd been hoping for. His assailant's amorphous body was blown off of his arms, freeing him enough to reach back and fire off the sloppiest, most frantic explosion he'd ever created. But it worked. The shriek of pain that resulted from his attack would have had Katsuki clapping his hands over his ears under any other circumstances. But just then, as the villain peeled off of him, clutching his eyes, all the boy could do was collapse, coughing and retching and dragging in one shuddering gasp after another until the world stopped spinning and he could finally breathe through the fires in his lungs. Izuku. Groggy and dazed though he was, Katsuki fought past the leaden weight in his limbs to lift himself a little bit more upright, his eyes desperately searching the alley for another sign of Bakugo. What do you think you're doing, kid? I'll kill you for that, you little aw. Katsuki flinched as he felt someone grab his arm, hauling him to his feet before he was half carried, half dragged towards the safety of the main road. Weakened though he was, he found himself resisting them, his head craning back to stare over his shoulder, eyes still frantically seeking to pierce the flame-shrouded darkness past the villain as they pulled their hands away from reddened eyes. Whether it was a shade born or blood or burns, he didn't want to think about. Come on dude, work with me. I have to get you out of here. A voice grumbled next to his ear. Katsuki finally tore his eyes away from whence he'd come, instead peering unsteadily up into a pair of bright red eyes, almost hidden by a fringe of overlong, black hair. Kirishima, he groaned weakly. What are you? His friend barely spared him a glance before redoubling his pace, practically sprinting by the time they reached the barrier the heroes had created to keep the civilians back. Katsuki vaguely heard a few shouts of, "That was far too reckless." And, "What the heck were you thinking?" But he didn't have the mental awareness to discern who was yelling at who. Wait, he mumbled, still dazed. What about? Give him here. Katsuki blinked a little more of the bleariness from his eyes as someone in a paramedic's uniform rushed forward, pulling him away from Kirishima. He shook his head slightly, still trying to turn back towards the alley where the pro-heroes were starting to move in now that they weren't dealing with a hostage situation. Wait, he croaked again, a little bit more insistently, shoving weakly against the paramedic's hands. Wait, there's someone else. Just calm down, young man. You're just a little disoriented. Take a seat here while we check you for any injuries. But he was there. I saw him. Bakugo, buddy, just calm down, Kirishima interrupted shakily, gripping Katsuki's shoulder as involuntary explosions popped across his hands. No, Kirishima, I saw him. I saw Izuku. His friend froze. Kirishima didn't know everything about what had happened, didn't fully understand the reasons behind his guilt and trauma, but his eyes still softened. Buddy, I know you were worried, and this probably brought back some really bad memories for you, but there wasn't anyone else down there. I promise everyone's fine. High levels of stress can cause a person to develop an overactive imagination. I wasn't. A cheer cut him off, dragging his eyes back towards the alley. The heroes were victorious, it would seem. Good. Katsuki shoved his way past Kirishima, ignoring the alarmed exclamations of the paramedic. Hey man, wait up. His friend yelped, chasing after him as he wove and pushed through the crowd. With the danger gone and the heroes flexing in the spotlight, hardly anyone cast him so much as a second glance as Katsuki ducked back into the alley, closely followed by his overbearingly concerned friend. "Dude, Bakugo, this is insane, it might still be dangerous," Hiroshima cried frantically. Katsuki felt him draw another breath to voice another plea for reason, but he was brusquely ignored in favor of "Oof." His friend grunted in surprise when he smacked straight into Katsuki's broad back. "What the heck, man? You okay?" Katsuki shakily stepped forward, bending over to gather a dirty, slightly scuffed notebook from the ground, the front marked with familiar handwriting. I have to go," he mumbled, almost in a daze. "I have to get home." Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital, dude? Meet you at the arcade another time." "Dude, wait, Bakugo." Katsuki didn't answer. He didn't even glance back as he started running, racing faster and faster until he was heading towards home at a dead sprint. His breaths were coming in ragged gasps by the time he reached a familiar stairwell, which he took two at a time. Gulping air like water, he threw the door open without knocking, barely conscious of the startled squeak from the other side of the room. Katsuki. Oh my goodness, I just saw the news, are you okay? Does your mother know you're okay? Katsuki, sweetie, please answer me. A familiar voice fretted anxiously while soft hands fluttered close to his cheeks. Unable to speak, he thrust his find towards her. What's this? Inko Obasan managed, accepting the object. Found it. Katsuki gasped back, leaning heavily against the doorframe as he beeped in air. In the alley. I found it. Katsuki, what? Abruptly, she froze, just as he had done, as her eyes finally focused on the title. With trembling fingers, she reached out, slowly tracing the characters of the word's quirk analysis number. 32. You remember, right? He asked softly, his heart still pounding, but his lungs finally starting to overcome the burn of his race to get there. When Izuku disappeared, he only had 11. Yuga was terrified, not that it showed, he'd taken great pains to keep it from showing. He had fussed and fretted in the mirror until he was certain that his eyes shone sufficiently bright and his hair was styled in its usual perfect wave, then pulled on his freshly washed and pressed uniform, donned his silver backpack, and headed out with a cheery wave and a call of, "Adieu, Maman." He beamed at anyone that glanced his way as he all but skipped down the street, dancing and weaving past fellow commuters as he made his way to the metro. But that didn't change the fact that Yuga was completely and utterly terrified. Today was the day of the UA entrance exam, the day that he would have a chance to start his journey towards heroics and acceptance, despite his incompatibility with his own quirk. He was ready, right? UA was even bigger than he had imagined, and it twinkled at least as brightly as he did. He wasn't certain whether that was exciting or just, even more intimidating than he had already anticipated. There were easily hundreds of students pushing their way through the massive front gates, wearing all variety of colors or uniforms from all over the country. He even caught sight of one boy wearing plain gray sweats and a black jacket before he was lost in the crowd. Maybe he'd been homeschooled before. People waved and ran up to friends, babbling with a nervous energy and in some cases violent, as with one scruffy-looking blonde boy when one of his friends, a boy with black hair, threw an arm over his shoulders and a girl with bright pink skin poked him in the side a few times. He didn't catch the full conversation, but he did hear the boy snapping something about, "Get off of me, Rocky. And quit snickering, panda eyes." Yuga wished that he himself had someone like that, but he was the only person from his school applying. And even if he weren't, he doubted any of them would have wanted to chat. But why wouldn't they? He was an icon of beauty and grandeur. Anyone would be honored to talk to him. Right, of course. The lecture hall everyone was ushered into was absolutely massive, easily large enough to contain the entire student body and then some if needed. He ended up squarely at the center of the hall, leaning primly against his folded hands as his violet eyes darted around the room, taking in as much as he could, just in case this was the last time he had the opportunity to gaze upon such hallowed halls. Not that it would be. He was flawless. Of course he would make it in. Greetings, little listeners. Welcome to my show today. Yuga jumped in his seat as a man with wild blonde hair gelled up so it looked like Bannon, laid leather suit with a popped collar, and a heavy collar like something around his neck stepped to the front of the stage, grinning broadly before shouting something in English that nobody seemed to understand, despite his expectant look. The hero present Mike, non. He had a unique sense of sparkle, Yuga supposed, but it was hardly elegant. The pro-hero took the general lack of enthusiasm in stride, shrugging and continuing in a slightly more reasonable tone of voice, what a refined response. Well, little listeners, it's my job to present to you the rundown of the exam today. First of all, you will all be taking the same written exam here in this auditorium. Afterwards, you'll be splitting into 3 different groups depending on which of the practical exams you'll be taking. A low murmur echoed through the hall at that, with several other students hushing the talkers and creating even more noise in the process. The man on stage simply beamed. That's right, folks, I'm sure that most of you have heard the rumors. This year we have a brand new test for all you little listeners that may be quirkless or have quirks unsuited to our other test. So now, I'm gonna give you all a brief rundown for how this'll work. First of all, after the written portion of the exam, all those here on recommendation are gonna head that away, since you've already had your interviews and practical test. The rest of y'all should have gotten an exam ticket and you came in with your examinee number and test location. All you little listeners that have been assigned to Battle Center H will be heading through those doors over there as soon as the exam time is over, where you will meet your proctor, and they will explain the new test to you. All the rest of you will stay right where you are, and I'll be back to give you the details of your practical. Now then, it's time for the written exam. You'll have 2 hours to complete this test. Goes without saying, but cheating is strictly prohibited, so keep your eyes to yourself. Until then, stay tuned. Yeah. Yuga's heart leapt in his chest as what seemed to be a series of drones appeared from one of the doors that the announcer had indicated earlier, spreading out and passing out packets of papers to all of the different examinees. The moment that they were all given their exams, a clock appeared on the big screen on stage, showing 2 hours before it began counting down. The written exam may well have been one of the hardest tests that Yuga had ever taken in his entire life. Not that it mattered, because he was certain that he had passed. Completely, absolutely certain, MMHM. Before long, the drones had collected the tests once more, and around a third of the students in the auditorium had started filing through the respective doors to the locations that the announcer guy had directed them to before. Once that was done, the drones returned to pass out a single leaf of paper and present Mike reappeared. Welcome back, little listeners. He boomed, and Yuga winced. The man needed a little more volume control. Now, let me give you the rundown of the practical exam. You will essentially be conducting 10-minute urban mock battles at 7 different locations, marked on your examinee cards. You'll be allowed to take whatever support items you need, as well as have the chance to change into the workout clothes you should have all brought with you, okay? Trey Bon. Aw man, none of us are in the same battle center. A voice behind him pouted. Yuga glanced over his shoulder to discover that trio of students he'd noticed earlier were seated behind him. The girl with the pink skin had obviously been the speaker, her expression reflecting her tone as she glowered at the card in her hand. The black-haired boy beside her shrugged, grinning ruefully. He had sharp teeth, like a shark's, but his expression was too warm for them to be intimidating. Idiots, they probably did that on purpose, the blonde kid huffed. They don't want us teaming up with our friends. Ah, are we friends, Blasty? The pink girl beamed teasingly, to which the simply rolled his eyes, mumbling under his breath. There are 3 types of faux villains in each battle center. The pro-hero continued, recapturing Yuga's attention as 3 silhouettes appeared on the screen, each labeled as 1P, 2P, and 3P respectively. You earn points for each of them based on their level of difficulty. Your goal is to use your quirks to destroy these villains. But just remember to keep things heroic. No attacking other hopefuls, ya dig. Yuga wouldn't deny that he felt an odd sense of relief at that, reaching down to lightly brush his hand against his support belt. Fighting robots meant that he wouldn't have to expend unnecessary energy attempting to control the output. He could just fire his laser as many times as possible before his stomach started giving out. And 10 minutes. He could last for that amount of time. Hopefully. May I ask a question? Every eye in the room was drawn to a tall young man standing straight up, his hand ramrod straight in the air. Go for it, little listener. The announcer grinned, shooting finger guns in the student's direction. On the handout, there are 4 types of villains shown. The boy announced, emphatically waving the paper to demonstrate his point. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prestigious school in Japan, should be ashamed of its mistake. Yuga almost choked, his violet eyes bulging. Mon Dieu, was this kid for real? He wasn't the only one thinking along those lines either. A quick glance around showed that quite a number of people in the room were gaping at him. But the other boy continued, apparently oblivious to the stares. We examinees are here because we wish to become the most exemplary of heroes, thus we expect the academy of our choice to take matters just as seriously. Well, examinee 7111, thanks for calling in with your request. The announcer grinned in turn, indicating a new silhouette that had appeared on the screen. The final type of villain is worth 0 points. It's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every battle center, but I recommend my listeners try to avoid it and focus on the ones at the top of the charts. I see. Thank you very much for your clarification, sir. Excuse my interruption. The serious student bowed deeply, then sat back down. Alrighty then, that's all for me today, so if you're ready to get going, I'll close with a little present, our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, Yuga perked up at the mention of his fellow Frenchman. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. Now that's a tasty soundbite for y'all. Now, are you ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. The silence was positively deafening. Good luck. See vulgaire. Yuga thought in a huff as he stumbled through the massive double doors leading into the walled cityscape, Present Mike's voice echoing behind him as he ran. Go 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 people, do you expect a countdown for everything? Because lemme tell ya, that's not how the real world works. You're wastin' air time here. Alright Yuga, rest calm, he thought to himself, darting down an alley in order to split away from the crowd of students. He needed a chance to distinguish himself, after all. A chance to let his natural sparkle shine through to the prestigious faculty of UA High School. When the first robot, painted with a number 2 on one side, zipped around the corner, he forced himself to beam at it, rather than cringe as was his first instinct. With an elegant twirl, he released his quirk, letting the naval laser fly so that it smashed straight through the metal hull of the villain. And so he continued on. At one point, he had to save another student from a 1-point villain. The kid wore a tank top, shorts and an expression like he'd just looked the devil himself in the eye. Yuga couldn't help but smirk at him as he cooed, a little mockingly, Merci beaucoup. We make a great team with you as my decoy. Although I doubt I'll be seeing much of you in the future. Adieu. With that robot, he had 28 points. When there was little more than 2 minutes remaining, he was up to 35. And then all hell broke loose. The crash, and boom, of miniature explosions, shattering glass, and cracking concrete split the air of the combat arena. As the various applicants turned with mixed curiosity and fear towards the source of the chaos, a mounting sense of panic quickly overcame the group and Yuga was ashamed to admit that he was no exception. When the 10-story-tall robot appeared, he stumbled backwards and fell flat upon his derriere. As some kind of animal instinct seized control, he found himself huddled against the wall, half concealed by some of the debris that had come crashing to the pavement with the monster's appearance, utterly frozen by horror. Ow! A voice cried, and something hard and cold dropped into the pit of Yuga's stomach as he saw a fallen girl, trapped in the middle of the road under some of the rubble, directly in the robot's path. He should do something. Should run forward and help. Should save her. But he couldn't move. He couldn't even scream. All he could do was sit and tremble and watch her die. A voice roared from outside his line of sight, accompanied by a heart-stopping bang. And a blast of light and heat that he could feel from some 100 meters away. A moment later, the scruffy-looking blonde boy from before quite literally exploded into view, landing hard a few meters away from the fallen girl and tumbling into a roll with the force of the impact. He managed to scramble to his feet alongside her, shoving his shoulder against the collapsed debris and using the entirety of his body strength to lift it up. Distantly, Yuga noticed the smoke rising from his palms and wrists and wondered if he wasn't using his hands because they were too badly injured from that last explosion. Does he have incompatibility with his quirk, too? Move it, round cheeks. The boy barked, his teeth gritted with the effort of keeping the slab of stone off of her. She quickly snapped her mouth closed, pulling her leg free and rolling out of the way so that he could let it drop. It crashed back to the ground a moment later as the boy pulled his fellow examinee roughly to her feet, him grimacing when their hands came into contact. So I was right about him being in pain. He started to pull her away from the 0-pointer, but when she staggered with another cry of pain and almost fell, he stopped. Yuga could see them talking, glancing back towards the robot as their mouths moved rapidly, but he couldn't hear either of them at this distance. He saw the girl pointing towards the crater he'd left behind in the middle of the road, then the boy shook his head, gesturing with his smoking hands. The robot was less than 5 meters away. Suddenly the girl wrapped her arms around him, pressing one hand to his back and the other to her own forearm, a faint pink glow visible even from this distance. Then do it now, the girl shouted, her eyes clenched shut. The boy grit his teeth, thrust his hands out and created another explosion with a bellow of pain. It wasn't anywhere near as powerful as the one from before, but somehow the force still sent them flying through the air at dangerous speeds, rapidly gaining distance between themselves and the monster. But it wasn't fast enough. The beast had already retracted a fist for a punch. Now, all it had to do was adjust its aim and throw it. Yuga heard a sharp scream escape his own throat before he clapped a hand over his mouth, watching as though in slow motion as the massive limb rushed inexorably closer. 1 meter away, a half a meter, a few inches, and its arm exploded. Yuga flinched, gaping in shock as the metal of the robot's arm suddenly buckled all the way up to its shoulder, sharp bursts of electricity and flame consuming the limb in a rush. The impact threw up a cloud of dust to match the one when the giant first appeared, scattering already fallen debris in all directions. The robot staggered backwards as well, thrown entirely off balance by the sheer force of the blow directly towards him. The young Frenchman squawked in terrified alarm, helplessly throwing his hands over his face in what he knew would be a fruitless attempt to defend himself. The robot's foot came down towards his head, and bounced back inches away from it. There was no other way for him to describe it. The robot simply hit some invisible barrier and toppled backwards, crashing to the ground. Bemused, Yuga glanced around, trying to discover the source of his rescue. It couldn't have been the explosion's boy or the girl. They were currently falling to Earth some 100 meters or more away. But then, who? He was only startled out of his search when he heard the matching grunts of pain as the boy and girl sent flying from the earlier explosion hit the pavement once again, skidding several feet and likely getting some major road burn. The pair lay still, panting for several moments. Then the girl abruptly rolled to the side and vomited in a most inelegant fashion. Yuga shuddered and turned away just as an alarm blared over the PA system, followed by the voice of Present Mike. And that's a wrap. To all my listeners, thank you and have a wonderful day. Slowly, Yuga staggered to his feet, concentrating on breathing and fighting to get his trembling body back under control. He had to sparkle, he had to shine. He couldn't let anyone else see how terrified he'd truly been. Off to one side, the other examinees were starting to gather around where that explosion boy was shaking the shoulder of the girl he'd saved, his face twisted with a bizarre mixture of concern and indignant exasperation. "Oi! Don't you dare give out on me now, round cheeks!" he yelled. "Come on, get up already. Are you guys okay? Dude, how'd you do that? You can create explosions that powerful. Freakin', shut up, would you? I can't hear myself think. Oi, round cheeks. Calm down, Sonny, she'll be just fine." Everyone jumped in surprise as an elderly woman in what appeared to be a doctor-themed hero's costume walked onto the exam grounds, leaning on a cane shaped like a syringe. "Well done, everyone. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you," she continued brightly as she approached the scowling and the unconscious girl next to him. Yuga tried for a confident smile as he recognized her. "That mademoiselle," he confided in one of the other, less well-informed exam-goers, "is the heart of Ua. The youthful heroine. Recovery Girl. Her quirk is a Trace Magnifique boost of healing power. She can save anyone months of recovery time, and she's the only reason UA can get away with such reckless exams as these. Oh my, the school nurse sighed wearily as she knelt by the explosions boy. You pushed yourself a bit hard there, didn't you, Sonny? Get off my case, Granny, it's not like I had a freaking choice, he responded, glowering at the smoke still wafting from his arms. Recovery Girl chuckled at that. Well, as long as you know what you're doing. Frankly, after taking down that monstrosity, I'm surprised you aren't worse off. The hell are you talking about? Her patient frowned as she took one of his arms, letting her inspect them with a critical eye. She frowned right back at him, as did everyone else in the battle center, Yuga included. That final explosion, of course, she replied. The one that destroyed the robot's arm. I didn't do that. What? My arms were already pretty ruined by the blast I used to get in close. Firing off another one would have left me seriously messed up. That's why Round Cheeks used her gravity quirk on the both of us, so one of my smaller explosions could still do the job of getting us clear. Didn't quite work, but it was the best we had in the moment. But then, who destroyed the zero-pointer? Someone muttered. Yuga glanced around the crowd, from the speaker to the serious boy that had asked such a blunt question in the exam hall to Recovery Girl and back to the explosions boy she'd just planted a key on, much to his apparent distaste, but no one seemed to have the answer. Unbidden, Yuga's thoughts turned to the way the robot failed to hit him, when by all rights he should have been crushed. Could it be that whoever his mysterious savior was, they had saved all three of them? Would he ever know for certain? Shota yawned widely on his way up to the observation room. The first of the new tests would be starting in a few minutes, and he and Nimari were meant to be the primary judges for the new practical exam, considering that their own quirks would have placed them in it. He already had his eyes on a couple of them, namely that kid with indigo hair and a brainwashing quirk and the blue-eyed quirkless boy that had come to the test with a long wooden cane as a support item. There were a handful of other quirkless kids that had signed up for the test, but he was the only one that seemed to have any kind of potential. What the hell do you think you're doing? What do you mean? It's not like I'm breaking any rules or anything. Shota paused, glancing down the hallway to his left. There was a girl with bright pink skin and hair standing outside of the girls' locker room with her arms folded over her chest, practically radiating righteous fury as she stared down a boy that stood about as tall as her waist with spherical purple hair. Obviously it had something to do with his quirk. Other girls, already dressed in their workout gear, slipped out behind her, casting nervous glances towards the purple-haired punk. Shota didn't miss the way his eyes seemed to follow the chests of the girls walking past him. I don't give a damn if it's against the rules or not. Try to peep in the changing rooms again, and I will melt you into the ground. What's the big deal? Just 'cause I have an appreciation for the beautifulness of a girl's body. Problem here? Shota asked warningly, suppressing the urge to activate his quirk. The longer he maintained the image of being a scruffy hobo, the more effective his reveal would be when he taught his class not to judge a book by its cover. Still, the aura of exhausted irritation he gave off was usually enough to make kids this age nervous around him. This beep tried to sneak into the girls' locker room. The pink-skinned girl snapped the moment she had overcome her shock, pointing accusingly towards the purple-haired kid. Hobo or not, he was obviously some kind of faculty member, so it made sense. Seriously, just back off, the boy grumbled, pouting and turning back down the hall to slink away. It's not like I actually saw anything. Shota glared after the boy, memorizing his appearance and attempt at a swagger, which honestly came across as more of a waddle, given his height. The brat could be trouble going forward. He'd have to keep an eye on him. Thanks for the help. The pink-skinned girl grinned with enough energy to rival Hizashi or Nimari, bowing to him. It's my job, kid, Shota shrugged back, hunching a little bit more and rubbing the back of his head as he yawned. Anyway, get changed and be snappy about it. You'll be late for your exam. Yes sir. The girl grinned, saluting cheerfully before slipping inside the changing rooms herself. Shota stood guard for a little while longer to make sure the beep didn't come back, ignoring the curious glances of the examinees as they headed to their respective battle centers. But eventually, he couldn't wait any longer and so he wandered up to the observation room. Took you long enough, Shota. What kept you? Nimari waved as he entered the room. Nothing exciting, he shrugged back, flopping into his own seat. Anyone stand out to you? I like the look of the invisible girl. Nimari smirked up at the screen, twirling her hair around her finger. She understands the importance of efficiency over shyness. Oh, Shota turned curiously towards the screen. Nimari pointed to a figure that appeared to be in the process of removing their clothes. If not for her sports bra, Shota wouldn't even have known for certain that she was a girl, considering that she was completely invisible from head to toe. Mutation or emitter? Mutation, according to her file. She's going second, so she's getting herself ready now. Sounds interesting, Shota mused, settling in. Well, let's get this over with. Class 1A. Geez, why is this place such a maze? Hitoshi hoped that he didn't look as lost as he was. It didn't seem possible, but somehow Ua felt way bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. He found it eventually, just a few minutes before the bell for homeroom was supposed to ring. He could already hear the buzz of conversation on the other side of the sliding door, and resisted the impulse to groan with the impending exhaustion of socializing. Setting his jaw, Hitoshi pulled the door open and stepped inside. Get your feet down from the desk. It's disrespectful. A boy with dark, blue-toned hair and square glasses was shouting at another kid with ash-blonde hair and a mocking sneer. Mind your own damn business, ya arrogant bastard, he snorted, ignoring the boy's spluttered response. Hey, Rocky, what the hell is up with your hair? I'm gonna have to change your contact in my phone, it's so ridiculous. Aw, come on, man, I think it's cool. Another boy with bright red hair gelled into spikes and sharp teeth like a shark grinned back. A girl with pink skin and black sclera promptly glomped onto him, grinning at their evidently mutual crass friend. Yep, we're horn buddies, see? She beamed, pointing to the yellow horns protruding from her hair. Yeah, whatever panda eyes, the snorted, the barest hint of a smirk touching the corner of his mouth. Just remember, I can't stand PDA. What? Dude, come on, you know that's not what we meant. Hitoshi blinked at the bizarre interaction, more than slightly overwhelmed by their extrovertedness and silently vowing to keep himself well away from that social circle. Then he realized that his seat was just a couple of chairs behind the crass, and suppressed a groan because of course it was. Resigning himself to his fate, Hitoshi began to make his way in that direction. At least, that had been his intention. The small body colliding with him and knocking him off his feet kind of put a damper on that, though. Although somehow, he never reached the floor. Instead, he just floated somewhere halfway between catching his balance and losing it. It was rather disorienting. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, are you okay? A girl's voice exclaimed, a hand quickly appearing in his field of vision and correcting his orientation with the floor. Hitoshi glanced up with as much indifference as he could muster to meet a pair of anxious brown eyes and bright pink cheeks framed by short brown hair. I'm so sorry. I thought I was gonna be late, so I was in a hurry and the door was open and I wasn't looking where I was going, and... Calm down, I'm fine, Hitoshi grumbled, folding his arms across his chest. Although I would like to be let down now. Oh, right, she squeaked, pressing the pads of her fingers together with a look of concentration. Release, she muttered, and he dropped easily back to the floor. Then she shook her head and smiled brightly at him, extending her hand once more in what was obviously an attempt at a clean slate. Anyway, I'm Uraraka Ochako. What's your name? He blinked at her warm smile and her bright eyes. Oh no, she was one of those types, he could already tell. One of the super peppy ones that was going to be his friend or die trying, at least until she learned what his quirk was. Still, Shinso Hitoshi, he sighed back, taking her hand if only for the sake of appearances. He may not have come to UA to make friends, but he had no intention of making only enemies. Well, it's great to meet you, Shinso-kun. She replied brightly, her eyes scrunching up with the sincerity of her smile. He was in the middle of deciding whether that was what was making him nauseous or if it was just because he'd skipped breakfast that morning when a voice sounded from the floor behind her. If you're just here to make friends, then you can pack up your stuff now. If not, Then welcome to UA's hero course. Uraraka froze, eyes wide as she turned to gape at the speaker. Frankly, Hitoshi couldn't blame her for her reaction. Whoever this guy was, he looked more like a caterpillar than a human, encased in a mummy-style yellow sleeping bag and lying on the floor just outside of their room. He had long, scruffy black hair and a dead-to-the-world stare that Hitoshi related to on a spiritual level, and when he pulled down the zipper of his bag enough to finish drinking one of those jelly pouches that grade school kids were all over, he could make out a black top and an overlong, white-gray scarf nestled around his shoulders in dozens of broad loops. He seemed vaguely familiar. Oh, this was the proctor for his practical exam. The guy who'd explained the test to him and his fellow hopefuls before flatly declaring that ultimately he didn't care what they did or even if they passed as long as they didn't kill anyone. Hitoshi still wasn't sure what to think of him. Maybe this was his chance to decide. With a weary sigh and rolled eyes, the man pulled the zipper down the rest of the way, slowly making his way to his feet. It took 8 seconds for all of you to shut up. That's not gonna work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. Who is this guy? Hitoshi heard someone mumble behind him. When he glanced back, he was fairly certain it was a blonde kid with a black streak vaguely in the shape of a lightning bolt through his bangs. Is he a pro? Must be. Another boy with black hair and bulbous elbows shrugged back. Another tired sigh. Somehow, Hitoshi suspected that the man on the floor had heard every word. His next comment basically confirmed it. Hello, I'm Aizawa Shota, your teacher. Teacher. A few different voices sputtered, and the man rolled his eyes again. Right, let's get to it, he grunted, reaching into his sleeping bag and producing a pile of blue, white, and red track uniforms, stylized so that the letters U and A were marked into the fabric, vaguely mimicking the school's logo. Put these on and head outside. Changing rooms are around the corner. Today if you would, Aizawa added when everyone hesitated. Muttering uncertainly, Hitoshi and his new classmates stepped forward, accepting the uniforms as they passed through the doorway and headed towards the aforementioned changing rooms. He hung towards the back of the pack, content to watch and observe over being in the thick of the crowd. Of the 20 students in the class, 14 were boys and 6 were girls. Most of them didn't look like much, but then again, he didn't look like much either. Still, that didn't keep the giant of a young man with 6 arms or the boy with a bird head or the girl with pink skin and matching hair from standing out any less. Nor did it keep him from noticing the crass grab a short boy with purple hair by the ear and drag him away from the girls' changing room with a growl that sounded suspiciously like, "Don't even think about it." He caught a few names while they all changed. That noisy that always seemed to be in the thick of things was Bakugo, and his red-headed, shark-toothed friend was Kirishima, or maybe Weird Hair or Rocky, but probably Kirishima. The blue-haired boy with the square glasses loudly announced himself as Iida Tenya at some point, but before he could insist on everyone else's names, they'd all finished changing and it was time to go. No one wanted to risk discovering how much of a temper Aizawa might have this early in the game. The girls were already out there by the time they arrived. That brown-haired girl, Uraraka, waved cheerily at him, then, slightly bizarrely, she positively beamed at Bakugo, her eyes lighting up with recognition. Even more bizarrely, the grumpy boy sighed and nodded back in reluctant acknowledgement before the both of them turned their focus to their teacher, who stood in front of the group. "About time you got here. Any later and I would have expelled the whole lot of you," he droned offhandedly. Lightning tried to laugh, but at Aizawa's glare, it quickly died in his throat. "Anyway, we're gonna have a quirk assessment test." "A what?" "But orientation," Uraraka protested anxiously. "We're gonna miss it. If you really wanna make the big leagues, then you can't waste time in pointless ceremonies," their teacher bit out, instantly silencing the entire class. "Here at UA, we're not tethered to foolish traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. You've been taking standardized tests most of your lives, but you've never gotten to use your quirks in physical exams before. The country's still trying to pretend that we're all created equal by not letting those with the most power excel. It's not rational. Someday the Ministry of Education will learn." Hitoshi felt something sink into the pit of his gut. He could guess where this was going, and he most certainly didn't like it. "Bakugo. Yeah, You got the highest score on the entrance exam. What was the farthest you managed to throw a softball in junior high? Aizawa asked, and that heavy something settled a little lower. Bakugo frowned, considering. He seemed weirdly uncomfortable with this whole situation. Hitoshi would have thought he was the type to enjoy the spotlight. 67 meters, I think. Right. Try it with your quirk, their teacher continued, offering him a softball that probably had some sort of tracking device in it. Anything goes, just stay in the circle to pitch it. Bakugo grunted in acquiescence as he stepped forward. Right man, you asked for it, he muttered, then took a deep breath and readied his stance. Uraraka perked up with interest, but when Hitoshi glanced at her, all she did was smile knowingly. A moment later, he found out why. Die. Bakugo roared as a massive explosion burst from the palm of his hand, smoke streaming like a comet tail behind the ball as it flew into the distance. While his classmates gaped, Hitoshi did nothing of the sort. Aizawa continued his explanation. All of you need to figure out your maximum capabilities as they now stand. It's the most rational way to determine your potential. To emphasize his point, he held up his phone, open to an app synchronized with whatever device was wired to the ball. Over 700 meters. Dude, that's amazing. Lightning gaped. I wanna go. Looks like fun. Pinky squealed. This is what I'm talking about. Getting to use our quirks as much as we want. Weird Elbows added, grinning eagerly. All three of their excited expressions vanished with their teacher's next words. So this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's all gonna be games and play time. Idiots. He grinned, and the expression was absolutely terrifying. Today you'll be competing in 8 physical exams to determine your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately. Expelled? No way. You can't do that on the first day. It isn't fair. Like I said, I get to control how this class runs, Aizawa cut in, still smiling coldly. If that's a problem, then you can pack up and go home right now. Yeah. Hitoshi groaned internally, I'm royally screwed. By the time they reached the halfway point of the tests, Hitoshi had concluded that he'd never felt so humiliated in all his life. Even after all the work he'd put in, even after UA had changed policy to create a separate entrance exam for students like him with quirks unsuited to combat with robots, he was still essentially being told to give up. He'd known from the moment Aizawa had announced the test that things would end up this way. His quirk just wasn't suited for application to a physical exam. He couldn't brainwash the ball into flying further, nor could he brainwash his frickin' legs into jumping farther or running faster for the long jump or 50-meter dash. It just didn't work that way. He grit his teeth as he walked at the back of the class, his hands balled into fists, in spite of his best efforts to maintain a calm, collected air. Get it together, Hitoshi, he scolded himself. Do you want to be a hero or not? What's with that look? Hitoshi actually jumped, then whirled around, wide-eyed, towards a slight young man standing just to the side of the path, arms folded across his chest, one of his bright red high tops raised to balance himself against the wall, dressed in gray slacks and a black hoodie, pulled low over his eyes so that all he could see was a couple strands of curly green hair, a notebook tucked under one arm. The new freshman blinked at the other boy, more than a little bit bewildered by his sudden appearance. Not to mention his somewhat lax attention to it. What are you doing here? He managed eventually, hoping he sounded a little more composed than he looked and biting back a wince when he realized he'd forgotten not to phrase his words as a question. The boy chuckled softly, straightening and turning to face him, although Hitoshi still couldn't see his eyes. Don't worry, my sensei knows I'm out here. That wasn't my question. True, came the faint smile. I was just interested in seeing the results of Aizawa-sensei's quirk test this year. This year? Hitoshi frowned. So this is a regular occurrence. Yeah, came the huffed laugh. Last year he expelled his entire class. Hitoshi choked. You've gotta be screwing with me. Not all at once, but over the course of the school year. It's kind of a legend among the upperclassmen. But honestly, I saw it coming. They put up a poor showing during their quirk assessment. Half of them gave up before they'd even begun, resigning themselves to expulsion. The rest obviously had no strong handle on their quirks, or even much of a willingness to get creative using them. One was a bully, one was a beep, on top of which, their top performer wanted to be a hero, just because. The boy shook his head with a pitying air, and Histoshi couldn't help but think that the boy was awfully well informed. A management student, maybe. Or support, and maybe with an information-oriented or otherwise analytical quirk. Honestly, I don't blame Aizawa-sensei for expelling them. I wouldn't worry about it too much, though. This class has a lot of potential. All the students I've seen so far have been incredible. They've really embraced the challenge of applying their quirks to the tests. Although, come to think of it, I don't think I've seen you use yours yet. Yeah, well, my quirk isn't exactly anything physical. There's not much I can do to apply it to a test like this. The boy cocked his head slightly to one side, his slight frown indicating that he was surveying Hitoshi like a particularly fascinating math problem. Then, all at once, the confusion vanished. Oh, are you one of the students that got in through the new test system? He nodded, and even without seeing his eyes, the upperclassman's face instantly seemed to light up. Hey, that's amazing. So what is your quirk, exactly? If they let you take the secondary exam, then it's something that can't affect electronics, right? Is it biologically oriented, like Midnight Sensei's quirk, or quirk manipulation oriented, like Aizawa Sensei's? Hitoshi hesitated. It wasn't that he minded talking about his quirk, but most people didn't exactly react favorably towards him when they found out about it. But this boy seemed so open and earnest, it felt like a crime to just brush him off. It's more biological, he said slowly. Awesome. Emitter type, I'm guessing. I mean, of course. If it was transformation, they'd probably have sent you to the regular exam. Well, unless it's like Shishikura Seiji, where he has a transformation quirk with emitter-like properties that only affect biological matter, but that's a rare. Sorry, the boy cut himself off, looking somewhat embarrassed as he raised a hand to rub the back of his neck. If that hood wasn't hiding his face, Hitoshi imagined he'd be blushing. I get like that when I'm thinking too much. Anyway, what's your quirk called? It's brainwashing, he admitted finally, casting a nervous glance towards the other boy. He'd gone still, and even though he couldn't see it, Hitoshi could imagine his eyes widening, imagine the fear and the caution leaking into th. That's so cool. Hitoshi blinked at him. What? The boy was practically bouncing on the balls of his feet as he fumbled for a pen and whipped open his notebook. How does it work? What's the activator? Can you control multiple people at once? Can you only control your target's actions, or can you control what they say, too? Do they have any memory of what you've done after the fact? Does their willingness or awareness have any effect on your level of control? Can they resist or reinterpret commands, or does it all lie in the intent? Is there any way to break out of it? Can you issue multiple commands at once? Does it give you control over their quirk too? Can you give commands silently, or does it have to be vocal? What? Oi, Shinso, come on. We're about to start without you, man. The boy broke off, jumping slightly at the sound of the voice. It was the boy with the obnoxiously red hair, waving at them from the corner of the gym. Kirishima, right. Sorry about that, the green-haired boy called back. I held him up. He turned back with a slightly sheepish smile, closing his notebook around the pen. Sorry if I came off too strong there. It's just that mind control quirks are really rare, so I don't get the chance to talk to users often. I'd better let you get to class though. Aizawa-sensei's not known for his patience. Yeah, okay, Hitoshi murmured, still a little whiplashed from the boy's unexpected reaction. His quirk was cool. Oh, and Shinso-san. Yeah, the boy had turned back towards him, and just for a moment, Hitoshi caught a glimpse of emerald green eyes, reflecting the faint smile playing around his lips. Just a word of advice. Aizawa-sensei values creativity and tenacity over orthodoxy. My quirk is brainwashing, not mind reading. You're gonna have to explain that a bit more. Your quirk may not be physical in nature, but it might give you access to resources that no one else has. Just thought I'd remind you of that. Okay. Hitoshi frowned, watching as the boy turned and walked away in the general direction of the main building. Still a bit bemused by their entire interaction, he ran after Kirishima, who led the way into the gym. So who was that guy? The redhead frowned, cocking his head curiously at him. Dunno. An upperclassman, I think. Huh, weird. Yeah, Hitoshi agreed absently as they rejoined their classmates. Now that the slowpokes have joined us, Aizawa droned wearily, we can continue the test. Next we're demonstrating grip strength. Everyone grab a scale. Hitoshi stayed back once again as the rest of his class stepped forward to grab a machine, but this time it was because his thoughts were still spinning around what that boy had said. Aizawa values creativity. Creativity, his quirk, while powerful, was pretty one note if he was being honest. He could take over people's minds, get them to do things they didn't want to do, but he couldn't trick a machine with it. Your quirk gives you access to resources that no one else has. Whoa dude, that's incredible. You hit 540 kilograms. Someone called. Hitoshi glanced over curiously, towards where that giant of a young man with 3 arms on each side had taken one of the machines with all 3 arms and used them to increase his overall grip. There were a couple of other students gathered around him, gawking at the score that had appeared on the screen. The boy with the funky elbows appeared to have been the speaker. Resources that no one else has. An insane plan formulated in his mind. It was the kind of plan that might get him expelled, but frankly if he didn't try something he was likely to get expelled anyway. So Hitoshi set aside his doubts and stepped forward. Hey, you're pretty strong, right? I guess. Instantly, his classmate's face went slack, his eyes staring straight ahead. Hitoshi allowed himself a grim smile. Do the test for me, he commanded quietly, passing the grip strength machine to him. Without a word, the other student complied, while weird elbows gaped at him. Dude, how'd you do that? Hitoshi shrugged, taking his machine back as he released control. 6 arms blinked and stared at him, then at the machine in Hitoshi's hands with an even higher score than had been on his own. Did I do that? He frowned, and Hitoshi shrugged noncommittally, internally bracing himself for the backlash of his classmates' fury, for the ostracization and fear that always followed his quirk. Clever. For the second time that day, all Hitoshi could do was blink. What? 6 arms shrugged. He couldn't see him smile past the face mask he insisted on wearing, but he could hear it vaguely. You have some kind of control quirk, right? It's a clever way to apply it to a test like this, he clarified. But how'd you get a higher score than I did? I'm not sure, Hitoshi admitted. Maybe my quirk helped you to not overthink things. His classmate considered, then nodded. That could be it. Might be an interesting way to team up in a battle at some point. An interesting way too. Wait, you're suggesting that you want me to brainwash you again? Hitoshi stared in bewilderment. Well, I'm not gonna lie, it felt pretty weird, 6 arms acknowledged, but a quirk like that could be really effective in stopping villains. It'd be a waste not to practice with it, right? Yeah, no kidding. Weird elbows suddenly cut in, grinning. That power of yours is amazing, dude. I'm glad you're on our side. I guess, Hitoshi agreed, feeling almost dizzy in the face of his eager smile. All right, we're moving on to the sit-ups, Aizawa called, his voice still the epitome of boredom. Pick a partner and get moving. Wanna team up? Elbows asked instantly, still grinning. Sure. Hitoshi glanced towards the teacher as he and his classmate Zero, he soon learned, headed towards the mats, and was slightly surprised to realize that he was side-eyeing him, appraising Ly as well, the faintest of smiles touching his lips before he hid the expression in his scarf. It was such a stark contrast to his usual basilisk glare, Hitoshi actually stopped walking for a moment to stare. Looked like he wasn't going to be expelled for quirk abuse, then. There wasn't much he could do with his quirk to facilitate the sit-ups or the seated toe touch, but the long-distance run, the final event of the morning, was another matter. As the students gathered by the start line, Hitoshi quietly approached Iida. Hey, how fast can you go carrying another person? He asked. Well, it depends. Iida's face went slack, and at Hitoshi's command, let him ride piggyback. The brainwasher did his best to ignore the startled looks from some of their other classmates. He knew that he looked absolutely ridiculous, and he pretended that was all that was making them stare. In the end, they still managed to finish first, even with Hitoshi's added weight. Iida didn't take his manipulation as well as 6 arms or Shoji, as he'd introduced himself, had, but begrudgingly admitted it was a smart move, and even commented he thought this might have been his best time over this distance, especially considering the added burden of Hitoshi. Maybe his quirk really could help people avoid overthinking things. When the results came out, Hitoshi was honestly surprised and more than a little relieved to find he'd placed 15th, just above his sit-ups partner Siro. The last place, Mineta Minoru, was told to go pack his bags. The boy wailed like a siren, tears gushing from his eyes and a little blood leaking from his scalp, but Aizawa remained utterly unimpressed. As a matter of fact, Hitoshi could see a little more disdain clouding the man's eyes with every word to leave the boy's mouth. When the words, Yaoyorozu, and boobs, appeared in the same sentence, any remaining vestiges of patience vanished in an instant, his eyes suddenly burning red and his seemingly unobtrusive scarf whipping out to wrap the little beep up like a mummy. "Did I stutter?" he growled lowly, and his former student released a muffled squeak of fear. What is this? I get it," Bakugo snorted suddenly. "That's your capture weapon. You're Eraserhead, aren't you, the underground hero? I thought you seemed familiar." Aizawa-sensei, Hitoshi supposed that he'd earned the honorific, shot him an odd look, but didn't deny it. Instead he returned his attention to Mineta, flicking the scarf capture weapon and allowing it to unravel. "If you understand your situation, then pack your bags and get out." Still sniffling, but too terrified to protest further, Mineta left. Hitoshi did not fail to notice that he shot one more disgustingly hungry glance towards the girls as he did so. Nor did he fail to notice that all of them seemed to press a little tighter around Yaoyorozu, who looked rather pale as she crossed her arms over her chest. Now that that's been taken care of, Aizawa-sensei sighed, snapping instantly back to his humdrum demeanor. "There are a few things that I need to give you all before sending you home for the day. So go on, back to the classroom with everyone. Except Bakugo." What did I do? I want a word." Hitoshi followed the rest of the chattering crowd back towards the classroom, staying towards the back as usual, casting a curious glance towards where their teacher stood, speaking quietly to the scruffy. They were angled in such a way that he couldn't tell what he was saying by the movement of his lips, but it seemed serious judging by his posture and the grim light in his dark eyes. "So, Shinso-kun, what did you think of the test?" Uraraka asked brightly, falling into step alongside him and startling his attention away from them. At first, all he could do was stare at her. Was this the third time today? She knew what his quirk could do now, and yet she still insisted on being his friend. "It was all right," he shrugged eventually. "Made me think outside the box a bit. I know, right, I never would have thought of using your quirk that way. Getting other people to help you out was really clever. Iida-kun mentioned that when you hypnotized him or whatever, it was like you were able to push him past his limits, too. If we ever did team-ups, do you think you could help suppress my nausea reflex? It's not too horrible most of the time, but if I push too hard." Hitoshi listened to her chatter on, still processing the fact that, even after learning about his quirk, no one had rejected him yet. In fact, they were encouraging him. "It's an interesting group we have here," he thought. Then the thought occurred to him that it might have been him sent home if he hadn't used his quirk on Shoji and Iida. If that had happened, he'd never have the chance to get to know this strange, friendly bunch of kids. One way or another, he'd have to thank that green-haired boy if he ever saw him again. Eijiro kept glancing over his shoulder as he trailed after the rest of his new class, waiting for Bakugo to finish his word with Aizawa-sensei. He could tell that his best friend's posture was unusually stiff. Eijiro hoped that he wasn't in trouble for some reason, especially considering that their teacher obviously had no qualms about kicking troublemakers out of school. Seriously though, that little bastard had been asking for it. Ashido had told him and Bakugo how that purple-haired punk tried sneaking into the girls' changing room back during the entrance exam. Then talking about the top scorer in the quirk assessment test like she was some kind of star. So not manly. Matter of fact, that was probably one of the least many things he had ever seen. Frankly, Eijiro was relieved that Punk had been expelled. Eventually, Bakugo walked away from their new teacher, his face unreadable. He didn't even pause to roll his eyes when he noticed that Eijiro had waited up for him. "Hey man, you okay?" The newly redhead asked softly, falling in step with him. Fine. What was all that about? Bakugo sighed deeply, the sound a combination of exasperation, irritation, and resignation. The school knows I'm in therapy but not why, so they want me to take a psych exam from their counselor. Didn't you already have to take one of those when you applied to UA? Eijiro frowned. Yeah, but they want me to take one from somebody with a little more familiarity with the stresses of being a pro hero. The grumbled, making air quotes with his fingers, although by now, Eijiro knew him well enough to tell that the irritation was just a shield for his worry. Hey, you'll do fine, man. You've worked so hard the last few years to get a handle on your temper, I'm sure it'll be fine. I don't think it's about that, Bakugo sighed. I think they want to know about my trauma therapy. Oh, Eijiro blinked, suddenly understanding why he'd seemed so dead-eyed from the conversation. It had taken nearly 2 years of friendship before Bakugo had told him about the reason why he transferred schools, the death of Midoriya Izuku. He knew that Bakugo blamed himself, and while Eijiro didn't agree that he should, he could empathize with why. It had to be awful to realize your childhood best friend committed suicide and you'd never noticed just how far gone they were. He could only imagine how hard it must be for Bakugo to open up to a total stranger about it when it took him so long even to mention it to his friends. Well hey, Eijiro smiled, lightly punching his friend's shoulder, you're one of the manliest people I know. I'm sure it'll all work out. Bakugo huffed at that, a crooked smile curling his lips, too. I should smack you for that. What? I gave you a compliment. You said, one of. If I'm not the best then it's an insult. Sorry man, but not even you are as manly as Crimson Riot. Like hell, weird hair. Kyoko was going to fall asleep if this kept up for much longer. How was she supposed to keep track of the difference between a relative pronoun and a subject pronoun? It was only the second day of school for heaven's sake. English was stupid, and it had nothing to do with hero work anyway. She chose to ignore the voice in the back of her head reminding her that most international heroes' affairs were conducted in English anymore. In an effort to stay awake, Kyoko allowed one of her earphone jacks to wind downward and fit itself between a pair of the cracks in the floorboard. Instantly, about 20 heartbeats resounded through her body, creating a veritable tattoo of complex polyrhythms that had her smiling quietly and tapping a finger to the beat. Slowly, she expanded her awareness, taking note of the pencils scratching across paper, students shifting in their desks, that electric guy snickering about something on his phone under his breath, present Mike's amplified voice asking them which of the example sentences on the board contained a mistake. Then Kyoko heard something rather odd. A new voice, one that she didn't think she'd ever heard before, mumbling too quietly for anyone else to hear. The relative pronoun is incorrect in the last one, a moment before Yaoyorozu raised her hand to say the same thing. Well, more or less. She said it in a much more formal manner than the mumbler. Not to mention she expanded the answer significantly. Even if she hadn't, it couldn't have been her. This other voice was male. Curious, Kyoko cast a cautious glance around the room, wondering who it may have been. She'd heard most of the boys speak at some point. The only ones that she hadn't paid much attention to were that triangle-headed boy, the six-armed guy, and the one with wild indigo hair, all of whom sat towards the back. She'd have to pay closer attention in the future. By the time lunch ended, she'd marked off Shoji and Shinso. Yeah, Shinso. The triangle-headed kid, Kota, still hadn't said a word. He seemed to use sign language though, so maybe he just couldn't talk. But in that case, who the heck had she heard speaking in English class? I am here. Coming through the door like a hero. The entire class burst into excited squeals and whispers as All Might himself entered the room. So the rumors about him being a UA teacher were true after all. He is one heck of an awkward teacher, though, Kyoko snickered to herself as he glanced over his notes with that iconic smile fixed into place. They were starting off with a bang. Battle training, and in costume, too. She was impressed that the support teams had churned them out so quickly, but then again they were professionals. She quite liked her own outfit. It had a distinctly punk rock vibe, and the speakers fitted to her legs were gonna be sick for weaponizing her quirk. The other girls didn't look half bad either, although Yaoyorozu looked somewhat uncomfortable. Something wrong, Yaomomo. Mina, as she'd insisted on being called, asked curiously, her head cocked to one side as she pulled her sleeveless, fur-collared jacket on over her vibrant jumpsuit. Oh, why yes, I'm fine. Just feeling a little exposed after the incident with Mineta, the other girl confessed, glancing over her own costume. Kyoka could understand what she meant. The bright red leotard in her briefcase had been cut to leave her skin uncovered from stomach to throat, leaving only a thin band over her chest to keep her assets in place. Otherwise she was only provided with a stiff yellow skirt thing that hung low on her hips and left her legs bare from the upper thighs down, equipped with a small shelf for her to keep a book filled with chemical and mechanical processes that Kyoka couldn't have kept straight even if she'd wanted to. Frankly, she looked great, and the exposed skin was very much necessary for her quirk, but after being singled out by the class beep so recently, it was probably a bit much. Yeah, I get that, Uraraka sighed. Honestly, I'm a little uncomfortable in my costume, too. It's a bit more skin-tight than I would have liked. Well, you could always request a change, Kyoka shrugged, pulling on her own leather jacket and smoothing out the collar. Like Yaoyorozu, maybe you could ask for something more like a sports bra. It could cover your chest a bit more and still leave your stomach and back free to create. Yeah, and maybe shorts instead of the skirt. Su-chan, as she'd insisted on being called, piped up, tilting her head to one side and resting her finger on her chin. Or at least biker shorts to put underneath the skirt. Hero. But either way it's up to you. Yaoyorozu smiled, a flicker of relief entering her dark eyes. Thank you, Jiro-san, Su-chan. I'll consider it. Kyoka shrugged again, but smiled just the same. When they'd first met, Yaoyorozu had seemed like your typical arrogant, slightly snooty rich girl, and the fact that she'd been accepted into UA on recommendation hadn't helped her case. But then the Mineta thing had happened and suddenly she'd been humanized, seeking support and friendship among the other girls and smiling with a genuity and gratitude that was frankly dazzling when they freely gave it. Since then, she'd quickly shown herself to be kind, too, offering to help anyone who wanted it during study hall and eagerly engaging them all in conversation during lunch, focusing far more on asking about their lives than telling them about her own. In a weird way, Kyoka was grateful to Mineta for that. If it hadn't been for him, she might not have become friends with Yaoyorozu so quickly. Soon after that, they headed outside. The boys looked great too. Even Mr. Pikachu. Actually, she was a little surprised by how much his aesthetic complemented her own, all the way down to the leather jacket and cargo pants. She found herself wondering what kind of music he listened to as she turned her attention back to All Might. All right, ya newbies, he boomed, fists planted on his hips in a power pose. Let's get started. The class was randomly split into 6 groups, mostly of 3s, but there was one group of 4. She overheard All Might grumbling under his breath about how inconvenient it had been to have to split a class of 19 instead of 20 into an even number of groups and smirked. She herself ended up in Group A with Shinso and Bakugo. Group B was Iida, Uraraka, and Tokiyami, C was Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Kirishima, D was Koda, Sato, Ojiro, and Hagakure, E was Shoji, Aoyama, and Mina, and F was Su-chan, Pikachu, and Siro. Iida complained a bit about the randomness of the groupings, but Uraraka looked thoughtful. I mean, if you think about it, she pointed out slowly, heroes often have to team up with whoever arrives on the scene. They don't always have a choice of partners. Ah, I see, Iida mused, his voice muffled by his medieval-style helmet. I understand. Please forgive my rudeness. No sweat. From there, the groups were to be randomly matched against each other as heroes and villains, with the latter hiding and defending a fake nuke while the former tried to find and capture them. The groups had 10 minutes to plan between exercises, then 15 minutes to reach their objectives. So it's basically an expanded version of our entrance exam, Hagakure had commented to Shinso. Except, not working alone and not going up against third years. The first pairing pitched Group C as the heroes against Group E as the villains. The 2 groups were given 10 minutes to strategize and otherwise prepare. In the meantime, Kyoka and the rest of the class followed All Might to an observation room lined with screens showing dozens of views of the building from a variety of angles. Together, they watched as Shoji carried the nuke to the top floor. Then, after a brief discussion, Aoyama was left behind as a defender while Ishido and Shoji rushed back to the ground floor. There, they watched as Shoji's extra arms transformed into extra sets of eyes and ears that waved through the air, and Mina knelt down at the top of the first flight of stairs, pressing her hands to the floor. A moment later, smoke began to rise from the concrete. "What's going on?" Pikachu frowned, glancing towards the group still strategizing outside. Bakugo rolled his eyes. "She's setting traps, ya idiot," he deadpanned. "Her quirk is acid. Obviously they're going for a time game, using Pinky to keep them busy and Six Arms to keep a lookout while Laser Boy watches the weapon." "Very good, Bakugo Shonen." All Might beamed. "It's an excellent strategy, taking advantage of each group member's strengths. When time ends in 2 minutes, we'll see the hero's response." The hero's response, at least initially, was to send Todoroki forward. The dual-toned boy laid one hand against the wall, and Kyoka and the rest of her classmates gaped as ice swept from his fingertips, rapidly encasing the entire building. They could feel the cold from the observation room, it was so intense. Take note of Todoroki Shonen's technique, class," All Might called, shivering. He used his power in such a way that it would hopefully neutralize the villain team without missing the weapon itself. "Yeah, on most teams that would have worked," Bakugo agreed, pointing at the screen, "but against these guys." Kyoka quickly saw what Blasty meant by that. Mina's acid easily melted through Todoroki's ice, and she quickly freed Shoji as well. Aoyama had a harder time of it, but he could shoot lasers from his stomach, so he managed to get free, too. Still, the ice would slow them down, not to mention muffle sounds, so that Shoji would be less effective at identifying the locations of their pursuers, so it wasn't like it had been a wasted strategy. The heroes walked through the front door, Hiroshima in the lead and Todoroki at the rear, while Yaoyorozu walked between them, pulling a strange device right out of her stomach. "What's that supposed to be?" Zero frowned now. "It looks like one of those spy thingies in movies," Hagakure commented. "The hearing whatchamacallits. She's trying to figure out where the villains are," Uraraka realized. "That's right, Uraraka Shouju. It's a smart move. A hero should always gather as much information as possible when walking into a potentially dangerous situation." Things progressed steadily from there. Mina and Shoji continued higher and higher through the building, the latter informing the former of the hero's whereabouts, while they continued setting traps throughout the various hallways and stairwells. Mina got them good a couple of times, like at the first stairwell, where she weakened and carved away a portion of the cement so that it collapsed underneath them. Hiroshima managed to quickly harden his hand, driving it into the cement to keep from falling before reaching back to try to catch Yaoyorozu's hand, but he missed, so Todoroki, who hadn't yet reached that portion of the staircase, had to catch her instead. But Todoroki's ice slowed the villains down, and almost 10 minutes into the battle trial and on the third floor, Mina tried to get too ambitious, melting away an entire portion of the floor, allowing the heroes to catch up. Instantly, Todoroki stepped forward, ice flashing out from his right foot and immobilizing Shoji and Mina in seconds. Mina tried to use her acid to free herself, but Kirishima got there before she could. Kyoka couldn't hear them from this distance, and their voices weren't projected on the screens, but she could tell that the pink-haired girl was yelling dramatically while the redhead wrapped her and Shoji in capture tape and let Todoroki and Yaoyorozu run ahead. Without any traps blocking their way, they reached Aoyama and the nuke in no time. Another flash of ice and some tricky maneuvering from Yaoyorozu to avoid Aoyama's last-ditch attempt at firing his laser later, they had captured the weapon. Kyoka's classmates cheered as All Might announced the hero team's victory. Hiroshima used his hardening to chip Shoji out while Mina just used her acid. Todoroki meanwhile stepped forward to press his left hand to the ice encasing Aoyama, and it instantly transformed into steam. "Dang, that guy has 2 quirks." Zero and Pikachu gaped. "Next up, these guys," All Might announced, holding up Group D as the heroes, and Group B as the villains. Hagakure cheered, and Iida groaned. It may be for training, he sighed as he, Uraraka, and Tokiyami began to make their way towards the next building, but it still pains me to be aligned with the villains. This fight was considerably more one-sided than the last. Uraraka had the brilliant idea of making the nuke float, then wrapped the capture tape around it and had Tokiyami's dark shadow attach it to the building's outer wall, out of reach from any window and just too far down to grab from the roof. With that done, the three of them took up strategic positions around the building to spy on and ambush the hero team. Iida took Kota down first, since his ability to control animals made him an excellent spy, and they didn't want to risk him discovering the location of the bomb too soon. He was fast enough to zip in, snag him with the capture tape, and zip away again before the other heroes had a chance to react. After that, it was 3-on-3. Uraraka took down Sato, darting in when he and Ojiro split up to look for the weapon on the second floor. One touch, and he was floating up by the ceiling. Iida arrived a moment later with the capture tape, then he and Uraraka set off to look for Ojiro together. Tokiyami found Hagakure trying to sneak up the stairs to the fourth floor. Or rather, Dark Shadow did. Honestly, Kyoka had lost track of her. She only found out later that she'd squeaked in surprise when Dark Shadow swooped overhead, and that was the only reason she was caught. Surprisingly, Ojiro gave them the most trouble. He managed to take Iida by surprise by leaping through the window of one of the rooms and bringing his tail down on the back of his head hard enough to give him a concussion before darting away again, seconds before Uraraka managed to tag him. Ojiro used his tail as a climbing tool, getting to the higher floors by climbing out the windows and skipping the stairs entirely, on top of which it meant that he very nearly captured the weapon before the villain team could get back to it. Fortunately, however, Dark Shadow managed to get him around the waist and haul him back a few feet away from the paper match nuke, holding him firm until Uraraka could float herself out the window and get him with the capture tape as well. Uraraka threw up and very nearly passed out after that, but still grinned and managed a shaky, worth it. Then it was Kyoka's turn. Pikachu, Su-chan, and Siro as the villains, and her, Bakugo, and Shinso as the heroes. It was an odd dynamic, to say the least. Both of her teammates clearly didn't like interacting with people much, and even showed it in similar ways: clipped, sarcastic, abrasive comments and lots of grumbling under their breath. Unfortunately, the combination of two people like that on the same team was not a good one. The result, Jiro was forced into the awkward position of mediator. "So, let's talk quirks," she declared loudly, clapping her hands together in an effort to break off a glaring contest between the two boys. "Mine is called earphone jack. I can use these both for scouting, by plugging into a wall and listening to the vibrations, and offense, by plugging them into the stereos on my boots and amplifying my heartbeat. You guys." Lord Grumpy spoke first, sighing with a world-weary air. "My quirk is called explosion. It's basically what it sounds like. I sweat something like nitroglycerin and then fire explosions from the palms of my hands. I can use them to increase attack power or mobility. And I don't half-ass anything, especially a fight. My quirk is called brainwashing. When I ask someone a question and they give a verbal response, I can control them. I can't force them to do anything that requires high brain functions, like speaking or writing, but I can get them to do just about anything else." Great. So what do we know about the villains' quirks? As I recall, Asui's basically a frog. Siro has tape arms, and Kaminari is basically Pikachu. Kyoka smirked. "Yeah," Shinso agreed, the barest hint of a smile touching his lips while just Bakugo snorted. "Any idea what sorts of strategies they might use?" "Not a clue," Grumpy shrugged, looking over the floor plan they'd been given of the building. "We don't know enough about their quirks. But I bet Jax here could figure that out once we get started." Kyoka nodded in agreement. "Then what? Like I said, I'm pretty combat-oriented. You don't look like you could throw a punch, but your quirk's useful. If you can control 'em, we can wrap everyone in capture tape pretty easy. Then I'll take care of anyone who wises up to how your quirk works." "Sounds pretty solid to me." "Yeah, all right," Shinso agreed, and the plan was set. Once the 10 minutes were up, Kyoka and her teammates slipped carefully inside. Remembering the ambush that Iida pulled off, they snuck in through a window instead of going through the front. Shortly thereafter, Kyoka found a load-bearing wall and stuck in her jack. Fourth floor, she murmured softly, by the north-facing wall, maybe 25 or 30 meters from the staircase. Someone's defending, but moving carefully, like there are obstacles around him. Maybe it's Zero setting traps. But then again, there's also someone near the front, hanging from the ceiling. That's probably him, so they must have left Pikachu with the weapon instead. Mina and Shoji really set a precedent by splitting up from Aoyama. Are you sure it isn't the frog girl? Asui. Yeah, Su-chan is by the stairs, she has a unique gate. Alright, which punk do we destroy first? Taking Asui would clear the stairs, but then we run the risk of Zero sneaking up on us. So we take Zero first. Probably for the best. Alright, let's go get tape arms. Blasty grinned fiercely. Kyoka smiled, shaking her head slightly as she rose to her feet. Then she froze, pressing close to the wall again, her face contorted in concentration. Jax, what's up? That's odd, she muttered under her breath, ignoring him. What is? Shinso frowned, sizing up the wall as though it would tell him what she hadn't yet. There's someone else, she said slowly. Someone else. Yeah, I swear I heard them earlier in class, too. Somebody mumbling. Mumbling? Lord Grumpy asked, his expression suddenly sharp and even fierce. What kind of mumbling? It's not super clear. It's quiet and at a distance. I think they're near the stairs. So what the frick is he saying? Blasty demanded. Calm down, Shinso growled warningly. You're going to give us away to the other team. Damn it, Bags, this is more important. He snapped back, a flash of danger in his red eyes. Bags. Jax, what is he saying? Something about range. Kyoka stuttered, taken aback by Bakugo's ferocity. Tongue extension. And stealth. I don't know, it's too quick and quiet to tell details. Bakugo released a shaky breath. He looked dazed. I'll go check it out. You guys stay here. What? Bakugo, you can't just rush off and abandon the mission. We're frickin' heroes, Bags. If there's something happening during the test, then we need to know what's going on. He snapped, and suddenly Kyoka and Shinso both froze. He had a point. If someone had somehow infiltrated the test, then they could potentially be in serious danger. Evidently, All Might thought the same thing. Jiro Shoju, I overheard the situation over your earpieces. All Might's voice sounded in their ears. Thank God he had the foresight not to use the PA system, Kyoka thought. I need more details about the intruder's location. How close to the stairwell is he? Is Asui Shoju in danger? Kyoka frowned, closing her eyes in concentration. Actually, judging by the few words I've been able to catch, he may be talking about Su-chan's quirk. I think he might actually be watching her. A heavy breath came through the comm system. Kyoka couldn't blame him. She was starting to feel pretty freaked out herself. What the hell was going on? Bakugo Shonen, Shinso Shonen, get out of the building. I'll relate this information to the other team. Jiro Shoju, I want you to stay where you are until everyone else is out, keeping a close eye on the intruder's position. Continue to share whatever information you can on him, but if you hear him getting close to you, get out. Understood. Yes sir. Kyoka nodded, glancing towards her teammates. Shinso nodded, but Bakugo looked downright revolutionary. I'm stayin', he snarled. Bakugo Shonen, I'm stayin', he snapped again. There might be more of 'em, and Jax is gonna need someone to watch her back, especially when we have no idea what their quirks are. And anyway, if this guy suddenly attacks Frog Face, we're gonna need someone on hand. Bakugo Shonen, I can handle. Don't be stupid, I'm already on site, you're not. And if you show up out of the blue, they'll know their operations in the hole. We've gotta keep this on the down low until everyone's out. Kyoka stared at him. Did Blasty just call All Might stupid? Very well, but as soon as the building is cleared, you and Jiro Shoju need to get out. In that case, don't even think about it, Bags, Bakugo growled, glowering at him. We don't need any liabilities. Shinso's eyes narrowed. What are you implying? He hissed. Nothing like you're thinking. He rolled his eyes in turn, but we have no idea how much he knows. If this guy's been watching us, then he might already know about your quirk. If that's the case, then face it, there's not much you can do. But even if he knows my quirk, even if he has a way to counter it, I can still fight. Kyoka's eyes flicked back and forth between her two partners. It was like watching an especially intense battle between a pair of alpha dogs. She was a little surprised when Shinso was the first to sigh. Fine, he bit out. Don't get yourselves killed, got it? TCH, I told you already. I don't half-ass things. Shinso made his way back to the window they'd come in through, leaving Kyoka and Bakugo crouched by the wall. She could hear Shiro leave, too, feel the vibration as he dropped to the floor and slipped out the front. Kaminari had a harder time of things, but judging by the route he was taking, it seemed he actually pulled a smart move and used Shiro's tape like a rope to climb down to ground level instead of risking the stairwell. Asui moved more slowly, obviously trying not to alert the intruder that they were aware of his presence as she made her way higher into the building. It seemed the only thing left to do was wait. Juro Shouju, be advised that the intruder may have some form of invisibility quirk. Asui Shouju couldn't see any sign of him. Can you still hear him? He's gone quiet, Kyoka replied, hoping that wasn't significant, but I haven't heard any footsteps either, so he should still be in the same place. Understood. Keep listening. Yes, sir. Trying not to concern herself with it too much, she expanded her focus further outward, searching for anyone else but finding no one. Just Blasty, shifting restlessly behind her. True to his word, Bakugo watched her back, but she could tell there was something more going on. His reaction to the situation, his twitching fingers, the tightness in his jaw, not to mention the way his heart had leapt when she first told him about the mumbling and the way it was pounding as fast as a rabbit's even now. With a slight grimace she was going to regret this, she just knew it. Kyoka pulled out her earpiece. Hey, Bakugo. What's really going on here? She asked softly. Blasty didn't answer. He just tightened his jaw and glared at the floor. Kyoka glowered at him, narrowing her eyes. Bakugo, come on, I know there's something more to this. Why did mumbling mean something to you? This time, Bakugo visibly grit his teeth, a flicker of pain passing through his eyes. That's none of your business, Jax, he growled. Just focus on making sure there aren't any more of them. Kyoka frowned, but she knew a losing battle when she saw one. Sighing quietly, she put the earpiece back in just in time to hear All Might declare, Juro Shouju, Bakugo Shonen, your classmates have made it back. Get out of there now. Yes, sir. Bakugo, what are you doing? Kyoka shout whispered as the explosive boy took off running, headed directly towards the stairwell where the intruder had been. Bakugo. Juro Shouju. What happened? Bakugo's gone AWOL. He's headed towards the intruder. I'm going after him, Kyoka replied, dashing after her classmate. Juro Shouju, stand down. Get outside. I'll take care of him. Juro Shouju. She took out the earpiece and shoved it in her pocket. Stupid move probably, but she needed to hear. Bakugo was easy to follow. His footsteps were heavy and his breathing was almost ragged, but the stranger was another matter. If she wanted to hear him over Bakugo's noise, then she really had to concentrate. On an impulse, she skid to a stop, slamming her earphone jack into the nearest wall. Up, Kurogiri, I'm gonna need pickup. It was him, and he was asking for pickup. Pickup meant backup. Bakugo, Kyoka cried, redoubling her pace. Her classmate was still somehow headed directly towards him, as though drawn by some unstoppable force. Judging by the sound of things, he would be there any. The sounds of Bakugo's movement stopped. It was almost as though he'd frozen in place. What did that mean? Was he okay? Was it worth it to stop and check, or was he in imminent danger and needed her help? She kept running, frantically trying to reach him before it was too late. Then all at once she rounded the corner and there he was, standing stock still, every muscle coiled like a spring. After another meter, Kyoka saw the cause. A boy stood at the other end of the hallway, tucked in the shadow of the stairwell. Behind him, even darker than the shadows, swirled a mass of purplish smoke, growing steadily bigger as though to invite him in. He was dressed in gray sweats and a black hoodie, but the hood was down so she could just make out a tanned face, curly dark hair, and emerald eyes. But what stood out most was the expression on the boy's face. It was as though he had somehow managed to combine shock, excitement, horror and longing all into one glance. Then, slowly, the light in his eyes darkened, turning dull and empty all at once. "Well now," he murmured. "This isn't how I expected to see you again, Kachan." Kachan. Kyoka frowned, glancing towards Bakugo. She stiffened. The look on the blonde boy's face could only be described as stricken. His mouth moved, but he couldn't seem to summon his voice. Kyoka looked back to the greenette. As though sensing the movement, his eyes flashed over her briefly as well, but then returned to Bakugo. A crash resounded through the building, as though a door had been knocked off its hinges, shortly followed by All Might's booming voice. "Bakugo Shonen, Juro Shouju," he bellowed through the halls. Kyoka knew that she should shout back to him, alert him of their location, but she couldn't bring herself to break the tension sparking through the air. The boy meanwhile sighed quietly, regret coloring the tone. "I suppose that's my cue." It was a soft voice, one that could be mistaken as timid if not for the look in his eye. He smiled, but there was something very grim in the gesture. "I'll be back," he promised, stepping towards the swirl of purple smoke. Wait," Bakugo gasped, finally regaining his ability to speak. Bakugo Shonen. He'd gotten closer, just a few halls away. "See you round, Kachan. Juro Shouju, Izuku." The smoke closed around him, and the boy disappeared, leaving Bakugo with a hand stretched towards empty space just as All Might appeared around the corner. "Bakugo Shonen, Juro Shouju," he sighed in obvious relief as he strode towards them. "What happened?" Kyoka released a long, slow breath as she turned to face the number one hero. "That's what I'd like to know," she said shakily, glancing towards her classmate, her eyes narrowing. "Bakugo, what the hell was that? Did you see him?" Kyoka blinked. That was not what she'd expected him to say. "Come again." Bakugo turned to her, and she took a half step backwards when she saw something wild, almost manic in his eyes. "Did you see him?" he repeated harshly. Was he really there? "The boy with the green hair, you mean?" Kyoka frowned, and immediately heard two people catch their breath sharply. She glanced curiously at All Might, who was still grinning, but his eyes had blown wide, and every muscle in his body had grown stiff. Bakugo, by contrast, seemed to deflate, stumbling backward and slumping against the wall. "He's real," the mumbled, looking dazed. I didn't imagine him. He's real." Kyoka's concern grew at that, and even more so when a strange, choked laugh forced its way from the boy's throat, quickly followed by tears that he didn't even seem to notice. "Bakugo Shonen," All Might asked softly, stepping forward and placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. Bakugo tensed briefly, but when he looked up, he wore a tired, crooked grin. "He's alive," he whispered. "Izuku's alive, and he said he's coming back." Mina was many things. Hero in training, break dancer, acid wielder, proud snoop, and most importantly a fiercely loyal friend. So when Lord Explosion walked into the classroom following the battle trial and an ominous chat with Aizawa-sensei with slightly glazed eyes and shaking hands, the first thing she did was jab her horn buddy in the shoulder and the second was to rush to Blasty's side. "Hey, Bakugo, you okay?" she asked anxiously. "That got pretty scary there at the end." "Yeah man, why'd you run off like that?" "We were worried sick," Kirishima agreed, walking over, brow furrowed in concern. "Something I gotta get," Bakugo mumbled, pushing past them and heading towards his desk on the far side of the room and grabbing his backpack. Mina could only watch, sinking her teeth into her bottom lip as he rummaged around, pulled out a worn, bluish notebook, and headed back towards the door, evidently unaware of the tense silence that had descended over the class. As he walked back past them, Kirishima caught his breath, his red eyes blown wide. Mina's narrowed in response. "Hey horn buddy," she sang, sidling up alongside him and throwing her arm around his shoulder. Kiri jumped, his eyes wide, the faintest hint of a blush touching his cheeks. On any other day, she would have been delighted by that fact, but at the moment, Mina was on a mission. Grinning mischievously, She poked the wrinkly spot between his eyes and asked, "What's with that look?" What look?" he stuttered back, his voice taking on a slight squeak. "Come on, Kiri-kun." She grinned, but her eyes were narrowed suspiciously. "What do you know?" Kiri gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, obviously nervous. "It isn't really my story to tell." Mina rolled her eyes at that. "Oh please Kiri-kun, you know you can't keep a secret from me." He stared at her, and she stared right back, her smile growing increasingly smug as she watched his resolve crumble before her. "It's just that notebook," he muttered finally. "He found it last year. He thinks it belongs to Izuku." Mina's eyes blew wide, suddenly understanding why her red-haired friend had been reluctant to talk about it. What she did not understand was why Kyoka's head suddenly snapped up 3 desks away, her dark eyes wide and bright with interest. "What was that?" she asked, a little sharply. Mina blinked at her in surprise. Her friend had returned from her own chat with the teachers some 20 minutes earlier, and up until now, had maintained a stubborn sort of disinterest in the world around her, despite being bombarded with questions by Kaminari and Shiro alike. What was what? Kiri blinked, equally bemused. "That name," the girl clarified, her earphone jacks waving dismissively as though to brush aside the brief distraction. "What was it?" You mean Izuku?" Mina asked, her head cocked to one side. Again, Kyoka seemed to twitch involuntarily. "Who is that?" she asked, suddenly urgent. He was an old friend of Bakugo's," Mina replied, too startled to deflect or redirect the question, "but he died a few years ago." "What did he look like?" Their classmate pressed now, leaning forward at her desk, eyes wide. Others were taking notice, too, starting with Kaminari and Shiro, but quickly followed by Shinso and Su-chan. Honestly I'm not really sure how to describe him," Kiri-kun admitted. "Ashido and I never met him, I've only seen his photo like, twice. Bauko transferred into our middle school after he died." "Ooh, wait, idea." Mina piped up suddenly, whipping out her phone and pulling up a search engine. Her horn buddy sidled closer to her, watching as she typed a few different words into the search bar. "Izuku, Mustafu, death." "Dude," Kiri-kun groaned, "are you seriously trying to look up his obituary?" "Hey, cut me some slack. Given how little I actually know about the guy, I'd say it was pretty creative." Mina replied defensively, clicking, "Search." "Yeah, fine, just don't blame me when Bakugo tries to kill you for being nosy again." Yeah, Mina mumbled, hitting the first result as it appeared. "Local boy commits suicide. Quirk discrimination at its most dangerous." "Dang, it's a tabloid article," Mina sighed as she scrolled past the first paragraph. "Ooh, but there's still a picture. This is him, right Kiri? Here, lemme just." A few clicks later, she passed the phone to Kyoka, allowing her to examine the image filling her screen. That of a boy somewhere in his late preteens with a smattering of freckles, green hair, green eyes, and a wobbly smile. "Holy crap," Kyoka mumbled under her breath, leaning back from the device. Shinso quickly stepped forward at that, peering at the picture over her shoulder. A deep frown creased his forehead, but otherwise he didn't react. What's wrong, Kyoka-kun?" Ochako frowned, glancing from her to the phone and back again. "You know the intruder at the battle trial today?" Their classmate replied slowly. "Well, this kid, Midoriya Izuku, he looks just like him." "What?" Mina practically screeched, vaguely aware that Shinso looked increasingly disturbed. "You mean like Blasty's buddy has a clone or something?" "Or something," Kyoka shrugged helplessly. "He was older than in this photo, more like our age than a middle school kid, but either way, Bakugo definitely thought it was him. Called him Izuku, and the kid called him Kachan. It was weird though, he asked me if I'd seen him too, like he didn't quite believe it." "Oh gods," Kiri-kun gasped, looking just as dazed and wide-eyed as Kyoka had as he sat heavily back on a desk, oblivious to Ida's immediate reprimand about respecting school property. Actually, honestly, he looked a little bit horrified. "So back then, and I thought, oh gods, I'm such an idiot." Kirishima-kun." The redhead shook himself from his stupor to find all eyes on him. He blushed slightly, obviously not expecting their stares, and shifted uncomfortably, his eyes flicking towards the door. Probably in anticipation of Blasty's inevitable return. He managed elegantly, casting a look that screamed help. Directly at Mina, who just shrugged in response. Hang on, Toru interrupted wittingly or unwittingly saving him. Mina couldn't tell, her flailing sleeves the only indication of her impassioned movement. If Bakugo's friend is still alive, then where has he been all this time? I mean, doesn't he have a family or something waiting for him? Why would he just run away? Was his family abusive? Came a low, soft voice from the back of the room. So even Todoroki joins the conversation. How long has he been listening in? I doubt it. Inko-san invited me and Bakugo to dinner once. She's the kindest woman I've ever met. Her husband's more quiet, but he didn't seem mean. Then why? Heck if I know, Kirishima groaned, running his fingers through his stiffly gelled hair. The police said it was suicide. They found his backpack on a bridge overlooking the river. And heck if Bakugo knows, either. Guy's been hoping for news about Izuku for years. If he'd known he was alive, he'd have blown up the entire country looking for him. That's kind of sweet, Toru crooned. I don't know that I'd call it sweet, so much as obsessive, Shinso frowned. Either way, just don't say it to his face, Mina snorted, reclaiming her phone from Kyoka's desk. As her classmates began concocting conspiracy theories, she found her eyes drawn to Midoriya Izuku's face once more, quietly tracing his features with her black and gold eyes. He looked shy, sweet, pure, like your stereotypical cinnamon roll, but shy seemed to dominate his posture and his wobbly smile. Perhaps shy was even too light a term. Insecure might be a better one. Who are you, Midoriya Izuku? She wondered, closing out of the picture and scrolling back to the top of the article. Actually, it said disappointingly little about Izuku himself, but there was one little itty-bitty glaring detail that needed clarification. Hey Kiri-kun. Yeah, was Izuku quirkless? Kirishima blinked at her, then his eyes took on a thoughtful expression. Actually yeah, now that you mention it, Bakugo did say something about that once. Then how the heck did his clone break into the school? The class went dead silent for a few moments. Then everyone exploded. Do you think he was hiding it? Idiot, why would anyone do that? Maybe he's a late bloomer. You kidding? The latest anyone's ever manifested was age 7. It's not impossible, it could be that he had some sort of random mutation. But that doesn't explain why he disappeared for 3 years. We weren't talking about his disappearance, Hiro, just his quirk. Maybe he was kidnapped for some kind of government experiment. Kaminari hollered only to have the entire class stare at him. What? It would explain how he got a quirk. What a mad banquet of darkness, Tokiyami sighed wearily. I mean, we don't actually know he has a quirk, do we? Yeah, it could be that he doesn't have a quirk, just that someone else was using their quirk on him. There was some kind of teleportation quirk. Everyone froze, turning towards Kyoka once more. Seriously, Shiro gaped. Aren't those, like, super rare? Kyoka shrugged. I don't think it was his quirk though. I overheard him briefly say something about needing pickup to somebody called Kurogiri. So he really is quirkless. Not necessarily, Hiro. I mean, I couldn't see any sign of him when All Might Sensei asked me about it, Asui pointed out. And I couldn't hear a thing either, even though he was apparently talking about my quirk while I was in the stairwell. That could have been the result of a quirk, right? So maybe some sort of sensory deprivation or manipulation quirk. Yaomomo mused thoughtfully, and Jiro-san could still hear him because she wasn't in range. Maybe, but in that case, why reveal himself at the end? Ochako frowned. Government conspiracy. I'm tellin' ya, maybe you should all just accept that we don't have any answers yet and move on with your lives while the pros handle it. The entire class jumped and spun around at the sound of Aizawa-sensei's bored voice, only to be sent scrambling for their seats at the sight of his red-eyed glare. 4 seconds. I suppose that's better than last time, he sighed as silence descended over the room. Mina shot a subtle glance towards Bakugo's seat at the front of the room, but the had yet to appear. Bakugo will not be joining us for the rest of the day. Don't ask why. I'm sick of interruptions, Aizawa continued, and Mina wondered if she'd been as subtle as she thought. School continued as normal for afternoon classes, and at the end of the day, everyone packed up to head home. Hiri-kun was especially eager to get going, no doubt worried about Blasty, and admittedly Mina was too, but when she noticed Shinso approach their grumpy teacher with a troubled look on his face, she couldn't help her natural curiosity. So, she slowed down, listening intently as her fellow classmates shuffled past her. Aizawa-sensei. Yes, Shinso, what is it? The man sighed, sounding exhausted as usual. I think I've spoken with the intruder. Mina didn't even have to fake fumbling with her textbooks at the boy's confession. She was so surprised she was impressed that she didn't drop her entire backpack. When? Aizawa-sensei asked, still calm, but something in his voice had grown sharper, more alert. On the first day of school, sensei. During the quirk assessment, there was a short boy with a black hoodie. I couldn't see his face, but he had curly green hair, and he seemed really interested in my quirk. He even had a journal to write notes. Did you tell him anything about your quirk? A little more urgency had entered their teacher's tone now. Just its name. But sensei, the way he spoke, it sounded like he's been in and out of UA for years. Watching you conduct those tests, he even mentioned the name of a specific student. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he said something about a transformation-type quirk, and he all but told me he was there specifically to watch ours as well. And sensei, after telling him what my quirk was called, he started asking me a bunch of questions about it. I didn't have a chance to answer any of them, but he definitely wasn't messing around. Honestly, some of the things he asked were things I'd never even thought about, possible limits and applications for my ability. If they were anything like the questions in the notebook Bakugo showed me, then I can believe it. Aizawa-sensei groaned softly, his voice slightly muffled. Mina chanced a glance towards them and watched their teacher rubbing his hands over his face. The weirdest part of it all is that he actually gave me some really good advice on how to apply my quirk. Honestly, I think that's the main reason I passed the test. What did he say? He said that you value creativity, and that my quirk gives me access to resources no one else has. Well, he wasn't wrong, Aizawa-sensei muttered. He may have just been trying to goad you into using your quirk so that he could analyze it, but it's impossible to know for certain. Why didn't you come forward sooner? The way he spoke, I honestly thought he was some sort of upperclassman, Shinso admitted, looking slightly chagrined. Well, the past is in the past, Aizawa sighed. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Shinso. We'll have a look at the security footage around the exam site. And Ashido. Why yes. The girl yelped slightly as she was called out and spinning to face Aizawa's deadpan stare. Shinso was frowning at her too, and gods, in that moment they looked like they could pass as father and son. Next time you decide to eavesdrop, try not to be so obvious about it. It could get you killed out in the field. Yes sir, she cringed in reply. Can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might? Are you one of All Might's students? Tell us, what's the symbol of peace like in person? How is he faring as a teacher? What are you learning? What's it like having All Might as a teacher? Hey, are you in All Might's class? Oh wait, aren't you that sludge villain kid? Walk away before I blow that mic all the way to Tokyo. Blasty grit his teeth in a snarl, grabbing Mina's and Kirishima's wrists and muscling his way through the throng of reporters desperate to snap up students for interviews. Mina stumbled after her friend, a little touched by his rough show of affection for them. As soon as they made it past the school gates he released them, growling, "Frickin' vultures," under his breath. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, we're minors. It's not really manly to harass us all like that, Kiri-kun agreed. Mina smiled at that. Kirishima had apparently spent the night in a sleepover with Bakugo, and it looked like it had helped. It was nice to have Blasty at least mostly back to his old self. That didn't mean she wasn't still hella curious about what went down yesterday, but she knew better than to pester the guy right now. She just hoped that the rest of the class could pick up on that too. Kaminari specifically came to mind. Shaking her head to clear it, Mina glanced back one more time at the crowd of reporters, and snickered as she saw a group of 3 had rushed up to Aizawa-sensei, thinking they had him cornered, which was fair, considering he looked as worn out and scruffy as ever in his plain black jumpsuit. Please sir, can we have an interview with All Might? Also, what's your deal? You're kind of a mess. All Might's not on campus today. Now get out of here. You've disturbed my students enough already, the man sighed, taking the last straggler as that Aoyama, by the shoulder and hauling him inside before heading towards the classroom. All right, if you won't bring All Might out here, then I'll go in and get him myself, one especially enthusiastic reporter determined, stepping forward. Only to shriek in alarm when a red light turned on and a series of metal sheets dropped from the wall, completely sealing off the entrance and leaving Kiri-kun and Mina gaping over their shoulders. Homeroom still in 3 minutes, Aizawa-sensei warned as he passed them, his hands shoved into his pockets. Right, sensei. They rushed up to the classroom with about 30 seconds to spare and hurried to their seats. Mina dropped into the chair just as Aizawa-sensei stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. All right, I went over the footage of yesterday's battle training. You all did very well for the most part. Bakugo, we've already discussed this at length, but running headlong into a dangerous situation when you didn't have very much information was a stupid move. You need to get your emotions under control if you want to be an effective hero. Yeah, whatever, Blasty grumbled, but Mina knew him well enough by now to tell that her friend felt guilty about the whole thing. Jiro, well done bringing the intruder to everyone's attention, but if anything like this happens again, don't isolate yourself from the teachers, got it? Just because an ally decides to make an ill-advised decision does not mean that you have clearance to do the same. Yes sir. Then let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future, Aizawa-sensei glowered ominously. Mina felt the collective chill of anxious anticipation pass through the room before he continued. You all need to pick a class representative. After a moment of relief, everyone began to make their bid for office. Pick me, guys. I wanna be class representative. Kiri-kun whooped. I'll take it. Yeah, you're gonna need me. Someone with style would be best. Ooh, me, I'm totally the right pick. Mina cheered, springing out of her seat. Silence everyone, please. Iida finally took command of the room. The class representative's duty is to lead. That is not something just anyone can do, as a leader must first hold the trust of all of their subordinates. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. I therefore believe we should conduct a class vote. Are you sure that's a good idea? We've only known each other a few days. How would we know who's best to lead? Yeah, won't everyone just vote for themselves? Perhaps, but won't that make it even more obvious who everyone considers the best if anyone does get more than one vote? Iida insisted, and eventually everyone agreed. As Aizawa-sensei couldn't be bothered to take charge and Iida was the one to make the suggestion, he led the process. At his request, Yaomomo formed 19 small slips of paper to use as ballots and the enthusiastic Bluenet passed them around to each student. Silence fell for a few minutes as everyone's pencils scratched away. Mina simply wrote down her own name and then leaned back in her chair, smiling brightly as Yaomomo collected the papers and Iida wrote everyone's names and then results on the board. Aoyama Yuga. I. Ashido Mina. I. Asui Suyu. Iida Tenya. 2. Uraraka Ochako. 2. Ojiro Mashirao. Kaminari Denki. I. Hiroshima Eijiro. I. Kota Koji. I. Sato Rikido. I. Shoji Mezzo. Jiro Kyoka. 4. Shiro Hanta. I. Tokiyami Fumikage. Todoroki Shoto. Hagakure Toru. I. Bakugo Katsuki. Shinso Hatoshi. Yaoyorozu Momo. 3. Kyoka blinked, her eyes wide as she stared at the results on the board. Okay, she said slowly. I honestly wasn't expecting that. Well, you did keep a cool head during the crazy stuff at the battle training, Su-chan pointed out, tilting her head at her. Well yeah, but, just accept it, Jax. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Anyone who can keep me in line has potential, get me. Mina gaped. Blasty, you voted for Kyoka. Dang girl, that's high praise. A few people laughed at that, and Bakugo just glowered, slapping a hand over his cheek and ducking his head. Was he blushing, or just irritated? It was difficult to tell with him. All right then, Jiro's class representative and Yaoyorozu's deputy. Iida and Uraraka can be secretary and treasurer, I don't care who's who. Treasurer. Ochako's hand shot up instantly. I'm really good with money stuff. Then I will graciously accept the position of secretary. Iida nodded to her with an approving if slightly disappointed smile. Good. Now let's move on. Before long, morning classes had ended and everyone was headed to lunch. Mina eagerly plopped down beside Kiri-kun, bumping him with her hip until he'd slid over so that she could sit in front of Blasty. The blonde boy quirked an irritated eyebrow at her, taking a bite of his extra spicy curry without so much as blinking. So, she prompted, smiling at him. So what? He sighed back, obviously resigned to his fate. So, why'd you vote for Kyoka-chan? Ida thought you'd vote for yourself. Mina broke into a grin as the explosive boy immediately rose to the bait. None of your business, panda eyes. Excuse me, you're my friend. If you have a crush, then it is my beeswax, Mina replied, going for her best sassy pout and trying not to blush as Kiri-kun snorted into his noodles. The frick, that's not what this was about, ya, idiot. Oh, then there's no harm in telling me, right? Damn it, panda eyes. Bakugo groused, then shoveled another bite of curry in his mouth, glowering at the table as he struggled to collect his thoughts. Mina tried not to laugh, but she didn't even bother biting back a grin. Blasty was just too fun to mess with. Look, it's like I said earlier, he grunted finally, she proved herself to me, that's it. I mean, not everyone can handle my crap, and then there was bags on top of it, and when I went AWOL, well, she proved that she would have my back, you know. Ah, Mina squealed, pressing her hands against her cheeks. Dude, Kiri-kun beamed, wiping telltale tears from his eyes, that was incredible. Oh good grief. No bro, I mean it. That was super manly. Without warning, an ear-splitting, electronic wail pierced the air, sending Mina's hands clapping over her ears. What the heck, she yelled, shooting to her feet. Warning. Level 3 security breach. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. The hell is that supposed to mean? It means we've gotta move. Come on. In minutes, it seemed that they were lost in the seething crowd of people, knocked and buffeted about by a sea of elbows and stamping feet. Mina could vaguely hear Kirishima shouting, trying to get everyone to settle down. It didn't appear to be working, but at least he was trying. Somewhere off to the left, she could hear Blasty cursing someone out for stepping on his foot. Then, all at once, there came the roar of an engine and a sharp, slightly tinny voice bellowing, "Everybody calm down." Heads throughout the hallway snapped up to where none other than Iida had appeared over the main exit to the hallway, pressed against the wall he had apparently hit, clutching a megaphone in his hand. For a second, Mina wondered how the heck he'd gotten up there, until she caught sight of Kyoka, Yaomomo, and Ochako standing by one of the windows, Yaomomo's shirt unbuttoned and Ochako nervously holding her hands close together, watching Iida, and she suddenly understood. Everyone, there is no need to panic. Iida continued, still calling through the megaphone. It's just the media outside, everything's fine. Now remember who we are. We are UA students, and we need to act like it. Let's show everyone that we're the best of the best. The screams quickly transformed into nervous laughter and murmuring as various people peered out the windows lining the hall, confirming his story and rejoicing as the police arrived to get the stupid reporters off the campus. Meanwhile, Iida peeled himself away from the wall and kicked off, floating back to where the other members of their class's student council were waiting, all wearing relieved smiles. Kyoka reached up with one of her earphone jacks to pull him back to ground level, and Ochako released her quirk, returning gravity to him. Mina simply allowed herself a nod of approval. They really had chosen the best people for their class officers. Even if Iida had looked a little bit like the emergency exit sign up there. And if Blasty and Pikachu overheard her snickering and by the end of the day half the class started calling Iida, emergency exit, then how was that Mina's fault? Come on in, boys, Inko smiled, holding the door open for the two kids standing on her porch with overnight bags slung over their shoulders. Thanks, Inko-san, Eijiro grinned at her, hopping inside and pulling Katsuki along with him. Thanks for having us over. I'm happy to have you. It's too quiet around the house with just myself and Hisashi, the green-haired woman replied brightly, although she couldn't help casting a nervous glance towards Katsuki as she said it. The blonde boy merely grunted in acknowledgement, as quiet as Mitsuki had warned her he might be. Whatever Katsuki had wanted to tell her, it must be weighing on him rather heavily. "Well, why don't you set your things in Izuku's old room then?" Inko prompted them, only faltering slightly as she gave the suggestion. Katsuki found one of his journals. She'd long since given up on trying to call Izuku's room the guest room, especially since she still couldn't bring herself to remove all of the hero memorabilia that he had collected over the years. He might still be alive. She had to remind herself that it was his old room, not his current one. The police didn't believe them. It still hurt every time she managed it. Once the boys were settled in, they jumped at the chance to help out in the kitchen, Katsuki working with a swift, rhythmic efficiency to help her prepare the food while Eijiro cheerfully pitched in by setting the table and proactively cleaning the dishes as they finished with them. He waved her away good-naturedly when she tried to protest, reminding her that as a guest, it was his duty to contribute. He chattered a lot leading up to Hisashi's return home from work. He must be nervous, too. She and Eijiro took the lead in maintaining conversation over dinner, although she occasionally prompted Hisashi to tell them a little bit more about his day, as well. He smiled quietly as he told them about one of the latest children he'd started working with, a boy with the ability to solidify light into objects. Being a private quirk counselor wasn't as glamorous as his old research job in France, but at least it still gave her husband a chance to be involved in what he loved. A lot of what he was saying about quirk factors and the mechanics of the ability itself went over Inko's head, but it at least intrigued Katsuki enough for the boy to raise his eyes from his barely touched plate. As dinner came to an end, Hisashi and Eijiro volunteered to clean up, since Inko and Katsuki had taken the lead in preparing dinner. It was about that time that Inko finally worked up the courage to gently rest her hand on the boy's arm and ask him what was on his mind. "Oba-san," he whispered eventually, dragging his eyes up to meet her gaze. "I saw him." Inko's breath hitched in her throat, her hand tensing against his skin, heart pounding as desperate hope warred for dominance with grim practicality. "And this time," Katsuki added, a little bit more fiercely, "I wasn't the only one." Inko forced herself to breathe, bit the inside of her lip to ground herself and refused to let her vision knot to tunnel as the hope one in her heart abruptly began to settle. "Tell me everything." Shota lowered the notebook with a groan, reaching up to rub the space between his eyes with the heel of his hand. 1 week into the new school year, and he already knew that his new class was going to leave him with worse migraines than the last 3 combined. And it wasn't just because of the class itself. The strange and frankly alarming circumstances that seemed to follow them around would be a decisive part of it too, from the mysterious intruder to the decayed gates during the media storm yesterday. He wanted to believe they were separate incidents, especially considering that the first intruder had demonstrated his ability to come and go without anyone noticing, but his gut told him otherwise. Mindlessly, Shota grabbed his mug of coffee and took a sip, making a face as he realized that it had gone cold in the hours he'd spent decoding the disturbingly remarkable notebook Bakugo had lent to him a couple of days before. The author had written in 3 different languages: Japanese, English, and French. Why French? Both with the traditional alphabets and shorthand, implying that some of his notes were taken on the fly and others with more thought. Honestly, it wasn't so much a code as a deterrent, but the almost seamless flow from one language to another, sometimes in the middle of a thought or paragraph, was nothing short of vexing. Truth be told though, it was a testament to the author's intelligence. Despite the nature of mixed language and shorthand notes, his grammar and vocabulary were astoundingly good in all 3, even when he switched languages mid-sentence. He didn't really seem to have a pattern to it, which reeked of fluency in all 3 languages. It was almost frightening, the amount of time and dedication it must have taken the writer to learn it all, but truthfully, the information it contained was what terrified Shota the most. Aizawa, Eraserhead, Shota, Quirk, Erasure, Affiliation, Independent Underground Hero, UA Hero Course Teacher. Erases the quirks of those in his line of sight. Pros. Can erase any emitter or transformation type quirk effects. Highly intelligent. Observant. Specializes in information ops and stealth missions. Martial arts expert. Acrobatic style. Very adept with his capture weapon, see notes. When he wears his goggles, it's difficult to tell whose quirk he's erasing, especially since it only requires line of sight, not eye contact. Cons. Cannot erase heteromorphic quirks, but he can erase any emitter, transformation-like effects, see notes. Can only erase the quirks of those directly in his line of sight, see notes. Specializes in one-on-one combat and sneak attacks. Although capable in more drawn-out fights, he appears to slow down as time goes on. His quirk doesn't give him any special combat advantage except to level the playing field. He has a tell. His quirk has an emitter side effect where his hair floats when it is active, also appears to affect his scarf. Research further. Possible that his quirk causes dry eye or a similar condition, see notes. Notes. Questions. What exact effect does erasure have on emitter-like transformation quirks? Capture weapon is his scarf. Likely a carbon fiber alloy judging by flexibility combined with strength. Does it float as an added emitter side effect, or is there some element of electronics? Edit. Probably the former. Doesn't affect heteromorphic quirks. Would indicate that erasure doesn't attack the quirk itself but rather the quirk factor. Heteromorphics don't require any activation. The mutation doesn't disappear. What sort of energy is emitted to affect a quirk factor? Can it be replicated? Blocked. Can't erase effects if he can't see the person to whom the quirk belongs, even if he can see the person affected. Can't erase the quirk if he can't see the person. What counts as seeing the person? He has to blink more often the longer his quirk use extends. It would appear that his quirk causes some sort of strain on his eyes. There was more, so much more, all marked and connected with color-coded annotations which were usually in kanji. Patrol routes, schedules, theories about a mild telekinesis emitter side effect, his quirk's ability to affect people through clothing, the name of his cat. Question mark. He'd known something was off from the moment Bakugo recognized his capture weapon during the quirk test, but frankly, Shota felt more than a little violated, especially considering that almost none of this information was public knowledge and even the small bit that was had to be searched for. What it meant was that this person, as Shinso had suggested, had likely been watching him as well as about another 24 pros, a few Hero Public Safety Commission agents, and 15 or so small-time villains in this book alone for an extended period of time, perhaps for years. Not to mention the fact that this was notebook number 32 according to the title and it was barely halfway full. How many more pros had been unknowingly compromised? And now, this unknown entity was watching Shota's students. To make matters even more complicated, if Bakugo, Jiro, and now Shinso were to be believed, it looked as though this unknown entity may very well be a child the same age as his students. He'd pulled the police case file on Midoriya Izuku as soon as Bakugo had left his office 2 days earlier. There wasn't much there. The kid had disappeared, his mother had filed a missing persons report as soon as she could, and a search had begun. His backpack was found on a bridge, still containing all of his textbooks, identification, and a short note to his mother, but there was no sign of the owner. There wasn't even a sign of a struggle. It didn't take long for the police to start dredging the river, but they never found anything. No body, no nothing. But, because there were no leads, witnesses, or otherwise evidence for a kidnapping, the police were still forced to make the unfortunate conclusion 2 weeks later: suicide. And now Midoriya Izuku might be back from the grave. Unfortunately though, he hadn't been able to confirm any of it. Somehow, even though they had at least 3 witnesses to the boy's presence on campus, it seemed that not a single security camera had caught sight of him. Nezu was both surprised and thoroughly impressed by that particular development, but Shota just felt his blood pressure rise a little bit higher. Maybe the problem child really did have some kind of invisibility quirk, even though every known type of registration had him marked as functionally quirkless. Not even a vestigial mutation to fool anyone with. Shota could feel the beginnings of a headache pounding through his skull. There were too many questions. Who was this kid? Where had he been all this time? What were his motives and who was supporting him? Because Shota refused to believe this child had the resources to be acting alone, and anyway Jiro had mentioned someone named Kurogiri yesterday, too. Were his actions being taken under duress? Was the boy in danger? How much danger were his students in, or even Shota himself. And what was he supposed to do about it now? The exhausted pro-hero shot a glance at the clock. 7:15 a.m. He had to get to campus. Good thing he'd slept in his hero clothes what 3 hours he'd gotten before his anxieties pulled him back into the world of the living. Groaning, Shota pushed himself to his feet and grabbed his mug of cold coffee, intent upon reheating it as he idly flicked on the radio to keep him company. Landslide on Naboo Island was mysteriously redirected last evening just before it reached a highly populated recreational beach area. No heroes are stepping forward to claim the rescue, and authorities are beginning to wonder if, perhaps, it was simply a freak and extremely fortunate happenstance. However, the sole reported witnesses of the event, Shimano Mahoro and Katsuma, ages 8 and 6, claim that there was a hero present, although if the man was in fact involved, the question of whether he is an underground hero avoiding media attention or a vigilante remains to be answered. In other news, yet another pro-hero suspected of tax evasion and embezzlement has been arrested by the police. Shota turned the knob to change the channel to something more local as he set his kettle on the stove, only half listening as he absent-mindedly patted Red Bean's head. The cat mewled at him, searching for breakfast no doubt. Stage situation in downtown Tokyo at the bank on 3rd Street and Main, where 4 villains have broken into the vault. They've taken several of the employees here hostage, as well as a young girl who was visiting with her mother when oh my goodness. Shota paused as he placed Red Bean's meal on the floor beside her, his curiosity piqued. Only to groan as, even over the radio, he heard the overly exuberant cry of, "Never fear. For I am here." Of course he was. Of course he was throwing himself into hero work at 7:25 a.m. when he was supposed to be going to class and he had students that needed him. They were supposed to be doing rescue training today, and if it was just him and 13, it would be a heck of a lot harder to manage all his rowdy kids. But enough of that, he didn't have time to wait around. Instead he flicked the radio off, grabbed a jelly pouch from the fridge, pet Nezuko's head one last time and hurried to campus. Thankfully his students were all waiting for him when he walked into his homeroom class at exactly 8 a.m., utterly silent and eyes bright and eager as they waited for the morning's announcements. He wondered if Jiro or Shoji had been listening out for him. "You're learning," he acknowledged simply, taking his own place behind the lecture podium. "Now, class rep, go over the day's announcements." "Yes, sir." The day passed at its usual pace. Shota did his best to catch up on the sleep he'd lost. He calculated that he managed to get another hour or so in before his students returned from lunch, ready for hero basic training. "Today, we'll be doing something a little bit different," he announced. "Me, All Might, and another faculty member are gonna oversee your training at an off-campus facility." Eagerly whispered, "And I think I'm whispering but I'd die if this was a stealth mission." Comments immediately broke out through the entire classroom and Shota resisted the urge to groan audibly. He really did not get enough sleep to deal with this. "What kind of training will we be participating in, sensei?" called Iida, much too forcefully as usual, his arms moving at sharp angles that were going to take someone's eye out one of these days. "Rescue training. We're going to start teaching you how to deal with disasters, fires, shipwrecks, landslides, things like that. Anyway, grab your costumes if you want and head outside. I'll meet you there." Who was he kidding? All of the class showed up in their hero costumes, excited to try their gear in a new setting. He supposed that he could respect their eagerness to learn. He just hoped that no one had bitten off more than they could chew, diving into a new situation in costumes they were still getting used to. Getting everyone on the bus was its own special hell. Not because any of his students were being especially difficult, but rather because Iida was a little more exuberant about keeping everyone organized than Shota was prepared to handle at the moment. Thank heavens for Jiro, quietly stepping in and reminding him that there was no assigned seating, so how about he just take roll to make sure they didn't leave anyone behind. When the bus finally started on its way, Shota closed his eyes, falling into a light doze, lulled by his students' conversations. Hard for anyone else to understand. So glad the media weren't there. Like the new costume, Yaomomo. It really, what was Present Mike saying about? So Bakugo, I tend to just say whatever's on my mind, so I have to ask, what exactly happened during the battle training the other day? Shota startled awake as all other conversation on the bus vanished in an instant. Obviously, Asui wasn't the only one who had been wondering. See, come on. Guys, that's not manly, putting Bakugo on the spot like that, Kirishima's voice piped up. Shota could imagine him nervously fiddling with his hair while simultaneously reaching out to make sure his friend didn't explode on anyone. Literally. Nah, it's fine, came Bakugo's weary sigh, and with it Shota stiffened slightly. He was actually rather surprised they gave in so easily. Trying to get him to talk after the training had been worse than pulling teeth, which he may or may not know due to personal experience. But there are some things I'm not gonna talk about, get it? So don't bother pressing. That's fine, Asui spoke up again. You don't have to talk about anything you don't want to. So how much did these two knuckleheads already spill? Hey, that's not fair. Ashido whined, and Shota rolled his eyes. Gonna deny it, panda eyes. Well no, but Kyoka started it. That's kind of true, Jiro admitted guiltily. Mina and Kirishima mentioned the name Izuku and, well, I couldn't help crying. Kirishima told us he was a friend of yours that had supposedly committed suicide. Mina found a picture in an article that mentioned he was quirkless, and I told them he appeared at the training, but that's it. Bakugo's irritation was as audible as his resignation when he sighed. So what do ya wanna know? Ooh, Hagakuri's squeal broke out. How did you meet? Our moms were friends. Next. Okay, but how old were you? Hagakuri insisted. You think I'd remember? It was before preschool. Ah, so why was he at the training? Shiro asked next, right to the point. The hell would I know? How did you know it was him? Asui questioned curiously. You freaking kidding me? Looked just like him. Duh. No, I mean before that, Kiro. You knew it was him, right? That's why you went running in to begin with. Oh, that. It had to do with what Jax overheard. Izuku was kind of infamous for mumbling when he thought things through, and, 'cause he was quirkless and his dad was a researcher, he was kinda obsessed with quirks. Used to take all kinds of notes on hero and villain battles and the quirks of people around him. When Jax mentioned someone was mumbling about your quirk, it just kinda clicked. But, I mean, the dude was dead, right? Why'd you still think it was him? Kaminari piped up, and Shota winced at the lack of tact. For a while, Bakugo didn't answer, and Shota could feel the levels of increasing tension in the back of the bus. Eventually, it was Yaoyorozu who murmured quietly, would you want to give up on a childhood friend, Kaminari? Well, yeah, I get it. Sorry, man, yeah, whatever, Bakugo mumbled. Shota knew that wasn't the full story. He'd managed to get a few more details out of the kid a few days ago, specifically concerning the sludge villain attack and Bakugo's surreal encounter with Midoriya in the middle of it, but even that hadn't felt like the full story. However, it had been all his student was willing to say. So when did he disappear? About 3 years back. We were 12. Why did he call you Kachan? We were frickin' 4, got it? And no, you can't call me that. So if he's really been alive all this time, what's he been doing? Sato asked. Like I'd know, Bakugo snorted, and at least he sounded like he was mostly back to his regular self. From there the conversation devolved into increasingly outlandish conspiracy theories until Bakugo finally couldn't take it anymore, an explosion with the force of a firecracker going off in his palm as he yelled at everyone to back off. Fortunately, they'd just pulled into the parking lot by then, so the driver didn't run them off-road when he jumped in surprise. 13 was waiting for them by the front steps of the USJ, greeting his class with a cheerful wave. He could see Uraraka squeal a little bit as she recognized the space hero, but whatever. It was expected that you'd have a few fangirls or boys in a heroics course. As long as she didn't get distracted from the exercise, he couldn't be bothered to care. Where's All Might? Shouldn't he be here by now? Shota frowned. Actually, he apparently overworked himself this morning, 13 sighed. Shota merely groaned. He'd seen that one coming. Whatever, we should still be able to handle it, he sighed, stepping back as 13 began introducing his class to the USJ and reminding them of the dangers inherent in quirks as a whole. Shota rolled his eyes as applause followed the short speech, but a moment later, he felt his hair prickle on the back of his neck. Shota stiffened, spinning around as the lights throughout the USJ suddenly popped and shattered, glass tinkling against the floor. Every alarm bell in Shota's brain was going off, thinking of the strange events at the battle simulation, the decayed entrance to UA, and now a smoky purplish cloud that was appearing around the center fountain just like Bakugo and Jiro described. Shit, he heard Jiro hiss under her breath as his students noticed the mass as well. Bakugo was staring too, his eyes wide and shocked and worryingly hopeful as he focused on the cloud. The pro-hero swore under his breath, vowing that he would get the full story of his and Midoriya's relationship when this was over as he lifted his goggles to hide his gaze, quickly shifting his position so that he was between the purplish mass and his class. A figure stepped out of the smoke, tall and slightly gaunt, with pale blue hair and, were those hands covering his body. More figures appeared out of the smoke, including a giant covered in scars with a bird-like face and an exposed brain, but strangely Shota did manage to find a little comfort in the fact that none of them matched the description of Midoriya Izuku. "Where is he?" the first villain hissed, his voice harsh and raspy, like he was ill. "Where's All Might? He was supposed to be here." Deku lied. "He lied to me to make me look bad in front of Sensei." Deku did try to call off the attack. A new voice, deep and echoing oddly, sighed as the smoke took the shape of a tall figure dressed in slacks and a formal vest. So this was the teleporter. Kurogiri, right, perhaps this was the reason. "Hold on, has the exercise started already?" Kirishima frowned. "I thought we were rescuing people." "Stay back." Eraserhead snapped sharply, slipping fully into pro-hero mode. "This is real. Those are villains." "What? Why aren't the alarms going off?" "It's probably someone's quirk." "Kaminari, use your quirk to try and contact the school." 13. Protect the students. "I'll hold them back." He charged without another thought, leaping from the top step towards the crowd of villains below, vaguely hearing Kirishima's voice yelling at someone before focusing his attention on a group of 3 villains that had stepped to the fore, extending various limbs towards him. "Long-range attackers. Deal with them quickly." A flash of his eyes, and all 3 villains were left fumbling in confusion before his scarf whipped out of nowhere to seize them around the waist and send them flying in all directions. Somewhere to one side, he heard a villain calling out a warning that they were up against Eraserhead and that he could somehow cancel out quirks. Eraserhead frowned at that, his thoughts spinning. He'd thought that the portal these villains arrived by was the same as the one Midoriya Izuku escaped by, but if that were true, then shouldn't these villains be more well-informed? They didn't know the exact nature and function of his quirk, nor were they aware of his ability to seize the 4-armed heteromorphic villain with his scarf and send him flying and then slamming to the ground. Not to mention they didn't recognize him initially, when the sketch in Midoriya's journal was more than accurate enough. Could they have been separate incidents after all? Could it all just be a coincidence? A coincidence that he recognized at least 6 different villains from Midoriya's notebook, including the extremely specific weaknesses that were mentioned in his notes. Yeah, right, he may not have known exactly what was going on, but that didn't stop him from taking advantage of those notes. A villain with a taser quirk got thrown into the nearby shipwreck zone's lake. He electrocuted himself when wet. A man with massive, blunt claws got tossed into a tree. His mole quirk made him scared of heights and virtually blind. A woman with a plant control quirk got caught in his capture weapon and dragged forward so that Eraserhead could slam his foot into her ankle. She screamed and collapsed in an instant. She had an old injury that had never properly healed. Unfortunately, he got so caught up in taking down these slightly lesser villains that he didn't realize the teleporter had disappeared until he heard shouting in the plaza above him. Eraserhead grit his teeth, but he couldn't afford to get distracted now. He just had to focus on taking out the small fry and trust that 13 would keep the students safe. Slowly, bit by bit, he whittled down their numbers, but he knew that he was flagging. At least all of the long-range fighters had been taken care of, so he could afford to blink a little more often. He saw movement out of the corner of his eye and spun towards it. There was the man with blue hair, charging forward with his hands splayed open, gaze hidden behind the hand on his face, but presumably fixated on him. Final boss, Eraserhead muttered as he raced forward, activating his quirk as a precaution as he struck with his elbow, slamming him in the chest only for the other man to roll slightly to the side and catch it in one hand. First it was 23 seconds. Then it was 24 seconds. Then 20. Then 17, he hissed with a crazed, dry-lipped grin, crimson eyes burning behind the pale hand attached to his face. It was hard to see when you were jumping around like that, but I found your hair. When it drops, it means you've stopped using your quirk, you're having to blink more often. So then he hasn't read Midoriya's notes either. If he had, he'd already know that. But he wasn't wrong. In spite of his best efforts, Eraserhead couldn't stop his eyes from closing. Instantly, he felt a strange rush of foreign energy passing through him, accompanied by a breathy, manic laugh and flash of pain. Don't work yourself too hard now, or you may just fall apart. The villain cackled. The pain grew and Eraserhead was forced to kick the man's legs out from under him and leap back, dodging strikes from other members of the group as he tried to assess the damage. He destroyed my elbow. Some sort of disintegration quirk then. He only went skin deep though. Is that the extent of his ability, or was he just playing around with me? That annoying quirk of yours isn't suited for drawn-out fights against big groups, is it? The main boss sneered as he pushed himself upright once more. Don't you think you're a little bit out of your element here, Eraserhead head? You're much better at working stealthily. You're known for surprise attacks, not fighting head to head. His head tilted to one side, observing him with keen interest in those gleaming red eyes. The man was insane, but he obviously wasn't stupid. But despite knowing that, you didn't hesitate to dive right in, just to put your students at ease. Eraserhead didn't have time to answer. 3 villains charged him at once, forcing him to focus on them, gritting his teeth and avoiding using his right arm as he lashed out, using his capture weapon, keeping his distance where possible, throwing one into the other and going for the knockout. When he turned back to the blue-haired villain, he'd reached his feet and Eraserhead could hear the crazed grin as he called, "Would you look at that? You're still standing. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. But you should know I am not the final boss." He sensed it. Sensed the vast presence that caused him to whirl around, quirk activated. He saw the massive black figure, the wild rolling eyes, the bared teeth and the exposed brain. He felt the dread pulsing in his stomach as the villain raised one massive fist. He began to leap away, bringing his scarf taut in front of him as a weak barrier against the strike. Nomu, halt! Everything and everyone around Eraserhead froze in an instant, including the giant villain that he was sure had been about to kill him, or at least about to try. Well, not quite everyone. The hand's villain, after a millisecond of growing tense, reached up to his neck and began to scratch at it, careful to keep his pinkies raised, something Eraserhead took careful note of but still hard enough to draw blood. "Kurogiri," he hissed, "how could you?" Eraserhead turned to see the smoky villain take shape behind a new figure wearing plain gray sweatpants, crimson high tops, and a black jacket, the hood raised to conceal his face. He was short, but he carried himself with his head held high. His very aura demanded attention and respect. It seemed a very different person than the one in the photo he'd found with the police file, but still, could it be? "My apologies, Shigaraki Tamura," the smoky villain said, inclining his head to the blue-haired man and pulling Eraserhead out of his scrutiny, "but I had to follow orders." "You've ruined it. You've ruined everything, Kurogiri," Shigaraki shrieked. "We were going to kill him. We were going to kill All Might. And how do you propose to do that when All Might isn't here?" The newcomer asked coldly, his voice flat and emotionless as he stepped forward, briefly waving a hand. Was that sign language? Towards the warp villain, who promptly disappeared. "Do you realize what you've done, Tenko? I warned you not to call me that, Deku. If you want me to stop treating you like a child, then stop acting like one." Deku shot back. He didn't sound angry though, at least not in the same way that Shigaraki was. No, Deku seemed more to radiate this strange mixture of parental disappointment and sheer disdain that even had what other villains remained conscious around them, hanging their heads and shuffling their feet awkwardly with shame and embarrassment. "Perhaps Shota should ask for lessons. The stunt you pulled yesterday with the media was bad enough, but this is nothing short of insubordination. Do you realize what your actions have cost us? Do you know how many of our allies have become casualties of your childishness? Not to mention that any hope we had of the element of surprise is gone. This could only have worked once, Tenko, and only if All Might had been here from the start. What, were you hoping that somehow he would be summoned by the deaths of his students without the rest of the UA faculty finding out? Or was this just a pitiful temper tantrum when you realized things weren't going to go your way? All at once Shigaraki's scrabbling hands pulled away from his throat and he charged forward, screeching in rage. Deku merely sidestepped the other man's unrefined attack, carefully avoiding his hands as he struck a precise blow to the middle of his spine, leaving him staggering and gasping for breath. We're pulling out, Tenko. Whether you agree with me or not. Eraserhead knew that he should attack this individual was obviously the true leader of the group. Take him down and everything should fall apart, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to do it. Maybe because he'd stopped Nomu from attacking him. Or maybe, more likely, more rationally, because he obviously intended to pull his forces back, and he was the only one, apparently, able to supersede Shigaraki's Tenko's orders. Frankly, at this point, he'd rather let them slip away than risk his students getting caught up in any more fighting. And that might have been precisely what happened, if the door hadn't suddenly been blown off of its hinges. Have no fear, students. All Might's booming voice snarled as he entered the building, because I am here. Nomu, get him. Destroy the symbol of peace. A blast of air pressure sent Eraserhead staggering back. When he glanced back, Nomu had vanished, charging up the stairs to fight All Might. Shigaraki's eyes were manic as he cheered the giant on, and Deku's hood had been knocked back by the force of the wind, revealing a forest of curly green hair. The young man cursed softly, but sighed with something like resignation as he raised his head. Shota stiffened as he gazed upon a young face smattered with freckles, his overlong curls shrouding his eyes. Eyes that were far too cold and lifeless for a 15-year-old child. Midoriya Izuku, Eraserhead breathed. He shouldn't have been surprised. He wasn't, really, but it still felt like a punch to the gut, having his suspicions confirmed. Midoriya quirked his head towards the pro-hero, not even a hint of recognition passing through his eyes. Haven't you heard, Eraserhead? He asked softly, flatly. Midoriya Izuku died 3 years ago. My name is Deku. Shota opened his mouth to respond with what he wasn't certain, but in that exact moment, there was a heavy thud. And Nomu landed hard some 4 meters away, cracking the pavement with the force of its landing. All Might landed a second later, snarling in rage, his dress shirt already bloody down one side as he launched himself back into the fight. Just destroy him already, Nomu. Damn it, you have shock absorption and super regeneration. This is what you were created for. Shigaraki screeched, practically dancing on the spot like a 3-year-old throwing a temper tantrum. Midoriya, or rather Deku, grimaced slightly at the noise, rubbing a finger in his ear. Just leave him to do his job, Tenko. Or do it yourself if you think you can do better. But remember that Nomu was designed to take All Might at 100%. Now that he's weakening, it shouldn't take long. Shut up, Deku, you bastard. Shock absorption and super regeneration. A creature created to destroy All Might. Weakening. Shota's heart raced as he glanced from Deku to Shigaraki to Nomu and back again. What the hell did all this mean? Did Deku somehow know about All Might's time limit? It didn't matter. Whether or not he did, Shota knew about it. He knew that All Might didn't have long before he reverted back to his weakened form. He had to help him, before it was too late. Using his capture scarf as a launching mechanism, he threw himself towards the Nomu. Only to find Deku in midair in front of him, eyes suddenly blazing a radioactive shade of green, a cold smile touching his mouth. I'm sorry, Eraserhead, he murmured. But I can't let you interfere. The boy's kick, to say nothing of his jump, was far more powerful than any functionally quirkless individual should be capable of, strong enough to send him flying back to the ground, utterly winded and desperately gasping for air before he was forced to roll quickly aside, dodging Shigaraki's hand. Deku landed lightly on the ground nearby, his eyes still blazing as he stepped between Eraserhead and his partner in crime. Tenko, keep an eye on Nomu, just in case. I'll deal with Eraserhead. Like hell am I going to leave you to have all the fun, Deku, the hand-covered villain snarled back. Okay then, I suppose that means I get the pleasure of destroying the symbol of peace should Nomu fail, Deku shrugged, deadpan. Shigaraki bristled in rage. In your dreams, you bastard. he screeched, rushing towards the fight between All Might and his monster, where both were trading a series of blows fast enough to break the sound barrier. Deku clicked his tongue almost pityingly, then turned back to Shota, slipping easily into a fighting stance as he watched the pro push himself upright. Well then, ready to get serious, Eraserhead. Don't patronize me, Shota growled. Fighting with Deku was like trying to fight anywhere from 2 to 4 villains at once. He was fast, strong, and insanely versatile, fluidly combining fighting techniques from multiple different martial arts styles concurrently, not unlike his polyglot writing style. To make matters more interesting, he somehow had this way of slipping out of his capture weapon's grasp just as it was about to nab him. Shota swore that once or twice he even felt the snap of the scarf seizing hold of his arm or waist only for Deku to drop smoothly out of its grip, aiming a low, sweeping kick at his legs or instantly springing acrobatically backwards and waiting for the pro to make his next move. Not to mention that his analytical skills obviously extended beyond simple quirk analysis. Eraserhead actually grit his teeth in frustration when he realized that the longer they fought, the more he noticed some of his own fighting techniques being woven into Deku's movements. And speaking of analyzing quirks, Shota, for the life of him, couldn't figure out what in the world this kid's quirk was. He clearly had one. The flashes of green light in his eyes made that obvious, but he couldn't seem to nail down any singular effect. Sometimes, it seemed to give him a strength boost, sometimes speed, and at other times he would just disappear and he was left wondering if the kid had an invisibility quirk all over again. Then there were his frustrating evasive skills, and most concerning of all, there was one instance where Eraserhead fixed the boy with his quirk erasing stare and the green light in his eyes didn't fade. Of course, after his initial flash of panic, he was able to cancel the boy's quirk after all. So maybe it was just a delayed reaction caused by the overuse of his quirk. But the flicker of contentment, the first emotion he'd seen from the boy throughout the battle, warned him otherwise. What the hell are you trying to accomplish here, Midoriya? Shota hissed in an instant before they engaged once again, beeping in as much air as he could in the brief interim. It's Deku, remember, and I'm going to change the world. By attacking a goddamn school. These are kids, for God's sake. Something sour flickered across the boy's face before Shota was forced to dodge a particularly vicious kick towards his eyes. He managed to avoid a concussion, but the boy's foot still managed to catch his goggles, the sheer force of the blow knocking them off his face and sending him reeling. So was I, Eraserhead, came the cold response before his expression suddenly cleared. That being said, I had no intention of harming your students. Honestly, I'd been hoping that we could be friends. Shota's blood ran cold, trying to activate his quirk. He was down to 5-second bursts, now. What do you mean by that? He hissed, his voice low even as he lashed out once again. Come now, you can't think that I'm the only teen disillusioned by Hero Society as it now stands. Deku smirked as he miraculously dodged Shota's scarf again, his green eyes flashing briefly as Eraserhead's quirk faltered, his dead smile becoming somehow coy. There's a quirkless student in 1B now. Do you think he's had an easy time of it? Not to mention your own students. You should have seen the fear in Shinso's eyes when he told me his quirk. The surprise in Shoji's when Sero called his strength amazing. Not to mention the pain behind Mina's smile, and don't even get me started on Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki. Shota frowned, dodging another strike. Shinso he could understand as being at risk for recruitment, certainly. Even Shoji and maybe Ishido he could understand, considering their mutations. Sakino from 1B he could definitely understand. But Todoroki? For just a moment, Midoriya seemed surprised. Then a sharp, bitter bark of laughter escaped his mouth. You mean you seriously haven't noticed yet? You've never even considered how strange it is that he has a burn scar on the side of his body that's supposedly flame-resistant. Eraserhead actually stumbled as the implications of Deku's words hit him like a tidal wave. For a burn scar to appear as he had suggested, then the flames used to hurt him would have to be hot, hotter than any normal flame, and considering who Todoroki's father was. A roar of, plus UUUULTRAAAAA, snapped Shota out of his reverie, and he glanced up just in time to see the black figure of Nomu flying through the roof of the USJ, evidently thrown by the symbol of peace himself. He and Deku each glanced towards the man, standing by the edge of the plaza and breathing heavily as he turned to face a stunned and subtly shaking Shigaraki, his iconic smile still fixed in place. "Surrender, villains," he called. "We all want to get this over with quickly." There was steam pouring off of his body, visible even through the dust and smoke settling around him. Shota's exhausted eyes narrowed, relying on his sheet of dark hair to conceal them now that his goggles were gone. He was going to change back any second now. "What's wrong?" "Not attacking. I'm right here, so come and get me if you dare." "Deku," Shigaraki hissed, scratching at his neck again in obvious agitation, "you lied to me. He's just as strong as he's always been, you bastard." Shota's heart leapt into his throat as he shot the green-haired boy a glance. If he called All Might's bluff, then they were done for. But strangely, the boy didn't say a word, though his eyes did grow narrow and calculating. "What, are you scared?" All Might called again. "Not at all," Deku said finally, taking a half step forward, a cold smile touching his lips. "You simply taught me when to cut my losses." All Might glanced towards the boy, then he suddenly froze, his eyes visibly widening even from this distance. "Why you?" he whispered, and Eraserhead frowned at the implied familiarity underneath the shock. "It's been a long time, All Might." Deku inclined his head in greeting, almost mockingly. "It seems that you haven't regressed as much as I calculated you would by now. Although, I suppose it's nice to confirm that you haven't chosen your successor yet." Shota didn't miss the way that All Might flinched at that, but he couldn't be bothered to wonder why at the moment. "But anyway, I believe we've all stalled long enough, so our reunion will have to wait." As if on cue, Kurogiri appeared next to Deku, stepping out of his smoky portal. "Most of our allies have been reclaimed," he announced smoothly. "They await us back at the base. There were some that I was unable to collect, but the other pro heroes are nearly here. I believe it would be unwise to stay any longer." "Thank you, Kurogiri," Deku acknowledged with a slight nod. "Tenko, we're leaving." The blue-haired villain's hands balled into fists at that, audibly grinding his teeth. "Not yet," he hissed. "Not until I've killed the symbol of peace." With no further warning, the villain charged directly at All Might. Shota swore softly, his capture weapon lashing out to try to seize the man and haul him back, but to do so he had to sling it past Deku, whose hand snapped out and grabbed the scarf, twisting and using it to slam Shota into the ground with enough force to crack one of his ribs and bang his head against a piece of stone torn from the pavement. He gasped, the shock keeping him from moving, so that all he could do was blink stars from his eyes and stare in horror as Shigaraki rushed to weakened and nearly helpless All Might with one hand outstretched, fully prepared to disintegrate the number one hero into dust in an instant. Boom! Ha! Shota's heart actually leapt into his throat as he saw a blur of pink and a stream of smoke falling towards the pair out of the corner of his eye and realized that Uraraka had just leapt between All Might and a murderer. He tried to force himself upright once more, gasping through the pain in his side, desperate to save his student. Only to find that she didn't need saving. Somehow, Uraraka Ochako had managed to grab her assailant by the wrist and the back of the neck, pull him off balance, and slam him into the floor, pinning him to the ground with her knee in his back. Shota caught his breath, Kurogiri blinked, and Deku allowed himself a low whistle, a flicker of something between amusement and admiration passing through his eyes. Gunhead knife defense techniques, huh? He mused. Clever. She must have realized that Tenko's quirk only emits from his hands. But unfortunately, Shota's heart seemed to stop again as he realized what was about to happen a second before it did. This time, Deku didn't stop him as his scarf flicked out, but between the pain of his broken rib and ruined elbow, not to mention the fact that he likely had a concussion after that last hit, he missed his target as the smoky portal appeared beneath Shigaraki. All Might, Shota cried with the last of the air in his lungs, and fortunately his fellow pro hero understood. Even as the villain sank into the shadows, shrieking and howling in protest, All Might seized Uraraka around the waist and hauled her off of him seconds before the portal closed, sending him off who knows where. The teacher felt relief pour through his chest. The villain had reluctantly escaped, but at least Uraraka was safe now. Deku in the meantime had distanced himself from Shota, that strange, dead smile hovering around his mouth as another portal appeared behind him. "Lovely meeting you, Eraserhead. I look forward to the next time. He turned away after that, taking a step towards the portal. Then suddenly, he stiffened, his head snapping up. Deku leapt backwards just as an explosion struck the ground between him and the portal. Shota gasped as he recognized the blonde figure that had appeared, interposing himself between the green-haired boy and his ally. Like hell am I gonna let them take you away again, Bakugo growled softly, glowering at the mass of purple smoke. I dunno what they've been doing to control you Izuku, but you don't have to go back. We can help you. Shota's eyes widened from where he lay, still struggling to regain his breath. Bakugo honestly thought that Midoriya was being forced into this. His eyes flicked towards the shorter boys, and he was more than a little startled by what he saw. Pain, anguish, even, raw and sharp and then Deku blinked and it was gone, leaving Shota wondering if it was just a hallucination brought on by his concussion. The boy chuckled, shaking his head pityingly, though the sound seemed awfully hollow, even dead. It only seemed to confirm his suspicion that he'd imagined that poignant flash of emotion. You honestly think that you're going to save me, Kacchan? Deku sighed, something hard and bitter creating an edge in his voice. Bakugo blinked, surprise registering across his face. Then confusion, suspicion, and slowly a dawning horror. No, he croaked. Izuku, you can't seriously, but you always wanted to be a hero. That was your dream. It's what you wanted more than anything. Deku considered, his voice even. I wanted to save people. I wanted to make the world a better place. But I learned that it was impossible for someone like me to save people as a hero. So I decided to make a difference as a villain instead. As a Deku. Bakugo actually flinched. No, he whispered. No, Izuku. Goodbye, Kacchan, Deku murmured as another portal appeared behind him and he took his first step into it. Don't try to follow me. I'm already past saving. The warp gate closed, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Shota finally managed to drag in his first full breath since the villain had slammed him into the ground, although he instantly regretted it, considering that the movement caused his cracked ribs to shriek in protest. After taking a moment to blink the spots from his eyes, he groggily pushed himself upright, doing his best not to put any more undue stress on his ribs. Bakugo. He managed to pant, chest heaving with each shallow breath. His student didn't respond, just stood there shaking, his head bowed, his fists clenched at his sides. From his angle, Shota could see that his eyes were wide open still, horror warring with guilt and sheer absolute rage as his breaths came faster and faster. All at once, his student threw his head back, a scream that didn't even sound human tearing itself from his throat as a massive explosion, bigger than any Shota had seen him create before, burst from his palms, sending a wave of heat blasting outward before he fell to his knees, slamming his fists into the ground. Although whether the action was taken due to rage or grief or sheer frustration Shota couldn't be certain. Either way, he could hear the muffled sob wrench itself from his student's throat, in spite of his best efforts to contain it. Cringing against the pain, Shota dragged himself forward, kneeling at the side and laying a weary hand against his shoulder. Bakugo simply lay there, unresponsive, trembling, while bitter tears leaked from his scrunched closed eyes and heaving gasps caught in his chest, oblivious to the world around him. Shota was no good at this side of hero work. This was Hazashi's area, this whole, comforting, thing. But Hazashi wasn't here, and anyway it was his student struggling, so he'd give it his best shot. Bakugo. He's a villain, the whispered, his voice raw, broken. Shota blinked. Okay. He hadn't exactly expected him to bring it up himself. Izuku's a goddamn villain, he hissed, another sob cutting into his tone. Bakugo. That's not your fault, the teacher tried again. Don't try to talk about shit that you don't understand, Bakugo spat back, almost choking on his tears. This is my fault. I'm the one who turned Izuku into Deku. Mitsuki put the car into park and stretched her hands over her head until her back popped. Well, here we are, she smiled, the expression considerably softer than her usual toothy grin. Inko took a slow, shaky breath in, one of her hands clenched in a fist over her heart, the other tightening around the bouquet of flowers in her lap. Hydrangea, peony, and a few white carnations. Mitsuki glared at the bouquet, worried. I know what my brat told you the other day, but Inko, I don't want you getting your hopes up too soon, the frowned, trying to keep her tone gentle. Inko managed a weak smile. I know, she nodded, unbuckling, but until we know for certain, I still want to believe that he could be out there. Well, I won't try to stop you, the Ash shrugged, beginning to push her own door open. Anyway, time's a wastin', and I'd like to get home before Katsuki finishes school. Mitsuki, yeah, girl, thank you, for coming with me. Mitsuki smirked, although there was a touch of sadness in it. Inko, you've been dealing with my emotional constipation since grade school. This is the least I can do. The green-haired woman almost laughed at that, but the smile that stayed on her face was still warbly and a little anxious as she climbed out of the passenger seat. The trek up the grassy hill was characterized by a friendly, but tense silence. That tension only seemed to increase as time went on and they grew steadily closer to their destination. You sure you wanna do this so soon? Mitsuki frowned, noticing how Inko's breath grew steadily faster and more shallow as well. Yes, Inko nodded, a look of determination that reminded the Ash where her son got it from crossing through her eyes. I can't be there for him, but if there's any way that he can see me, I want him to know that I'm thinking of him. Mitsuki managed to smile at that. She didn't really get it, but hell, if doing this gave Inko a bit of comfort over her lost son, then she would do what she could to help her. They arrived at the gravesite a few minutes later, both of them a little warm for the trip, and Inko was definitely fighting back tears as they entered the little cemetery, but she still pressed forward with the same degree of determination as before. Only to pause, a flash of confusion crossing her face. What's wrong? Mitsuki asked, stepping around another headstone so that she could see little Izuku's. There was a bouquet of flowers lying at the base of the headstone, all short stems with clusters of purple, six-petaled flowers on one end, wrapped in white floral paper. Purple hyacinths. Huh, the woman frowned, moving closer, Inko close behind her. Neither of them had visited in a week or two, but these flowers were pretty fresh. Probably left today, maybe even only a few hours ago. Strange, since as far as Mitsuki knew, only their families ever visited Izuku's grave. Who would have? Just then, Mitsuki's phone started ringing, playing a rather language-heavy rap song that caused Inko to wince slightly. Mitsuki frowned. That was Katsuki's ringtone. Why would he call while still in school? Yeah, what is it, brat? She growled, but without any heat. If he was calling during school, then the situation was probably pretty serious. Had he had another panic attack? Ah, Baku-kasen, Eijiro. Ah hell, what's going on? Did that damn brat have another breakdown? Ah shit, please don't tell me he attacked someone. Well, yes and no. Eijiro's voice made it pretty obvious that the kid was cringing. Just spit it out, kid. Well, our class just got attacked by a bunch of villains, and Bakugo's not taking it too well. Say what? He'd felt good that morning. Surprisingly good, all things considered. Sure, his old wound had throbbed a little bit more than usual, but it was nothing abnormal. Honestly, he had been downright bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to give the day his all, or at least as much as he had left to give. It was part of the reason he'd felt confident enough even to attempt all those rescues earlier in the day. So how did things go to hell so quickly? How did villains figure out when to attack the USJ? How did a child, one that he'd thought was dead, one that he should have protected, become the leader of said villains? And how did the aforementioned child know that All Might was looking for a successor? It made him wonder what else the boy might know. It made him wonder how quickly he needed to make a decision. Toshinori groaned softly as he lifted his head, giving Uraraka Shouju a once-over. His brave young student appeared unharmed, just slightly shaky as she opened her eyes and began to push herself upright. The pro-hero sighed quietly in relief, slumping back against the ground, distantly noting with some pride how she immediately snapped her head towards Bakugo Shonen and Aizawa, more concerned for their welfare than her own injuries. It was just one more sign that Uraraka Shouju would be a fantastic rescue hero someday. Or even a crime-fighting hero, if those earlier moves were anything to go by. Where had she learned that anyway? Bakugo-kun, she murmured, her voice soft and laced with worry, pulling him from his reverie. I hope he's okay. As Bakugo Shonen injured, All Might frowned immediately, his heart racing slightly with his concern. At least not physically, but I know that he was desperate to get here. Something about needing to save his friend. I didn't want to pry, but... A scream and an explosion cut her off. Yagi jumped, lurching upright in surprise and coughing up a spurt of blood in the process, searching desperately for the enemy only to see Bakugo Shonen slump to the ground, sobbing desperately, Aizawa slowly making his way to the boy's side. It was shocking, to say the least. Oh my gosh, are you All Might Sensei? Uraraka Shoju screeched. Toshinori blinked in confusion, meeting brown eyes wide with shock and worry and more than a little disbelief. The pro-hero felt a flicker of misgiving at that, glancing down to try to understand why. Oh, shit. Right, I suppose I do look different, Toshinori groaned, wiping the blood from his chin. I know it's rather strange and I promise I'll explain later, but now isn't the time. In the meantime, I'd rather you didn't go telling your classmates about this. I suppose I understand, Uraraka Shoju agreed hesitantly, fidgeting, her eyes still very wide, but she seemed to have mostly regained the bulk of her composure. Are you okay, All Might Sensei? Are you hurt? Yagi-san, please, Toshinori sighed automatically, at least in this form. No, I'm not too terribly. Another violent series of coughs, accompanied by another glob of blood and phlegm, cut him off, doing little to help his case. Uraraka Shoju yelped in alarm, scrambling to find a tissue or handkerchief or something, but Toshinori wearily waved her concern away. It's fine, he mumbled, wiping his mouth on his already ruined shirt. Happens all the time, it's perfectly normal. I'm pretty sure coughing up blood isn't normal all Yagi-san, Uraraka Shoju squeaked back. Bakugo, Uraraka, Aizawa-sensei, All Might Sensei, you all right? Toshinori glanced up as Kirishima Shonen hurried towards them, worry etched in his face. He allowed himself a smile. Kirishima Shonen is such a good kid, coming to check on them, he thought. Then, just as quickly, crap, he's gonna see me without my muscle form. Before he could panic too much, Uraraka Shoju shot him a glance, quickly rose to her feet, and ran to intercept the redhead, grabbing his arm and pulling him towards Bakugo Shonen, mumbling something that Toshinori couldn't hear, but the intent was clear by her classmate's reaction, distracting the boy and getting help for his other student. Kirishima Shonen's eyes blew wide, something like horror flashing across his expression, but then his face set and he nodded in determination, kneeling in front of his friend and placing a hand on his shoulder. Bakugo, dude, you okay? He murmured gently, but still loudly enough for Toshinori to hear. The boy wasn't really the most subtle of individuals, not that he had any room to talk. The didn't answer though, just remained staring vaguely into space, ignorant of the tears spiking down his cheeks. Perhaps he was dissociating. The redhead looked concerned but didn't press him. Kirishima, report, Aizawa grunted, looking dazed, but determined. What happened up top? Oh, right, Kirishima straightened up, turning his attention to his teacher. Toshinori decided to take advantage of the distraction to slip off of the plaza itself, instead sitting down beneath the lip and simply listening as his student continued. He didn't fail to notice that Uraraka Shoju, when she saw him moving, placed herself so that she would block his escape from Kirishima Shonen's view. The warp guy appeared before we could escape the USJ. 13 tried to use black hole on but he opened a warp gate to redirect the attack and destroy their armor. Then he used his quirk again to scatter most of us around the building. But after that the guy just vanished. Mentioned something about needing to grab a guy named Deku before things got out of hand. Anyway, Sato and I worked together to pry open the doors and Iida ran to the campus to get help. So, 13 is. Recovery girl said they'll be fine. Good. So, the other teachers. They arrived just a minute ago. They're searching for all the other students now. Most of them are still scattered around the building, but Kota and Shinso made it back on their own. But Shinso hurt his leg somehow and Snipe managed to spot Jiro, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. They look okay, but I think Kaminari kind of fried his own brain again. Good, good, Uraraka. Bakugo-kun and I were both warped to those ruins, where we were attacked by a group of villains. Bakugo's quirk caused some debris to destabilize, but he got better at controlling his output over time. The villains were mostly low-level thugs, so it wasn't too hard to take them down even with the unstable footing. After that, we decided to come to the plaza to see if we could help. We weren't planning on engaging, but then that hands guy charged in and we decided that we had to get involved. I made myself float and Bakugo-kun launched me and, yeah. I see. In that case. Toshinori heard a grunt and a gasp and quickly peeked up over the edge of the platform. He quickly saw that Aizawa had started to stand, but suddenly wobbled, staggering. Hiroshima Shonen had quickly moved to support him, as did Uraraka Shoju, who tucked herself under his arm and pressed her hand against his back, a faint pink glow shining from her fingertips, seemingly draining the color from her cheeks. You know what, maybe we should get you to Recovery Girl too, Sensei, the redhead frowned. You don't look like you're in great shape to be honest, you need to rest. Can't, Aizawa mumbled. Whatever lucidity he'd managed to maintain when questioning the pair of them seemed largely to have abandoned him now. Not until my students are safe. Okay, that was actually kind of sweet. And judging by the flustered smile on Uraraka Shoju's face and the tears gathering in Kirishima Shonen's eyes, they thought as much, too. So manly, the latter mumbled. Come on Sensei, let's get you up top so you can check on everyone yourself. Hey, Uraraka, you okay? Yeah, I didn't really get hurt, just a bit nauseous from my quirk. She shot a quick look towards Toshinori, who nodded slightly, prompting her onward. I'll take Sensei to Recovery Girl. You help Bakugo-kun, okay. Hiroshima Shonen nodded in acknowledgement, helping her to settle their teacher against her back before she started climbing the stairs towards the USJ entrance. Then he knelt by Bakugo Shonen once more, gently cajoling him to his feet and helping him stumble away in a daze. Toshinori slumped back against the retaining wall, allowing his eyes to close. He could understand how the boy felt. It had taken him a while to recognize the young man as the quiet blonde boy from Midoriya Shonen's funeral, but just then he could see it, just as he had in the aftermath of the battle training. It made him wonder if Bakugo Shonen felt the same way he did. If he blamed himself, too. Perhaps he should talk to him. Not right now, though. All Might, are you here? Toshinori wearily raised a hand as he recognized Ishiyama-kun's voice. He could hear heavy footsteps, and a moment later his fellow teacher's boxy face appeared in front of him. Are you all right, All Might? He frowned, glancing him over. Yeah, for the most part. That thing managed to find my old wound. Dug into it pretty hard. But it's not as bad as it looks. You're covered in blood, Ishiyama-kun deadpanned. Well, don't sugarcoat it, Toshinori grumbled. I had to act recklessly or I'd be dead right now. Things were that serious. Yeah, those villains were powerful. Their leader couldn't have been older than our first years, but he was able to hold his own against Aizawa in a one-on-one fight. Sure, he was injured and exhausted at the time, but still, a quirkless kid managed to throw Aizawa like it was nothing. That's no small feat, Smintas agreed, his eyes growing wide as he nodded ponderously, but we can investigate the matter later. Come now, the students are being treated by the entrance. Let's sneak you to Recovery Girl's office, and she'll get you healed up in no time. The nodded wearily, internally wincing as he imagined the scolding the woman would give him. I think I shortened my time limit again in that fight, Toshinori mumbled, grimacing against the sharp pain in his side as Ishiyama pulled him to his feet and led him towards one of the emergency exits past the squall zone. He was fairly used to the pain by now, though. 6 years of constant throbbing did that to a person. It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. Either way, your actions probably saved the lives of those students today, Ishiyama-kun smiled encouragingly. Toshinori nodded absently, but he didn't really believe it. His thoughts were plagued by the memories of a day on a high rooftop, faced by a child with curly green hair and hopeful, brilliant green eyes after asking him one piercing question, pleading and fretting and longing for a single magical word, and a young man with narrow cheeks, his eyes a dull, flat jade, his smile mocking and lifeless, his words just as piercing as before, but for an entirely different reason. You taught me when to cut my losses. His actions were what put everyone in danger. If it weren't for him, that boy may have become a great hero, instead of a villain. So you've gone and done it again, All Might. A creaky old voice groused. You can't keep injuring yourself like this. It's not like I asked that thing to attack me, Toshinori sighed, sitting up with yet another grimace as Recovery Girl entered the room. The old doctor's eyes narrowed on him. He could practically see the steam coming from her ears. That's not the point. The point is that you wore yourself to the bone this morning when you had a class to teach. I don't care if you're the symbol of peace. Continue injuring yourself out of sheer stupidity, and I won't continue to heal you, understand? Yes ma'am, the winced, appropriately chastened. Recovery Girl huffed, then set about her work, pulling off Toshinori's shirt and beginning to clean his reopened wound. How are you feeling, All Might? A soft voice asked, and Toshinori glanced up as the school principal entered the room, his usually bright smile soft and worried and his beady black eyes lacking their usual calm, calculating gleam. I'll live, the pro-hero shrugged. I'd hope so. I don't want to be the one explaining to Gran what happened to you. What the hell? What are you doing here, Tsukauchi? Toshinori gaped, spitting blood as another figure stepped in behind his boss. I've been assigned to investigate the attack, of course, his old friend shrugged, smiling faintly as he stepped around an empty bed to sit down next to him. This so-called League of Villains, according to the students. Apparently the villain with a warping quirk announced them as such, but we don't know much else. Which brings us to part of the reason why we're here, Nezu-sensei piped up again. We hope that you could give us your statement on what happened during the fighting in the USJ. Unfortunately the other teachers and I arrived too late to see much more than a vanishing portal, and Aizawa-kun wasn't exactly up to the task of giving his story when Uraraka-kun brought him up. Sure, Toshinori nodded, but first, are the students, 13, and Aizawa okay? For the most part, yes. 13-kun has been sent to the hospital with some severe lacerations on their back, but the doctors have reassured us that they'll pull through. Aizawa-kun wasn't terribly injured, but his stamina was too drained for Shuzenji-kun to use her quirk, so he was sent to the hospital as well. Among the students, no one had life-threatening injuries, but 3 were sent to the hospital regardless. The rest were exhausted enough that we opted to send them home rather than attempt to continue classes. On that note, it would seem that the enemy had some knowledge of their quirks, since all of the students caught up in the warp gate were sent to areas that they weren't entirely suited to handle, Tsukauchi commented, frowning worriedly. What do you mean? Well, to start, Asui-kun, Aoyama-kun, and Tokiyami-kun were all sent to the conflagration zone. They are struggling with mild burns and varying degrees of heat exhaustion, Asui-kun being the worst off, but they were protected from worse injury by Tokiyami-kun, whose quirk, though weakened by the flames, was able to hold the villains also sent there at bay. Hagakure-kun is fighting hypothermia and frostbite from the squall zone due to the nature of her costume. Todoroki-kun was sent there as well, and he also has some symptoms due to overuse of the ice aspect of his quirk. However, since he has some natural measure of resistance to cold temperatures, she's by far the worse off of the 2 of them. Ojiro-kun was sent to the landslide zone on his own. He did very well against the villains he encountered despite the fact that he had no cover, but still took quite a beating when they eventually cornered him. Shuzenji-kun said that he was the worst injured of the students. He has a few broken bones, deep bruises, a concussion, and a significant gash or 2, but nothing life-threatening. Kaminari-kun is suffering from quirk overuse, but he was able to successfully protect Jiro-kun and Yaoyorozu-kun from serious injury at the mountain rescue site, although they all had cuts and bruises. Kota-kun is also relatively unscathed, largely thanks to the efforts of Shinso-kun. The 2 of them were sent to the shipwreck zone, presumably because the water would limit the projection of their voices and thus the effectiveness of their quirks. However, Shinso-kun still managed to take control of a number of the villains and set them against each other with his quirk while he and Kota-kun swam for shore. However, Shinso-kun was bitten by a man with a quirk that gave him shark-like abilities and was nearly dragged into deeper water. Fortunately, Kota-kun managed to kick the man in the gills before that could happen. He signed something about a dolphin suggesting that trick once. Bakugo-kun and Uraraka-kun were sent to the earthquake zone, where their quirks were limited by the instability of the ruined buildings. However, their combat skills made up for those limitations. Of the students warped away, they suffered the least amount of injury. The rest remained by the entrance. As much as I despise their actions, I must commend the villains for the effectiveness of their strategy. All in all, we were very lucky that we didn't suffer any casualties. Toshinori nodded as he processed this information, feeling simultaneously relieved and more tense than ever. They likely got their information through the spy that's been sneaking onto campus, he muttered. You're referring to the battle training and quirk assessment incidents? Nezu prompted, his smile turning grim. Sorry, just a moment, Tsukauchi interrupted, fishing a recording device out of his pocket. He pressed play, then, glancing between them, asked, now what was that about a spy? During a battle training for this same class earlier in the week, one of our students noticed an intruder during the final exercise. Eyewitness reports match with the description of another individual seen observing the quirk assessment test that Aizawa-kun holds on the first day of class every year. If Bakugo Shonen, Shinso Shonen, and Jiro Shoju's descriptions of the intruder are accurate, then I saw him during the fighting as well. In fact, he appeared to be their leader. And sensei, I had my suspicions before, but I'm now certain that the intruder was in fact Midoriya Izuku. Nezu's eyes narrowed. I wondered if that might be the case following Uraraka-kun's comments at the USJ, but I will admit that this is an interesting development. Hang on, Midoriya Izuku, you mean the suicide case from 3 years ago? Yes, you're familiar with it, yeah, Tsukauchi frowned, looking slightly disturbed. I was one of the detectives assigned to the case. How did you know of it, All Might? I met the boy, All Might admitted softly, cringing at the memory. I said something that I maybe shouldn't have. Shortly after that, I found out that he committed suicide. Tsukauchi looked startled. Nezu, of course, was unsurprised he thrived on information. How did the two of you meet? And what was it that you said? I happened to rescue him from a villain attack. He chased me down after the fact right as my time was running out to ask if it was possible for a quirkless person to become a hero. I said no. Worse, I said that he should try to keep his dreams attainable, Toshinori recounted bitterly, his hands clenching around the thin blanket of the bed. You said that to an impressionable child. Recovery Girl gaped at him, fury and sorrow burning in her eyes. How could you be so cruel? I didn't mean to destroy him the way I did, but I didn't want a defenseless child running into danger, either. At the time, I felt like I was saying what I had to. Toshinori defended himself, but the words felt hollow, even to him. Is this why you started your whole advocacy campaign? To assuage your guilty conscience over causing the death of a child? Not exactly, but I'd be lying if said that wasn't part of it, the pro-hero admitted. You know I was quirkless myself before obtaining one for all, right? Yes, that's part of the reason I'm so shocked you would say such a thing. I just wanted him to understand the risk working as a hero carries. The danger. When he died, I felt like I was the one who killed him. Even so, I was shocked that it had happened at all. That boy, he'd been so bright, so warm. I knew he'd been devastated by what I said, but I never thought it would make him suicidal, and logically I knew that such thoughts don't just come all at once. They usually take time to take root. So I started doing research, looking into the conditions of quirkless kids nowadays versus when I was a child, and the things I learned were horrible. Medically quirkless individuals make up about 20% of the population, but only about 7% are functionally quirkless, without even a vestigial mutation. And that's just the world at large. 92% of those 20%, to say nothing of the specifically functionally quirkless 7%, are already older than 25. That means Midoriya Izuku was one of the approximately 8% of medically quirkless individuals, or one of 1.6% of functionally quirkless individuals worldwide under the age of 25. By contrast, I would have been one of about 25% of medically quirkless kids and 15% functionally quirkless when I was his age, and there wasn't nearly as much of a social stigma then. Today, quirkless kids, in particular functionally quirkless kids like Midoriya, get told to commit suicide an average of 2.7 times a month in school, and about 76% of them try it at least once in their lifetimes. In fact, Only about 54% reach adulthood. That's part of why most quirkless people are older, and those that do are rarely able to find opportunities for higher education and employment. What I said to him that day was inexcusable, I'm not denying that. But I put that campaign together in the hopes of preventing it from happening again, by my hand or anyone else's. As afraid of the woman as he was, Toshinori forced himself to look Recovery Girl in the eye as he murmured softly, "Believe me, if I could go back and change it, then I would. The past is the past, I'm afraid." Nezu heaved a weary sigh as he laid a placating hand paw on the doctor's arm. She grumbled, but otherwise didn't protest. I'd thought that the circumstances of the boy's death seemed strange, but I will admit that this new development concerning Midoriya, that he is apparently a leader in this group of villains, goes far beyond my expectations. Honestly, it seemed strange to me too, especially since we never found a body, but there wasn't much we could do after we found the suicide note in his bag. Can you remember what it said? Nezu prompted. Not off the top of my head, but there's a copy in his complete case file. Although, I remember that it did strike me as odd somehow. Would it be possible for us to see it? Perhaps have it brought to a debriefing meeting tomorrow? Sure, if Midoriya really is a part of this case, it may be an important piece of the puzzle. Yes, I would agree. Now, All Might, you were explaining to us what precisely happened at the USJ. Right, I was heading to class late because of my idiotic, overly reckless hero complex. Recovery Girl suggested with the acidity of a bottle of vinegar as she proceeded to wrap his wound. Toshinori and Tsukauchi, he noticed out of the corner of his eye, grimaced at that, but at least she wasn't quite as determined to label him as the devil incarnate. Well, I met Iida Shonen along the way, and he informed me that the USJ was under attack, 13 had been injured, and Aizawa was defending everyone, but the students had been scattered through the facility. When I arrived, I found things much as he had described. However, almost as soon as I'd walked in, a monster with black skin and an exposed brain rushed me. It was all I could do to knock Sato Shonen out of the way before it crashed into me. That fast? The thing was insanely powerful, Toshinori nodded. It hit my weak spot pretty hard, and it had some sort of regeneration quirk. But it also had shock absorption and likely super strength and/or super speed, at least according to the other villain present. You're saying it had multiple quirks? Tsukauchi frowned. But, shouldn't that be impossible? At least now that he hesitated, glancing down at his recording device and pressing the pause button. Once they were in the clear, he nodded to them. Now that All for One is gone, Nezu finished quietly now that the danger of his words being caught on record had passed. Actually, All Might whispered, considering everything I've seen and heard today, I'm no longer entirely certain that All for One really is gone. Recovery Girl's hands flinched against All Might's side, Nezu's entire body stilled, and Tsukauchi's head snapped up from where he'd been writing on his notepad. What makes you say that? The principal asked cautiously. It's not outside the realm of possibility that a single quirk with multiple side effects is responsible for the appearance of multiple quirks in the monster, as you described it. Considering the quirks in question appear to be so different from one another, it does seem improbable, but not impossible. Take our young student Todoroki for example. Nomu's apparent multiple quirks is a part of why I'm suspicious, but the primary reason is actually something that Midoriya Izuku said to me before he disappeared. And what was that? Toshinori paused, frowning down at his scarred hands as Recovery Girl finished with his bandage, then stepped back so that she could frown up at him alongside Nezu. He referenced my successor, All Might whispered, and he sensed all three of them stiffen. Said something about how it was nice to confirm that I hadn't chosen one yet. Tsukauchi released a long, slow breath. You're saying, you think he knows about One for All? That's right, Toshinori nodded. There are very few people in this world who know the secret. Aside from the three of you, just Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, and All for One. Of those 6, the only one I would suspect of telling anyone is the last. If this child was somehow able to sneak on and off of campus though, is it possible that he overheard a conversation between one or another of you? Perhaps, but it's not exactly something we speak openly about. Besides, considering that we all know the secret already, it's not as though we would have been spelling it out for anyone to overhear, Nezu pointed out. That's true, Tsukauchi conceded, his brows furrowed with worry. But if All for One really is behind all this, then how should we proceed? Recovery Girl frowned. I don't know, Toshinori admitted quietly. Well, perhaps we should first investigate this Nomu creature, Nezu suggested calmly, although the furrow to his brow muzzle would suggest that he was anything but. If we can do that, perhaps we can confirm whether or not All for One truly is involved. Agreed, Tsukauchi nodded. I already have a team sweeping the surrounding area based on student descriptions of the creature. Very good. Now All Might, is there anything more you would like to tell us about recent events? Toshinori glanced towards his friend, who pressed play on his recording device again and nodded. Well, as you've apparently heard from the students, I battled the Nomu and eventually succeeded in throwing it out of the facility. After that, I had a chance to pay a little more attention to the ringleaders. One of them was observing my fight closely. He had blue hair and black clothes and for some reason appeared to wear hands all over his body as part of his costume, including one on his face, so I couldn't see it clearly. He was the one who ordered the Nomu to attack me, but he appeared to be at odds with the true leader, Midoriya Izuku. How could you tell? And how could you tell that Midoriya was ultimately in charge? Mostly the way that they interacted. Judging by the way he gave orders, Midoriya was definitely the one in charge, yet Tenko, as Midoriya called him, spoke to him in a manner reminiscent of a spoiled child. Plus, when Midoriya gave the order to withdraw, Tenko ignored him completely and charged me instead. I don't know exactly what his quirk was, but it was obvious that he intended to kill me with it. If it hadn't been for Uraraka Shouju, I would most likely be dead. What exactly did Uraraka-kun do? Jumped into the fight in the nick of time. Judging by the explosion beforehand, I'll bet Bakugo Shonen played a hand in it, too. Either way, she came out of nowhere, grabbed the villain and took him to the floor without batting an eye. It was impressive, honestly, even if it was pretty damn reckless. This student sounds as bad as you, Tsukauchi muttered, not quite under his breath. Intriguing, Nezu-sensei mused. So the villains fled after that. Yeah, the warp villain created a portal and they just. A knock at the door gave them all pause. After a moment, Recovery Girl hobbled over to the door, opening it partway after Tsukauchi closed the curtain around All Might's bed. Oh, hello there, sweetie. Did you need something? As All Might Sensei here? A familiar voice asked uncertainly. I know that he was, injured in the fight and I just wanted to make sure that he's okay. That's very kind of you, dear. Not to worry, heal. It's all right, Recovery Girl, All Might called. You can let her in. She knows. Tsukauchi quirked an eyebrow at him and Nezu sighed and smiled, but otherwise the two didn't react much. A moment later, Toshinori heard the door close once more and the privacy curtain was pulled aside to reveal a fidgeting Uraraka Ochako. Hello, Uraraka-kun. Nezu greeted mildly, smiling. The girl seemed slightly startled to see him there, and even more so to see Tsukauchi. Oh, hi, sensei, she squeaked, clearly a little flustered. You am I interrupting something? We were actually just wrapping up. Tsukauchi smiled, pressing the stop button on his recorder and tucking it back into his jacket. I was just getting All Might's statement on the attack. So, you know about All Might's secret, the detective clarified, smiling slightly. Yes, I do. Detective Tsukauchi here is an old friend, Toshinori explained simply, smiling as her eyes widened slightly in understanding. He's legit. I'd trust him with my life. That's quite the introduction. Tsukauchi outright laughed now. And speaking of, I believe I owe you a thank you, Uraraka-kun. All Might here was just explaining to us how you saved his life. Nezu smiled gently, although amusement sparkled in his eyes as the girl immediately flushed red. What? And no, you don't have to thank me for anything. Uraraka Shouju squawked, her arms flailing slightly as she floundered through her embarrassment. I just did what anyone would do, UKN no. And anyway, I couldn't have done it without Bakugo-kun. Stop encouraging the girl, all of you, Recovery Girl grumbled as she said about putting away her medical tools. It was a reckless move. One touch from that man and she could have easily gotten herself killed. True, Toshinori frowned, his hand drifting instinctively to his wounded side as he looked her in the eye. I can't condone that aspect of things, but the fact remains that I'd be dead if you hadn't jumped in. Although I am curious, how did you know I needed help? Uraraka Shoju's blush faded, her expression turning somber. Honestly, most of it was because you stopped fighting. After you threw that thing out of the USJ, you turned and just started talking. As Bakugo-kun put it, you're strong enough and fast enough that you shouldn't need to talk your way out of anything. But there was also just this look in your eyes. A look, like the whole world had just come crashing down. Toshinori blinked at that, wondering what exactly she meant, but his student didn't elaborate. To be honest, I wasn't sure what that creepy guy's quirk was, just that when he charged you, he did it with his hand stretched out, so I assumed that that's how he meant to attack. I know it was a gamble, but Bakugo-kun and I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Impressive deductive skills, Nezu smiled, but in the future, avoid going in blind. We're not quite sure what the villain's quirk was either, but judging by Aizawa-kun's injuries, I imagine it had something to do with disintegration. Both Toshinori and his student paled at that pronouncement, and Recovery Girl tensed in her office chair. Tsukauchi looked grim, but not too terribly surprised. Oh okay, I'll remember that, Uraraka Shoju squeaked, looking a little shaky. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, Yagi-san, are there any signs before you shrink? Just in case I need to play distraction so you can slip away. Toshinori smiled slightly at the earnest light in her eyes. She really was going to be a wonderful hero one day. Well, the biggest giveaway is that my body starts giving off steam, and sometimes I'll start coughing blood, like you saw in the USJ, he sighed. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, Uraraka Shoju nodded. Is it okay to ask, what happened? I mean, the symbol of peace doesn't just get hurt like this, right? Toshinori glanced away, a familiar sense of fear roiling in his gut. It always felt that way when he had to tell someone the truth, but this time the stakes felt higher than ever before. All of the memories of the mistakes he'd made the last time seemed to press in upon him, of the way that he'd ignored a different bright, earnest, heartfelt child, focusing instead on his own pride and selfishness. And now here was another one, asking his story, watching him with cautious concern. He took a deep breath. It was different this time. This time, he wasn't explaining out of pride or fear. This time, he was simply trying to settle the fears of his student. It was about 6 years ago now, he said quietly, gently laying a hand over the bandages to ward off the phantom pains. I can't show you the scar, but it was bad. I lost my stomach and my left lung. I was able to continue doing hero work after a number of frankly debilitating surgeries, but only for a limited period of time, and that time has grown shorter over the years. Last I checked, I had about 3 hours a day. After the fight in the USJ though, I wouldn't be surprised if that time shrank a bit more. Not as much as if I'd already passed on one for all, but probably still by an hour. Uraraka Shoju's hand was pressed over her mouth. I'm so sorry, she mumbled around her fingers. I know that probably sounds stupid, but I know. Toshinori chuckled weakly, humorlessly. There's not much else you can say, is there? No, sensei, she agreed softly. A solemn sort of silence fell over the room as Uraraka Shoju wrung her hands together, chewing her bottom lip in thought. Well, Uraraka-kun, I believe it's time for you to be on your way home. I imagine that your parents are expecting a call from you, Nezu-sensei prompted gently. Toshinori frowned slightly at his boss's odd phrasing, but was distracted when his student lifted her head, nodding firmly to the principal, then looking up with her jaw set and eyes bright with determination. If I can help you in any way, please just let me know, okay sensei? Anyway, I'll see you in class. She then dashed from the room, leaving Toshinori blinking after her. Tsukauchi nudged him gently, quirking an eyebrow at him with a slight smile. What? The pro-hero frowned at his old friend, only to have Nezu's soft chuckle distract him once more. It would seem that Tagata-kun might have some competition after all. Toshinori blinked again, their slight smiles slowly sinking in. Huh, now there's a thought. Basically Snow White. Basically Snow White, I don't think I thanked you for saving us before, so thanks. You, don't worry about it. You, I not for you, the shark guy wolf have got me. You, so tink we're even. Basically Snow White, smiley face, happy to help. Basically Snow White, I still can't believe you no sign. You, yeah it was nice. You, maybe we can use it in training. You, secret code and stuff. Basically Snow White, yeah. Yeah dad, I'm okay. Hitoshi glanced up curiously as he heard the soft, tremulous voice. He glanced back from his seat just within the walls of the school, watching as his normally bubbly classmate made her shaky way towards the entrance. Yeah, they're giving us the rest of the week off of school. No, I don't think. Uraraka paused, listening to someone on the other end of the line. Her expression fell, her smile faltering. Hitoshi frowned at that. You, sorry G2 grams. You TTYL. I mean I guess I can try, Uraraka was mumbling as Hitoshi shoved his phone into his pocket. I don't want to impose on anyone, though, especially where we don't know each other very well yet. Yeah, I'll be careful. I love you both, too. Yeah, goodbye. Uraraka lowered her phone with a weary sigh, snapping her phone shut and tucking it back into her skirt pocket. Hitoshi's frown only deepened when she raised a shaky hand to her face and scrubbed at her wet eyes. Hey, Uraraka, the boy called quietly, his deep voice carrying across the intervening space between them. The girl startled slightly, her eyes snapping up to meet his. Oh, Shinso-kun, she greeted him, a little bit of cheer entering her voice. I didn't see you there. Hitoshi's frown only deepened. After so many years of pretending that he was fine whenever someone called him a villain or suggested that he use his quirk to get the teacher to bump up his grade, he could recognize a forced smile from a mile away. Something's troubling you, he observed, a mixed statement and invitation. He'd long since learned that in conversations, people were generally more inclined to respond to him when he didn't phrase things as questions. Not that Uraraka seemed to care either way, but old habits die hard. Still, he was a little surprised when her smile cracked so easily, tears spilling from her eyes before she slumped weakly to the ground beside him. Yeah, she mumbled, I guess I'm a little shaken up by everything. Can't say I blame you. I think we're all a mess on some level, Hitoshi shrugged easily, his hand sliding almost unconsciously to brush against the new set of scars on his leg. So that was your dad you were talking to? Yeah, I hope he's coming to pick you up. He can't. He's working then. No, he and mom just live too far away, is all. Hitoshi shot her a calculating look. And yet you come here every day. I don't live with them, Uraraka confessed, pulling her knees up to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. My parents live way out in the country. It's too far away to commute, so I'm renting an apartment on my own near the campus. The indigo-haired boy stared at her long enough for Uraraka to start shifting uncomfortably, an awkward blush rising to her cheeks. So to sum up, he said slowly, you were planning on walking home alone to an empty apartment right after a villain attack where we as students were specifically targeted. Uraraka's blush darkened even further. Well, I guess that's about right, yeah. Hitoshi gaped at her, absolutely aghast. No, no, not happening. The boy repeated, pulling his phone back out and closing out of his messages after noting Kota's smiley face of acknowledgement before pulling up his recent calls. Shinso-kun, Uraraka asked again as the call connected. Hitoshi, what's wrong? Hey dad, I'm inviting a friend over. Well this is a surprise. Who is it? Uraraka, she has an apartment near Ua. I was hoping that we could swing by and let her pack a weekend bag. Wait. Shinso-kun. Are her parents gone for the weekend or something? She lives alone. I see. Well, I guess that's all right. Nobody should be alone after what happened today. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Honestly, your friend should consider finding someone to stay with long-term. It's dangerous to live alone to begin with, but especially now. I'll get her to talk to Aizawa-sensei on Monday. What am I talking to sensei about? That would probably be for the best. Anyway, I'll be there in a few minutes. See you, Dad. Hitoshi lowered the phone from his ear as his dad hung up on the other end of the line, quirking an eyebrow at Uraraka as she stared at him, fidgeting and open-mouthed, positively daring her to protest. "Shinso-kun, this is too much," she managed eventually after what looked like several attempts to organize her thoughts. "Like hell," Hitoshi snorted, turning his head back towards the entrance to watch for his dad's car. "If you're going to keep insisting on butting into my life, then you can't complain when I butt into yours." Uraraka fell silent for several too long moments. He could feel her eyes on him. It was disconcerting, and he found himself shifting awkwardly. Was that too far? Oh gosh, did I say the wrong thing? I mean, I guess I probably should have asked first. "Shinso-kun," the girl began, cutting off her spiraling thoughts, her voice oddly hushed, her hand slightly covering her mouth and her eyes wide with surprise and something else that he didn't quite know how to name when he risked a glance towards her. "Is that your way of saying that we're friends?" Hitoshi blinked at her. The brunette's eyes softened and she dropped her hand so that he could see her smile, considerably brighter and far more genuine than it had been before as she leaned over and gently knocked his shoulder with hers. "Thanks," she murmured quietly, and Hitoshi felt himself relax. Sure thing. Hisashi liked having a bit of noise around the apartment. It helped fill the gap left by his parents and two siblings after he moved out. They'd been a noisy household, especially given that 3 of the 5 of them had voice-related quirks. Even when they signed to each other a necessary form of communication to make sure they didn't destroy the house while they learned to control their abilities, they were rather loud personalities. So naturally, the first thing he did when he woke up every morning was flip on the radio. Normally, he'd turn it to a local music station so that he could jam out while he was in the shower, but today, he turned it to the news. Controversial story of Vermilion, a hero local to Mustafu, near Tokyo. Rumors have long since surrounded the hero concerning tax evasion and embezzlement, as well as unproven counts of excessive violence and civilian casualties, but according to local police authorities, last week an anonymous tip came providing hard evidence of these speculated crimes, as well as proof of several counts of domestic abuse and unethical quirk use. Vermilion has denied all charges in preliminary investigations, but considering the number of successful investigations sparked by anonymous sources, providing evidence against corrupt heroes in the past 2 years, the public is confident that he will be proven guilty. And now we return to our top story, the unprecedented villain attack on the UA Academy of Heroics. Hisashi winced slightly as he steeled himself for whatever was said next. It might be the whole reason he'd opted for the news instead of his usual channels, but that didn't mean he had to be excited about it. The faculty and police have officially released the information that a class of first-year hero course students at a rescue training facility were attacked by a gang of criminals calling themselves the League of Villains. Little information has been given by police officials concerning their members or their motives, only that this group has reportedly been plotting to kill UA teacher and popular hero All Might since the spring of this year. 3 students and 2 teachers were hospitalized as a result of the attack, but doctors have declared that they will all make a full recovery. Police arrested 17 members at the scene, but the League's ringleaders and a significant number of other members escaped. Their whereabouts are unknown, if anyone has any information. Hisashi sighed as he hopped in the shower, letting his thoughts wander while the radio continued to chatter in the background something about a rescue op and Good Samaritans in an earthquake zone up north and speculation about connections between several new vigilantes in various parts of the country. From the rumored hero killer Stain to the so-called gentle criminal that had started posting videos about corrupt heroes and about himself busting minor criminal organizations, from drug rings to an especially vocal sect of the creature rejection clan. Honestly, the police had told the media about as much as he himself knew. Yesterday had been wild on every level. When Shota's kid, Iida Tenya, burst into the teacher's lounge, red-faced and gasping for breath, he and the other members of the faculty initially could only stare in shock. Nimari was the first to react, leaping to her feet and pulling the boy inside, although when she tried to insist he take a seat, he'd shaken his head feverishly, beeped in a deep breath, and babbled for a straight 2 minutes about the mess going down at the USJ before he took another one. Ectoplasm leapt into action next, instantly forming about a dozen clones that rushed from the room, scattering in all directions to spread the word of the intrusion. Within about 5 minutes, The campus was going on lockdown, while he and around a dozen other pros raced after Iida to the USJ. Only, when they burst inside, Snipe with guns blazing, Nem with her whip on her shoulder and Higuri with his hands to the ground, it was already practically over. About a third of Shota's students were already gathered by the entrance, eyes wide with a mixture of hope and terror. The pink girl, Ashido Mina, was crouched by 13's prone form with tears streaming down her cheeks, and the quiet kid, Kota Koji, was helping Shota's secret love child, not that Hizashi would ever call him that, in his best friend's presence, limp up the stairs. One command from Nezu and the teachers scattered to all corners of the building, searching for the others. Since there were no longer any large groups of villains to deal with, Hizashi himself wound up helping Kirishima Eijiro bring Bakugo Katsuki up from the main plaza, since Uraraka Ochako obviously had Shota well in hand. The blonde kid and Hizashi's best friend were both semi-conscious, the former due to shock and the latter due to pain. Neither of them were speaking much, which left it to Kirishima and Uraraka to explain what happened. Apparently, the villains had appeared by the fountain out of a sphere of black smoke that perfectly matched the description of the portal scene at the battle simulation a few days earlier. Shota had jumped in because of course he had. No matter how he tried to deny it, it was obvious that he doted on his kids, and 13 had led the students back towards the entrance, only to be stopped by the villain responsible for the warping. He introduced their group as the League of Villains. 13 tried to attack and got absolutely schooled on why they were more of a rescue hero, and then the villain scattered the students that didn't manage to dodge his gate throughout the facility. Kirishima was one of those that dodged. Uraraka wasn't. From there, the tale became a little more disjointed, as Shinso began chipping in while Recovery Girl worked on cleaning what appeared to be a bite mark on his leg. Stupid human shark managed to duck underwater before I could catch him with my quirk. Quote closing parenthesis dot. As they filtered in, other students contributed to the story as well, although frankly very few of them were in any fit state to do so. Honestly, it was somewhat horrifying to see how badly they had been messed up by this attack. Higuri climbed the stairs carrying the still figure of Asui Tsuyu, while Tokiyami Fumikage and Aoyama Yuga trailed behind him, stumbling with exhaustion as they supported one another's weight. Those villains caused even my sparkling personality to flicker. What a mad banquet of darkness. Hound Dog cradled Hagakure Toru against his chest, the girl shivering violently judging by the movement of her gloves, while Todoroki also shivering although not as badly walked close beside him, keeping his left hand on the girl's shoulder. I wish I'd noticed her sooner, I almost froze her. Ectoplasm carefully guided a brain-dead Kaminari Denki by the arm while Jiro Kyoka and Yayorozu Momo followed behind him. You did good, Pikachu, now go on over to Recovery Girl. Kyoka-kun, are you actually concerned for Kaminari-kun? Oh, back off, Yaomomo. Sekijiro lugged Ojiro Mashiro's bruised and semi-conscious body across his back, glancing over his shoulder with no small amount of concern. All the pros had reported a few scattered villains in the respective zones they had visited, most of whom were unconscious, which might be why they hadn't managed to flee with the other villains. I can't believe we let them escape after everything they've done. Nimari had growled. Well, they did catch us completely by surprise, Nezu sighed in turn. For now, our priority must be the safety of our students. Half of the present faculty should form a perimeter, just in case, while the rest sweep the facility and apprehend what villains may remain. While Recovery Girl leapt into doctor mode and Ken slipped off to help All Might after a quiet word from Uraraka, Hizashi tried to piece together the scattered bits of information that the students could give him. From what Hizashi could tell, the students agreed that their opponents weren't much, but their environments made things more challenging. Even if the attacking villains hadn't known anything about them, the warp villain obviously had, although Uraraka did comment that if they'd really wanted to mess Bakugo up, he should have been sent to the conflagration zone. Nitroglycerin sweat mixed with flames would not have been pretty. Most of the students agreed that if All Might hadn't shown up when he did, then things probably would have turned out much worse, as it was only after he showed up and started fighting some giant black monster that the villains suddenly began vanishing back through the portals. However, All Might himself, as well as Shota, were more inclined to think that the villains had already been preparing to leave when he arrived. Beyond that, Uraraka had the most information of all the students. There were 3 leaders, it looked like. The warp guy, a crazy guy with hands all over his body. Hands. Were they part of his quirk? Like Shoji-san? No, like literally dead hands as a part of his costume. It was really creepy. But yeah, them and a boy that I would guess was around our age. She paused, worrying her lip as she glanced towards Bakugo. He was fighting Aizawa-sensei, so he was constantly moving around and it was hard to get a clear look at his face, but judging by the picture Mina showed everyone, he looked a lot like Bakugo-kun's childhood friend. The one he thought he saw at the battle simulation. And hadn't that left them with a lot to think about? Unfortunately, the villains had left just moments before he and the other faculty arrived. Despite their disappointment that they didn't manage to capture the ringleaders, they were at least relieved that none of their students had been too badly hurt. Ojiro was the worst off, with multiple broken bones, open wounds, and a severe concussion, followed by Asui with severe heat exhaustion bordering on heat stroke and Hagakure with onset hypothermia, but none of them would have to be in the hospital for longer than 24 hours. When the police arrived, Hizashi left a detective to continue with the questioning while he rode to the hospital in an ambulance with Shota. He remained there for the rest of the day, accompanied by Hound Dog and Nimari, watching over their students and coworkers as they were attended to. It was a relief to hear the doctors confirm that everyone would make a full recovery, and even more of a relief to hear that Shota should be discharged by the following morning. Which was why Hizashi sent a quick text the moment he was finished gelling his hair, then hopped in his car and started driving to the hospital. He ignored the pair of pings his phone made along the way. It was dangerous to text and drive, after all. One way or another, when he pulled up in the roundabout outside the main entrance, Shota was waiting for him, hands shoved in his pockets and eyes narrowed with displeasure. Hizashi just grinned and beckoned to him, and eventually his old friend visibly sighed, rolled his eyes, and slid into the passenger seat. "I tried to tell you that I could just take the train," Shota grumbled as he buckled his seat belt. "But when you didn't so much as read my texts, I figured it was pointless." "Shota, you had a concussion yesterday. I'm not letting you take public transportation for the next week at least." "Mother hen, alley cat, shut up." Hizashi grinned and kept driving. "Mind if we swing by my place on the way?" "No prob." The drive to Shota's apartment and then to UA was filled with companionable silence. As much as Hizashi liked a little noise around the house, quiet time spent with a friend was nice, too. It was something he'd learned back when they'd been at UA together. Nimari had been the kind of friend he could whoop and holler with, the kind who could make him forget his worries for a while so that he could just have a little fun. Tensai had been the mom friend of the group, the responsible one that kept them in check and reminded them that he was always there if they needed him. And Oboro, well anyway, Shota was that friend who somehow just knew when Hizashi was struggling. Without a word passing between them, he'd sit down beside him and just be there. A quiet, grounding presence through all the turmoil going through his head. He was the friend that didn't need Hizashi to smile all the time. The rock that would be there through thick and thin. It was a nice feeling, knowing that he had a friend like that. The campus was silent when Hizashi parked his car and the two of them headed inside. As soon as the incident was resolved the day before, the students had been sent home and told not to come back the next day. It made the massive halls of the institution feel oddly eerie, like the setting of a horror movie. That sensation faded a little bit when they met Sekijiro on the way to the conference room. He glanced Shota over once, nodded, and grunted in greeting, and that was it. No words necessary. Hizashi was sure that Shota appreciated it. He knew that he did. "Well howdy, partners," Snipe acknowledged as they stepped into the room. Nezu was there, too, as was Nimari. "Eraserhead, it's good to see you back with us." "And a good mornin' to you as well," Hizashi grinned. He wasn't certain how forced the expression was. It felt like being back on campus and hearing the oppressive silence brought to a head that yesterday had been real. Villains really had attacked the USJ, and a number of Shota's students really had gotten hurt. Who else are we waiting on? All Might's on his way with that detective friend of his, Nimari piped up. Ectoplasm is on the next shift at the hospital, keeping an eye on 13, and Power Loader and Smentos are still figuring out the system overhaul, so they're out. They said it should go faster now that they have a little more data on that villain's warp quirk though. Yeah, Snipe sighed. We weren't exactly prepared to deal with that, even after those kids saw it at ground beta. Warp quirks are very rare, Hazashi acknowledged, making his way to an empty seat. Yes, and they can completely change the course of a battle, Nimori agreed. It's frightening to know that a villain has such a power. The other villains were nothing to sneeze at either. Shota frowned, his hand drifting towards his right elbow. Tenko and Midoriya, Nezu nodded, noticing the gesture. I look forward to hearing whatever information you may have on them. Would you prefer it now, or after the others arrive? We might as well wait for All Might and Tsukauchi-kun, Nezu considered, glancing towards his phone. They should be here any. Forgive the intrusion. Moment. Aizawa. It's good to see you on your feet, All Might smiled. Hazashi always felt like when he smiled, or better said grimaced in that skeletal form, he looked a little demonic, but the gesture was appreciated. By him, at least. Shota just grunted. All Might took his seat beside Nezu, and everybody turned towards Detective Tsukauchi. My apologies for being late, the detective began, bowing to them all. It's been a busy morning. Another grunt from Shota. Then, so how should we proceed? Well, Eraserhead, you've had the closest contact with the villains thus far, but I haven't had a chance to properly interview you, so I believe that the most effective way to carry out this meeting would be for me to say what we know and have you fill in as many blanks as you can. All right, then, let's get going. The detective nodded, pulled a file out of his bag, and began. Our investigators are trying to learn everything they can about this so-called League of Villains. We've made some progress, but we can't find much. We started out looking for any information on this. Tenko, the villain reported to have pale blue hair and wear hands on his body. We've searched our records for men from their teens to their 30s who are registered as having some sort of disintegration quirk, but so far, we've come up empty. He cast a glance towards Shota, who seemed to ponder this information for a moment. The Warp Gate villain called him Shigaraki Tamura, he said slowly. It was the boy, Deku, that called him Tenko, and Shigaraki was rather vocally upset when he did. By what he said, the implication was that Tenko was some kind of childhood nickname. Perhaps he changed his name to Shigaraki Tamura when he became a villain, or who knows, but if that's his preferred alias, then you may be able to find some information that way. Good to know, Tsukauchi nodded, scribbling a note in the margin of one of the papers. Speaking of the Warp Gate villain, we haven't been able to find any information on him, either. It's likely that he's either not a citizen of Japan, or he's using an alias. Hard to pin down either way. However, the third individual leading the attack has proven to be a somewhat more promising lead. He didn't exactly lead the attack, Shota muttered. He didn't show up until midway through the fight. But yeah, it was obvious that he had some sort of authority over the others. Midoriya Izuku, aka Deku, age 15, registered in official government records as functionally quirkless, Tsukauchi continued grimly as Hazashi took the picture handed to him. The boy in the photograph was obviously very young. A pale, skinny kid of around 12 with a shy smile and freckled cheeks that gave onlookers the spontaneous urge to squeeze them. He had curly green hair and dark green eyes, but there was something a little off about them. It took Hazashi almost a minute to realize what it was. The boy's smile didn't reach those eyes. On the 21st of May 3 years ago, a missing persons report was filed by his mother, Midoriya Inko. He had apparently disappeared on his way home from school, having attended classes all day. We've recently come to learn that Midoriya was in fact caught up in a villain attack on his way home, only to be rescued by All Might here. Hazashi passed the photo along to Shota, looking towards the tall, skinny blonde man with no small amount of surprise as he seemed to shrink in on himself. That seemed a little odd to Hazashi. This was a man that could navigate reporters and cameras with ease. Why would he be so uncomfortable under the gazes of his coworkers after being told that he'd saved someone? According to All Might, after knocking the villain unconscious, he called in the incident, tied the man up with his belt and prepared to leave, since he was about to lose hold of his stronger form. But Midoriya, not understanding the situation, followed him to ask if it was possible to be a hero even if he was quirkless. As a result, the boy happened to see All Might's weakened form. In the conversation that followed, All Might explained his injury and told Midoriya that he didn't think it was possible to do hero work without a quirk. Hisashi winced a little bit. So that was why All Might looked so awkward under their scrutiny. But, well, he couldn't really blame the guy. This was a difficult line of work, after all. Considering All Might's own experiences, he wasn't really surprised that he'd wanted to warn the boy away from it. Still, there were some people shooting poisoned glares across the room at the number one pro, Nemuri foremost among them. How could you crush a boy's dreams like that? She glowered at the man. I've already had this discussion with Recovery Girl, All Might sighed, seemingly resigned to their disdain. What I said, no matter my intentions, was insensitive at best, and I recognize that, but that's not the focus of this meeting. Right, Tsukauchi nodded in agreement, pulling another piece of paper from his file. During the investigation spurred by Midoriya Inko's report, Midoriya Izuku's belongings were found abandoned on a bridge overlooking a river with no signs of a struggle. When this note was found with it, the team investigating his disappearance was led to believe that he had committed suicide. Once again, Hisashi accepted a sheet from the detective. This time, it was a scan of a piece of paper torn from a notebook, with a note written in slightly shaky kanji. Something in the pro-hero's chest seemed to tighten slightly as he read it. Dear Mom, I'm sorry that you have to find out this way. I wish I could have told you in person, but if I had, you would only have gotten hurt. I'm sorry that it has to be this way, but at least like this I'll finally be able to change things. I'll be able to show everyone that even a Deku's life matters. I love you, and Dad, please don't blame yourselves. I hope to see you both on the other side. Love, Izuku. It was devastatingly simple, and just vague enough to be interpreted in exactly the way the police force had seen it. But, knowing what they knew now, it seemed even worse than a suicide note. Midoriya Izuku had obviously known exactly what he was getting himself involved in when he decided to become a villain. His wording was strange though. What exactly was he trying to change? And what was the other side? Hisashi frowned as he passed the note along. Shota frowned as he read it, too. He had probably picked up on the strange wording as well. All Might, he began slowly, are you absolutely certain that when you met that boy he didn't have a quirk? Well, I suppose I never saw evidence of it either way. But I do know what he asked me, and it was if he had a chance of becoming a hero without one. Shota's frown deepened and he passed the note on to Snipe. Tsukauchi, are you certain that the records of his not having a quirk haven't been tampered with in any way? As certain as I can be without launching a deeper investigation. Why? Because he definitely had a quirk when I fought with him, Shota replied, his eyes boring into the inspector's. A ripple of surprise passed through the room and everyone turned to face the underground hero. When the kid appeared during the battle training, Nezu and I discussed the possibility of Midoriya simply being under the power of someone else's quirk, someone with an ability to conceal others or who knows what else, but fighting him one-on-one made it obvious that the kid has some sort of ability. His jumps and hits were much too powerful for any quirkless individual, and anyway, he had a tell. His eyes glowed green every time it activated. By what you described, do you think that this Deku has some sort of strength enhancement quirk? Nezu piped up. Shota visibly hesitated. I think it's a possibility, he said finally, but just one of many. He also seemed to have impossible dexterity and on occasion I swear he turned invisible. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that the kid had multiple quirks. Hisashi jumped when All Might coughed violently, a line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. Mumbling apologies, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the trail of red away, but he still seemed a little off, exchanging quick, nervous glances with Nezu and Tsukauchi. If Shota noticed, which he probably had, then he decided not to comment on their strange behavior. Could he possibly just be a late bloomer? Nemuri frowned. Possibly, Nezu conceded, although manifesting a quirk later than the age of 7 is unheard of. It is possible that he had some form of invisible quirk, one that just needed the right conditions to be revealed, although based on Aizawa-kun's description, I find that hard to believe. If Deku did indeed manifest a new quirk at his age, then he is a medical marvel. A scientific discovery. What other possibility is there? Snipe frowned. I'm not certain yet, the principal replied easily, but I would be very interested in finding out. So what else do we know about this kid? Sekijiro cut in. Midoriya Izuku has been neither seen nor heard from in the last 3 years. So we don't know anything, Sekijiro groaned, leaning back in his chair. Not exactly. We know that prior to that time, he was just starting his 2nd year of middle school. He lived alone with his mother, Midoriya Inko, his father Midoriya Hisashi having been out of the country for work reasons. My understanding is that Midoriya-san has returned to Japan since his son's alleged death. Other than that, we know that Midoriya Izuku was a good student, although he didn't appear to be involved in any extracurricular activities and didn't appear to have any friends. That's not entirely true, Aizawa-kun. Midoriya did have at least one friend, although I get the sense that there's some complicated history there, the underground hero clarified, fishing something out of his scarf. And actually, he was spotted about a year ago. Hisashi watched with no small amount of interest as Shota pulled out the composition notebook they'd stopped by his apartment to fetch and slid it across the table towards Tsukauchi. Start at the beginning. That's where I've managed to translate the bulk of his notes. The detective quickly took the item in hand and flipped it open. Within a minute, his eyebrows had crept up half the height of his forehead and Hisashi couldn't handle the suspense anymore. What's that? He asked, peering at the cover, which appeared to say something about quirks in vaguely familiar handwriting. It's a quirk analysis journal, most likely written by Midoriya Izuku. Where on earth did you manage to find this? Tsukauchi asked, a little dazedly as he tore his eyes away from the page he'd been reading. One of my students had it. Bakugo Katsuki. Apparently, he and Midoriya grew up together. They were in the same class in middle school when he disappeared. And how did he come to have this journal? Snipe piped up, his mask doing little to distort the sound of his frown. Do you remember the sludge villain incident last year? Bakugo was in fact the student involved. He told me that he saw a person that looked vaguely like Midoriya. Upon seeing him, the individual ran and Bakugo gave chase. He wound up in what appeared to be a deserted alleyway and was taken captive. He managed to use his quirk to free himself moments before he passed out. But before that happened, he claims that he actually saw Midoriya, and it was him who told him how he could escape. A stress hallucination, Sekijiro offered from across the room. That was my first inclination as well. But then he found that notebook in the alleyway. According to Bakugo, Midoriya used to write in notebooks like these all the time when they were younger. Back then, he was obsessed with heroes. Used to follow fights so he could take notes on their quirks and techniques in the hope of becoming one someday. That alone wouldn't be enough to convince me, but this particular notebook also contains notes on some villains that I personally saw and fought at the USJ. Indeed, might I have a look, Tsukauchi-kun? Nezu asked, and the detective handed the notebook over, still looking a little shell-shocked. If that happened almost a year ago, then why didn't anyone start searching for Midoriya sooner? Hisashi frowned. Probably because it was too circumstantial, Tsukauchi groaned. A boy that had just come from a stressful situation claiming that his childhood friend that had been dead for 2 years had appeared to him right before he lost consciousness and told him how to escape, his only evidence being a journal with no name attached to it. All right, fair point, Hisashi groaned, rubbing his hands over his face. How had this become so complicated? So what do we do? Interrogate Bakugo about his long-lost friend. I'll definitely be interviewing him, the detective nodded. If they really have been friends for so long, then he might have some insight into why Midoriya chose to turn to villainy. Judging by the note he left for his parents, I can already guess the basics, All Might sighed, passing the aforementioned note to Nezu, who seemed more than a little reluctant to tear his attention away from the notebook in his paws. Oh, Sekijiro frowned. He said that he wants to show the world that, even a Deku's life matters. Considering that's the alias he's chosen to use as a villain, I suspect the word has a much more personal meaning for him than it does for most. If he really was quirkless up until recently, then it's very likely he was a bully victim in school. Of course, how he intends to change the world is anyone's guess, especially considering the actions taken by the League of Villains so far, but I'd be willing to bet that at the core of his motivation is a desire to improve the lot of people like him. Of the quirkless, or at least of the social outcasts. That would fit with what he said at the USJ. Hazashi glanced towards his best friend, noting the thoughtful frown twisting his lips. It was rare that Shota and All Might agreed on anything, so the fact that they were agreeing on something like this was a little bit concerning. It was so much harder to fight a villain with ideals than it was to fight a petty thief. What did he say? Tsukauchi prompted. It might give us some insight into his plans. Well, when he spoke to me, he mentioned several of my students, citing them as being potentially disillusioned by Hero Society and what it stands for. That became even more clear when he spoke briefly to Bakugo. I couldn't quote him word for word. I had a concussion and was pretty dazed all around at the time. But it was something about realizing he couldn't save people as a hero, so he decided to do it as a villain. That seems remarkably noble for the leader of a villainous organization. Sekijiro frowned. Shota's eyes snapped towards him, and Hazashi internally winced. It was time for his bestie's soapbox. Khan, what exactly do you think the difference is between a hero and a villain? Their actions, of course. One tries to uphold the law, and the other breaks it. No, it's perception. I have yet to meet a single criminal that didn't believe they were breaking the law for a valid reason. Maybe that reason would seem petty to you or me. Maybe it would seem downright twisted, but one way or another, they all believed themselves to be justified. A thief believes that he needs the money. A killer believes that he needs revenge. A terrorist believes that the world needs to change. History is written by the victors. That's the only reason we see one side as right and another side as wrong. As a UA teacher and a pro-hero, you should already know that. Are you suggesting that we simply overlook the boy's actions? The boy threatened the lives of my students. Of course, I'm not saying that we should brush him off. If anything, I'm saying that Deku may be the biggest threat this school has ever faced. After all, the most dangerous villains in history were the ones that believed they had something worth protecting. And if this kid truly believes he's saving the world, then he has a whole lot to protect. I would even go so far as to say that Deku may be one of the greatest threats our entire society has ever faced. Nezu agreed softly, his eyes gleaming in a worrying way as he set the notebook down. His quirk is a mystery. He's a talented enough fighter to hold Aizawa-kun at bay in single combat. He's extremely intelligent and has an eye for determining an ally's or opponent's strengths and weaknesses if this journal is anything to go by. And he has a cause and a conviction to fight for. That doesn't change the fact that he's a 15-year-old kid, Snipe frowned. A 15-year-old kid that got over 70 villains to view him as their leader, Shota countered. He obviously has the charisma. Didn't you say the kid didn't show up until the end though? Yeah, I got the sense that Shigaraki went behind his back with the attack. But if that's the case, wouldn't that imply that they view this Shigaraki as a leader just as much as Deku? Shota hesitated. Obviously he hadn't thought of that. Could they possibly be rivals of some sort? Hazashi suggested cautiously, like they're somehow competing for the top spot. Well, part of that could be explained by the fact that several of the villains taken into custody claimed that they'd been hired that very day. However, some had been at least loosely connected to the League for longer. If Midoriya and Shigaraki are in some kind of competition, it would mean there's someone over both of them, waiting to award the position. Tsukauchi frowned, shooting glances towards All Might and Nezu. If that's the case, then I'd say Midoriya is winning. Hands down, Shota snorted softly. How so? First, his command to the Nomu creature superseded Shigaraki's. Second, Kurogiri followed his orders primarily. Third, he gave Shigaraki orders and called him out for insubordination. Fourth, he was completely unafraid of Shigaraki even though the guy could disintegrate him with a touch. And finally, he had this air of authority around him that everyone in the vicinity could feel, myself included. Not to mention that Shigaraki has the personality of an entitled little brat, All Might muttered, nodding in agreement. When things didn't go his way, he was visibly upset. Honestly, he acted more the part of a child than Midoriya did. He threw a tantrum when Nomu was defeated and didn't respond well to orders, such as when he was commanded to retreat. It seemed like he'd never been told no before, like he thought things would go his way no matter what. He kept talking about Nomu like it was some kind of pet, bragging about its power and screaming whenever he thought that it wasn't trying hard enough. He was like some sort of man-child. A child with incredible power though. That's no excuse when a 15-year-old boy acted with more maturity than him, Shota snorted. Hazashi stared at them, still a little shocked that Shota and All Might were actually agreeing on something. A child that behaves like a man, and a man who behaves like a child, Nezu mused. It's frightening to think how much common ground both these individuals may share with our students. They all have so much potential. And, like our students, I suppose as Tsukauchi-kun suggested that it's possible someone may be guiding them, trying to nurture their malice and villainy. I don't wanna think about what that could mean, All Might groaned, leaning on his clenched fists, his blue eyes fixed on the table. So what can we do to stop them? Nem asked quietly, obviously worried by the furrow of her brows. Well, this case has been given top priority, even over the recent rash of corruption cases in the station. Tsukauchi smiled in a way that was probably meant to be reassuring. We'll expand our investigation and continue searching for the perpetrators who planned this attack. In the meantime, we should probably discuss how to proceed from here, Nezu agreed, smiling. First, I think we ought to consider the upcoming sports festival. We should decide upon which pro-heroes we want to ask to attend as extra security. We're not holding the festival. End of discussion. Hazashi blinked at Shota, surprised by the determined set of the glower he sent in the principal's direction. It wasn't the bluntness that was shocking, that was kind of Shota's thing. It was the worry hovering just below the surface of those dark eyes. The concern that he usually kept so carefully hidden behind his gruff exterior. Not that I don't understand your concern, he began slowly, but I wasn't expecting you to be the most outspoken on the matter, Shota. Nor I, Nezu agreed slowly. Your reasoning. That notebook for one. As you said, Midoriya has a talent for picking apart his enemy's strengths and weaknesses. He's already shown an inordinate amount of interest in my class and likely all of UA, judging by what Shinso told me a few days ago. Do you really want to put every single student's capabilities on display after he openly declared war on them? It is precisely because of that declaration that I believe we should continue with the festival, Nezu replied calmly. Hazashi actually reached out to grab Shota's shoulder when his best friend's eyes flashed angrily in return. Literally, he subconsciously activated his quirk. According to the information passed on from Shinso-kun, Midoriya has already been watching the school and its students for multiple years, perhaps since his disappearance 3 years ago. If that is the case, he likely knows everything there is to know about our second and third year students already, and judging by the Warp villain's actions during the USJ attack, he has likely already gathered the bulk of information he could use against your first years as well. So we may as well demonstrate that this attack will not hold our students back. My first years, maybe. But all of the others? Highly doubtful. How can we possibly risk their lives on a political statement? Hazashi found himself biting his lip as he chewed over that thought. He didn't have a homeroom class, but he taught English to all of the first years in the school. He didn't want any of them to get hurt. And gods, seeing the looks on those kids' faces after the USJ, he really didn't want anyone else to have to go through that kind of terror. Especially not this early into their hero training. Not for a political statement, no. Nezu replied lightly. The sports festival is an opportunity for hero course students to make connections, to be noticed by pros seeking promising protégés. If we want our students to be capable of standing against this newest threat, then they need the training that the sports festival invariably leads to. Then let's just give them the extra training ourselves. They shouldn't have to take that kind of risk. We may be working on a system overhaul, but considering that Midoriya has gone completely undiscovered in the past 3 years of forays onto campus, do you really think we can guarantee that he wouldn't still find a way to observe such training? So we just televise their abilities instead. I never said that, Nezu countered calmly. Shota hesitated, and Hazashi's hand on his shoulder relaxed slightly. I propose that we not televise the festival this year. Furthermore, we don't open up the stands to the public, nor do we open up booths for vendors outside the venue. Instead, We send out invitations to specific pro heroes to watch the festival and have police and more pros working shifts around the perimeter to prevent any unauthorized access to the stadium. Finally, we can make participation in the sports festival optional to students. That way they can choose whether or not to take the risk that less trustworthy eyes may have found a way to spy on them. Does that sound agreeable? Perhaps that could work, Shota muttered, although the worry never left his eyes. Hazashi couldn't blame him. He glanced towards the photograph now resting near Sekijiro on the opposite side of the room. The conversation cautiously moved forwards towards logistics and people who should be invited to the festival, but Hazashi wasn't really listening. That shy, joyless smile seemed to mock him, reminding him that this enemy they were facing was still a child. Someone the same age as his students. Someone that he should have had the responsibility to protect, not fight. He couldn't help wondering, if they had been able to reach Midoriya Izuku before the league did, could things have turned out differently? Ochako hurried across the sands, casting a regretful frown towards the piles of junk scattered across the beach illuminated by the sun as it descended towards the horizon. This was probably once a beautiful place. The kind of place that people came to all the time, but now Dagoba Beach was basically an illegal junkyard. It seemed a strange place to meet on a Sunday evening, but she supposed that at least the mess meant that there was nobody around. Maybe she could convince some of her classmates to help her clean it up. All Yagi-san, she corrected herself as the skinny blonde man came into view, seated on a bench set close to the ancient wharf midway down the beach. He glanced back towards her, a tired smile twisting his lips as he waved for her to join him. Panting slightly, Ochako accepted the wordless invitation, taking a seat beside her teacher. "What's up?" she asked without preamble, smiling up at him even as she fought to catch her breath. He blinked, obviously a bit startled, then chuckled. "You seem well, Uraraka Shouju," he smiled. "I hope you're not shaken too badly by everything, then." "Oh, I was a mess that first night," Ochako shrugged, "but Shinso-kun has been nice enough to let me stay with his family over the weekend, so it hasn't been too bad overall." Shinso Shonen seems like a good friend. He really is, even if he'd never admit it, Ochako laughed, looking over the sunlit water. It really was awful that so many people in his life had cast him aside just because of his quirk, because Shinso-kun really was an incredible person. She shook her head slightly, casting aside such sad thoughts. "So anyways, what did you want to talk to me about?" Well, I wanted to get to know you a bit better," All Might admitted, rather awkwardly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Not in a strange way of course. It's just, well, you know a rather sensitive secret about me, young lady, and I do trust you, but, I suppose I feel obligated to keep track of the people that I have entrusted it with." The brunette blinked at him, then beamed, her brown eyes scrunching up with the width of her smile. "Well, all right then, what do you want to know?" Well, for starters, I was curious about the combat skills you displayed before." "Oh that," Ochako laughed a little, grinning. "The pro hero gunhead came to my hometown a couple of years ago to teach a self-defense seminar. I loved his class, so I've kept it up over the years." "Well, it's obvious that you learned his lessons well," Uraraka Shouju. "So, what else?" Well, I already know what your quirk is and that you want to be a hero, although I suppose I am curious as to why." Ochako murmured, turning towards the ocean once more. "If we're cutting to the chase, it was about the money." All Might choked next to her, spraying blood, his blue eyes wide. There followed several minutes of the both of them scrambling for a handkerchief and apologizing back and forth because, well, honestly she couldn't remember how it had started. "So, what is it about the money that appeals to you, young lady?" He asked after regaining his composure, wiping his bloodied lips with the tissue they'd eventually found. "My parents own a construction company," Ochako explained quietly, fidgeting in her seat, "but in a world of quirks, there isn't exactly a lot of work for them. It's not so much that I care about money, really, it's just that my parents have sacrificed so much in their lives to care for me. I want to be able to make enough money to give my parents an easy life, and since I enjoy helping people too, being a hero just sorta fit." "I see. That's quite admirable," but Ochako mused, frowning down at her hands. It's more than that now, ever since I saw Bakugo-kun's friend at the USJ. You see, I grew up poor. So poor, we didn't always have enough to eat. I remember feeling so lost, helpless, even. There was one time I remember sneaking down in the middle of the night because I was so thirsty, only to run back up the stairs because I saw my mom crying over the most recent water bill and my dad just holding her and trying to be strong. I remember what it was like to feel desperate, and alone, and like nobody could help us. Like nobody cared to help us. And when I saw Bakugo-kun's friend, just for a second, I thought that he looked the same, lost and hopeless, just like I was back then. I guess I wanna be the hero that reaches out to those kinds of people. I wanna be the hero that brings hope to the ones that fall through the cracks. That saves the people nobody knows need saving. Then, maybe, we'll have a few less people in the world that are desperate enough to become villains. All Might had fallen eerily quiet by the end of Ochako's quiet confession. She was almost afraid to glance up at him, wondering what she would see in his eyes. But when she finally worked up the courage to meet his gaze, all that Ochako could see was warmth. Warmth and maybe even something like pride. She blinked in surprise as the man reached out, gently placing a hand on top of her head and offering her a kind smile, so much more genuine than the ones he gave in his muscly form. If anybody can do it, you can, Uraraka Shouju, he murmured, turning to watch the sunset once more. You'll be a remarkable hero one day. I know it. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.